Awesome, and welcome back to day 2 of Money Forum Live. And yesterday, David and Carissa, over 20,000 people from all around the world decided that it was time for them to spend their day to work on their life, work on their business, work on the state of where they're at with money. And we're going to take a quick intro break for about 1 minute, come back with opening statements right here on day 2 of Money Forum Live.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And of course, that was Jane King, television icon, who was here with us yesterday and will be a part of the program today. So, David, let's hear some thoughts about what you feel about the opening day yesterday of Money Forum Live, and what can folks expect here on day 2, please.
Yeah, it was good. It was a great, strong start. Very diverse group of people. Lots of good advice. Everything from kind of big picture mindset to very specific things. Specifics in real estate, specifics in credit, specifics in new markets. So it was good. A lot of people were commenting. I was really impressed with the level of interaction happening. This is kind of the new form of media nowadays, right? Like, we don't just want to talk to the air. We want to have a conversation. And that's one of the things we've been saying to people: come join the conversation. And that's really what it was yesterday. It was not a lot of monologues. It was banter. It was a lot of synergy. It was a lot of ideas being tossed back and forth. I think at different points in times, we might have had 7 or 8 people on here, going back and forth. And it was wildly entertaining as well as very informational.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that the thing that I really left feeling is a sense of hope for people right now. In the comments, they were asking questions, they were feeling empowered, they were really engaging with the speakers and wanting to know more about their work. And I think that you're right. There was a lot of advice giving, and I think is really supportive for the climate in the world right now to be able to take the information and apply it to their day-to-day. So I'm excited today to hear more advice, to hear more specifics, and continue to offer the people who are joining this hope. So I'm curious, everybody who's joining, we'd love to hear, what did you take away from day 1? What are you looking forward to in this conversation today? Because there's a lot more that's going to be transpiring the next couple of days. Isabel, how about you? Isabel, you're muted.
There we go. I'm a big nerd when it comes to learning new tools and tech, and there were just so much great insights and advice and what is being updated regularly. So the things that we're currently using are constantly being updated, and new systems are being evolved that we don't really know about unless we have these kinds of conversations where we're sitting at the table with people who are experts in their field, that are recognizing the potential of these things, and we're discussing them in real time. And so, yeah, my notebook is completely full. I'm sure people watching this also had the same struggle of trying to, keep up with everything. Thank goodness for replays, but It's going to be another great and exciting day.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of a couple of years ago when things were almost shutting down in a sense, or literally shutting down, and people were like, "Hey, there's this thing called Zoom. Check it out." There's a thing called StreamYard. Check it out, right? And now, yesterday, and for the last couple of weeks and couple months, people are like, "Hey, there's this thing called Chat GPT, and there's AI, and there's so." Trust me, 6 months from now, a couple of years from now, this is all going to seem very old. But right now, you're not just on the cutting edge. There's a term, the bleeding edge. The bleeding edge is even more than the cutting edge, Krista and Isabel. And this is really the bleeding edge. Like, it is happening right now. You are cutting your teeth on the most biggest conversations around when it comes to technology, when it comes to innovation. So we've got some big lineups. We've got some more interviews with Jane that we're going to be sharing that she did with some of the people that are a part of this, people that are clients, friends, people that are new to some of us. We've got the producers of that show. One of the producers, Vince Caruso, the main decision maker. We've got him coming on a little bit later on. We've got Bill Walsh coming back. We've got Courtney Murray coming back. So we've got some of the favorites from yesterday as well. So stay tuned. It's going to be a lot of fun.
As you were talking, I was thinking the what did you say? It's bloody effort. The bloody edge.
There's the cutting edge, and then there's the bleeding edge.
Wow. Well, thinking about my teeth at the beginning of the bleeding edge is definitely something that sounds really painful. So we hope that we can make this a little bit more enjoyable and pleasurable for you at the edge, at the forefront of this information for sure.
Yeah, you know me, keeping you guys up to date. Sometimes you're going to have to go to things like the Urban Dictionary just to see. But it's a real thing, Carissa. I know you're thinking I'm making this up, but the bleeding
I'm always learning
in the Urban Dictionary.
The Urban Dictionary. Okay.
The Urban Dictionary. You're gonna have to go to the Urban Dictionary for the stuff I'm doing here.
Like you were saying earlier, David, that what we're learning today might be, outdated a year from now, 5 years from now. But the only way for us to enhance this technology is for everyone to know how they're able to make money with what is available now. So in the future, those things are still constantly improving. So yeah, what we're learning today might be outdated a year from now or 5 years from now, but there's always something new coming around.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And that's what we're talking to people about, not just what's new right now, but what is likely to be new in the near future, things that are being worked on, but haven't necessarily entirely rolled out. And it's not just about making money. Sometimes it's about saving money. I mean, that is another big aspect of business. We can't always spend our way out of our troubles, our problems, our growing pains. So what do I mean by that? Outsourcing has become, a big thing. There's outsourcing in India. There's outsourcing in the Philippines. There's outsourcing that we've set up somewhat in Kenya that's coming along. Bangladesh is a place that we've gone and done some speaking on. But I'll put outsourcing under another big title or heading, and that is team building, right? Nowadays and in 2023, if you really want to live up to your full potential, you've got to build that team. And I think Isabel and a few people mentioned this yesterday. If you want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, you go with a team. So for all of you guys listening, who's going to be on your team? Who's on your dream team? Maybe you need people that understand some of this AI that is at your fingertips nowadays. Maybe you need someone that can help you with your social media, your graphic design. Maybe you need somebody helping you doing some writing and some creating, some video editing. We are very much a global community. And I know that's been a little cliche or a little bit goofy in the past, but it's true. More than ever, it's so true. When the world shut down and we all kind of went even more online than we were before, we just saw people from all over the world, right? Australia, New Zealand, Sweden, Bali, Cambodia, Malaysia. I mean, all of a sudden we were just connected everywhere, and we started seeing people networking everywhere. And that's happening right here during these types of events with the Los Angeles Tribune.
Absolutely, David. And, our last event that we did a few months ago with the likes of Michael Beckwith and some of the top neuroscientists and forward-thinking individuals reached 17 countries. And although we are the Los Angeles Tribune, these events are done as a public service, free of charge. These programs are done free of charge. And the speakers come on here pro bono to educate, uplift global communities that otherwise don't have access. Right now, it's 2 a.m. in the Philippines, and look at all of the folks that are here supporting us. In fact, later on, I'm going to show some photos that were sent to us just to show the reach and just to show the parts of the world that these broadcasts are reaching. In a few minutes, I'm going to show that, David. I mean, we have villages in the Philippines that are up at 2 a.m. watching this broadcast, taking notes, because usually they don't have access to the likes of some of the speakers here. They don't have the ability to get on a flight today and go see some of these incredible speakers at the events that they're speaking at. So what we're doing is spreading not just knowledge, spreading inspiration, spreading wisdom, and ultimately, David, spreading hope around the world in these uncertain economic times. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, we've celebrated the Philippines, and I think that's probably the biggest country outside of our own right now that we're seeing, and that's great. But we also have a very strong following in Canada. We have a very strong following in London. The list goes on and on. I think the last Los Angeles Tribune event had close to 17 countries, 20 countries. So we love spotlighting the people supporting us, and right now it's definitely a big hit over there. And I know several of us have followings over there, including Doria Cordova. So, thank you for that. Thank you, Mo Rock, for your following over there. Saji and his following over there. Yeah, it's great people. And we want that. We want those ideas. We want that, not just diversity, but also word of mouth, the buzz, the word on the street, which, by the way, the word on the street happens online. That's where the word on the street happens nowadays. So we're going to have a fun clip. Jane King, she was the big kickoff yesterday.
Yep.
TV icon, as Mo refers to her. We're going to share some interviews that we're doing with her. And we're going to have on some big guests, including Vince, the producer of that show. Mo, go ahead.
David, I'm just excited because we know that these programs reach high-level executives and entrepreneurs and successful people. I mean, look, we've done these long enough, and we know our clientele and demographic enough to know that some of the most successful entrepreneurs watch these programs. We already know that. But it really does my heart glad when we get photos like this sent to us of people that are watching our program. All of these were sent to us in the last 24 hours. We did not solicit or ask for these photos. They were sent to us. I mean, these are folks in the Philippines that are watching us right now, folks in villages that are watching us right now. And we want to just give a special shout out to them. They're watching, they're paying attention, they're taking notes. And this is the work that we're doing here. I mean, when we say we're doing these events and programs as a public service, when we're saying that we are doing these programs pro bono because we want to reach the world, we want to impact the people that usually don't have access to these speakers and this information, this is proof and an example of what we're talking about. So I want to thank all of the folks behind the scenes for making this possible. We want to thank look at that. I mean, these are young aspiring entrepreneurs in parts of the world that we are reaching. So I just had to point that out, David, because we know we already know about all of the people that have already quote unquote made it that tune in, all the millionaires, and we even have a billionaire that's joining us later today or tomorrow, Naveen Jain. But I had to just emphasize, look at this, look at the youth of the world tuning into the Los Angeles Tribune broadcast. Look at this, David. This is amazing right here. So I had to point that out, and this is why partnerships with all of the incredible speakers, this is why having Jane King on here is such a impacting and important thing, because the youth of the world are looking at the Jane Kings of the world, the David Meltzers of the world, in awe, because they can comment, they can interact, they can speak, and they have access to these incredible speakers. And so I had to point that out because it really did my heart glad when I saw those photos. And with that, we're going to now segue to that video that you're alluding to. And we just want to say hello to all of the wonderful people all around the world. And of course, Al in Malaysia is tuning in. I mean, this is really, truly heartwarming to see all of these wonderful people. So with that being said, let's go to that video that David was alluding to, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Jane King, here we go.
A private wealth manager is someone who professionally helps high net worth investors and families manage their money. And with me is David Fagan, a publisher and also publicist, and the president of Top Talent Agency. And then also Frank Song, who is a private equity investor as well. So you have a pretty unique story. I don't think I quite appreciated it. That was outlined in Forbes, right? I mean, from Walmart to Wall Street. I mean, tell me your personal story.
Yeah, happy to do that, Jane. Well, first of all, thank you for having me on the show. It's really an interesting story that's really picked up a lot of traction and attention, and honestly, it's been very humbling and honestly very interesting to experience all of this. And the story is basically of me literally, at one point, living in Walmart during my teenage years. And so during that period of my life, I was effectively homeless and I didn't have a place to go. And so one of the main places that I would hide out in was a Walmart. But there were a lot of grit, a lot of hard work, a lot of resilience, a lot of perseverance, a lot of resourcefulness, and I guess a lot of basically being willing to do whatever it takes to succeed. That was the perfect formula for what a lot of people call opportunity. And it was that opportunity that led me to working at some of the top investment banks and some of the top private equity firms on Wall Street and beyond. And so, I guess it's that story that a lot of people find inspiration in. So I'm just happy to be sharing it today with you.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, how did you do that? Like you mentioned grit, and I mean, how did you get through those difficult times and find the resilience to be able to, I mean, I'm sure you got rejected many, many times. How did you summon the courage to continue?
That's a great question. I really look at my time when I was homeless with a positive lens rather than a negative lens. And the reason is because it was actually one of the biggest superpowers I had on Wall Street and beyond, because when you have nothing to lose, and you have only up to go. So it actually strips away a lot of the fear, or a lot of things that hold you back generally. And so, it really helped me become the full version of myself, performance-wise, and just not worrying about what people thought and just being fearless, right? And second is that it really gave me an opportunity to practice being resourceful. And resourcefulness, especially in this uncertain economy and in this world, is a real skill set. I would really say that. So I actually see it as a really big blessing that I had this practice session, although it was forced upon myself to be able to practice that skill of resourcefulness.
Oh, and there's enough pampered people on Wall Street, so I think it's really good that you're resilient. So, David, go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, this is great to hear the story here as well, and it's such a great story. It's going to be a book, it could be a movie script. I know there's a lot in the works right now, and some people even have drawn the comparison between, say, you and Will Gardner, or that movie Pursuit of Happiness. How do you feel when that gets brought up?
Well, David, I have heard that a lot. I heard it a lot during my time on Wall Street and even to this day. And what I can say is that, I've personally got a lot of inspiration from Chris Gardner's story in the movie Pursuit of Happiness. As somebody who's personally watched it many times and countless of times, I can definitely see the similarities. So like Chris, who's been willing to share his story and go on and bless and inspire others, I've been willing to do the same. So a lot of people just talk to me about books, they've talked to me about movies, but for me, at the end of the day, if I can inspire the next Frank Song, if I can help the next Frank Song, that's really what gets me excited at the end of the day. So the people I work with have been keeping me humble. The people in my personal life, they've been keeping me humble. But
that's great.
The bottom line is that a lot of people in media, in the news, in show business, they really believe that this is a story that the world needs to hear, like in uncertain economic times.
Yeah. Now, you've also gone on to do a lot of things in private equity and investment. So tell me, like, what you have done. Where are you now? What are you doing? And what's your investment philosophy?
Yeah, my investment philosophy is really, really focusing on the fundamentals, because for me, the fundamentals never fail. Another big, interesting kind of area that I believe in is really about systems and watching history. I know a lot of these concepts may seem traditional, but that's kind of where a lot of my investment philosophies come from. So a lot of times when people think about having a successful business model or a successful investment, right? it's really not about reinventing the wheel. As cliche as that sounds, it's really about taking that wheel and using it to get to where you need to get to. And so for me, I really use logic and the fundamentals to get to where I need to get to. Yeah. So when I make investments, it's really about thinking, what makes sense to me. Somebody shouldn't have to convince you, what a good investment is. And so it doesn't matter if something's cool, new, or, shiny, right? Because for me, I would rather be a prince for life than a king of a moment. And there are a lot of kings, but their reigns are only for a moment. But when you really focus on logic, the fundamentals, you have a solid micro and macroeconomics behind that business model or that investment, you can be a prince for life, no matter the economic condition or outside forces. The only one small catch is that, you have to build it a little bit more carefully. You have to work a little bit harder. And maybe it might be a little bit slower, but that's just how I roll.
Yeah. So any advice for people or companies that are, we're supposedly facing a recession next year. How do you navigate that?
Yeah, as somebody who's experienced down markets a lot and downs in different scenarios and situations, I am a true believer that in tough times, it really creates opportunity. And so, I would tell everyone that even if markets continue to trend downwards, just know that there are opportunities in that market. Some of the greatest investors and business people, they built their empires in quote unquote down markets. And so if these markets do continue to trend downwards, people are making money in those markets, some of the best investors. So, as somebody who's experienced down markets, I really notice there's two kinds of individuals. The first kind of individual is like, I'm down and out. And the second type of individual is like, well, let's discount and shop, right? And so my best advice to somebody is, and we talked about the fundamentals a lot, I really practice what I preach, is it's really the fundamentals, which is, how do you perceive the situation, right? We can talk about technicals, charts, financial models, graphs. All that granular detail is important to some degree, right? But at the fundamentals, how do you perceive this down market? So if you perceive this down market as I'm getting beat down, this is happening to me, I need to wait it out, then you won't see that opportunity, whereas others see that opportunity. For me, you asked a lot about my background and my personal story. And so, I can connect it with that as well, which is when I was homeless, which was kind of like my down market, right? I truly didn't see it as, I'm just getting beat down and I need to wait it out. I sat there and I said, okay, well, this is happening to me. This is happening. So I'm need to use this opportunity to practice being resourceful, practice doing more with less, use it as an opportunity to be more creative, more clever, bolder. And so that's the kind of, at least my personal answer to that.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's an absolutely fascinating story, and thank you, David, and I look forward to the book.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks, Frank.
Likewise. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
And we're back, and what a powerful segment, David, with TV icon Jane King. And I know we're about to bring in our first very special guest in a moment. Before I do that, I just have to emphasize that you are tuning in to Money Forum Live. This is a community program done as a public service for communities that are successful, that are high-level business achievers, but also folks that usually do not have access to this level of speakers. So again, I just want to say hello to our global community, as well as our community in Los Angeles and the United States. Hello to Bangladesh. Here we have folks in the Bangladesh that are tuning in. We have folks in Africa that are tuning in. Hello to Zambia, Africa. And of course, hello to the Philippines. And again, David, I just have to show a couple of these photos that were sent to us. Yesterday during the broadcast, we had folks in villages, young children, the future of this planet, tuning in because this community service globally broadcasted event is something that we are doing to give folks that usually don't have access to the producers of some of the top rated shows in America, some of the top speakers, billionaire philanthropists, David Meltzers of the world, and Naveen Jains of the world, and all of these incredible folks. And so what we're doing here is a community service on one level, but also a way for folks that are already successful to revisit some of the fundamentals and do whatever they need to do to grow their life and grow their business. And so I just had to show some of these photos that were sent to us. We did not solicit these. We did not ask for them. And it just did my heart glad. So I asked the producers if we could air some of these pictures of folks tuning in. And a lot of these folks are watching live now in parts of the world that you would never expect a broadcast from the Los Angeles Tribune would be reaching. And so whether it's a village in the Philippines, whether it's someone in Zambia, Africa, or whether it's New York City, we're proud and honored to offer these public services free of charge to help inspire, uplift, and educate the world. And David, I know we have a very special guest. We're very fortunate and lucky to have him join us. I want you to speak a little bit about our next guest while I step back. And I'm going to take notes because, listen, if we have the opportunity to pick the brain of Vince, I want to listen. I'm going to take notes. So please, David, the floor is yours.
Well, yeah, we pride ourselves on getting a great, lineup of experts. We have all kinds of different speakers and show hosts, but we also get the people behind the scenes. And, Vince, this is something he doesn't do. So, I don't know how many favors I had to call in or how much I'm going to have to pay for this later on in favors back. But, Vince is the guy that puts people on the TV screen. He's the guy that, creates the show and the media, and, he's the driving force behind New to the Street. You just saw that interview with Jane King, right? We're there, and Frank Song. Well, Vince's makes that all possible. He gets that out on Bloomberg and stuff on Fox Business, and he has billboards in Times Square. So he stays in the backdrop, but we've got him to come out, do an interview. Super smart guy. He's a part of a new book project we have coming out called Guerrilla Education, all about the unconventional ways to learn, profit, and grow. He has an amazing story. So I'm gonna bring up Vince here. Vince, how you doing? You never do this, I know. So you're playing with your camera, and we got two different shows. Look at this. I can put. Oh, there you go. Yeah. You got it. So I've got two different options as well. Now you might have two mics on, so we'll see if this creates an echo. Talk to me for a second. We'll see how you do.
Hello.
Yeah, you got maybe a little bit echo. We might have to turn off one of your devices there. So I've got him doing two different things, but I appreciate Vince doing this because this is something he normally doesn't do. Look at that. We've got Vince in two different cameras here.
All right, so let me close this down.
Yeah, I might just need to close one of them. There we go. All right, there you go. So can you hear us okay, Vince?
I can, David. Great. And Mo, thank you guys both for even inviting me on this. I don't do things like this, but I know the Los Angeles Tribune and David, all the great companies you've been bringing and inviting on the show, and even coming on yourself, and just the points you bring out when you talk to these companies is fabulous. I feel like you're born to do this. You're born to pull out even what they're not saying, the CEOs, and you put them in a great light. So, I really appreciate that. I feel like give back the favor.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. I don't know what I owe you for that, but dinner, whatever.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. So, Vince, you've got a really cool story. I mean, you're doing all this big media stuff and producing, behind the scenes, but you've got a very different story and very different path than, say, someone like Jane King. Jane King is a very formal journalist, true blue, CNN, NASDAQ. But you yourself, you started out in kind of like the ticket world. Tell everyone a little bit about your journey as an entrepreneur and the world you came from.
Sure. So I started out doing ticket business in high school in 1984 at St. Anthony's High School in Long Island. And I started waiting online for tickets. I would go to the local video stores and wait online. And each time you went online, you were able to buy 6 or 8 tickets, whatever the ticket limit was. And then I started in paying my friends to sleep out online. Long story short, and then running ads in local papers to sell the tickets. So that was how the ticket business was in 1984. That was prior to Ticketmaster Online. That was when every ticket was $20 or $15. So whether you had the first 10 rows or the upper levels, they were all $20. So there was a market there. People wanted to pay more for better seats. And I saw that as an opportunity. And I did it because I didn't know anybody else who was in the business. I try to find things and do things, one, to be a solution for companies, and one, to do something that nobody else I know is doing. So if I don't know anybody else doing it, it could be something for growth. So that's how I started. I built it up. Long story short, then Ticketmaster went online. We were able to just not buy New York tickets and wait online in New York. I was able to buy, like, say, the Rolling Stones went on sale. I was able to buy New York, LA, Chicago, Dallas, the whole country from New York, from Long Island. So we ended up building that business, merging it with another company, and then actually it was an exit, then a large exit to a pubco.
Yeah. So in between there, you're talking about Broadway. You were connected with restaurants. I mean, any type of events. You were taking large amounts of money, and you were predicting the hottest seats and the hottest places, and you were buying that at any given time. The inventory of tickets that you might have, the amount of tickets you might have on hand, or money that you might spend in a month. Are we talking thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? I mean,
at first it was, $500, and that was in 84, 85. And then it grew, by the end of the 80s, to sometimes 400, 500, 600,000 a month, just laying out for different shows. And then in the 90s.
Wait, so you're going from high school to like your early 20s, and you're spending $500,000, which was a lot of money back then. It's a lot of money now, but really a lot of money back then. You're laying out $500,000 just to buy tickets, hoping that somebody else buys these tickets from you.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it that way, it sounds like a lot of money. But if you're doing, like, say, the Rolling Stones, and it's like Steel Wheels 87, 88, they started getting smart and copying our model. So instead of the first 10 rows being $20, they would tier them, David. So the first 10 rows, the Stones would charge $200. They'd call them VIPs. The first levels, instead of being 20, they would be 100. The second levels would be 50. The third levels would be 20. So I had control of it. I figured out a program to pull these tickets, to be able to source them, pull them, see where the best seats were. So even if I only bought 100 tickets in the first 20 rows per venue for the big cities, I was at $500,000 quick. So yeah, that's how it started, and that's what we were doing.
Yeah. So when you did end up selling off the company, this was multiple 7-figure kind of deal. And, that ticket industry has really changed, and you started getting into other media. You're one of the more connected guys that I know in New York City, and that's saying something. So now you're doing everything from, working with shows on networks like Bloomberg, Newsmax, Fox, but you've also got billboards. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Sure. So we started seeing, after exiting the ticket business, I was investing private equity, my own money, in public companies, usually under the market, 10, 15, 20% under the market. And what I realized when investing in these companies under the market is, I picked the CEOs who had past experience. I picked companies that I felt were in the right industry, the right space. And even though they did what they said, their stocks were flat or down, and I didn't understand why. And because I was a check writer, I was able to go to the CEOs and go, look, I'll give you another 50, 100,000. But what are you doing? How are you growing your company? I see everything that you're doing. You said you were going to do, and you're doing it, but the stock's not reflecting it. Why is the stock down or flat? What are you doing? How are you getting out there? And they said, well, we have an IR or a PR agency. So I said, well, what are you paying them? 20, 30,000 a month. And I said, so you're paying them 30,000 a month, and you're paying it for best efforts. You might get an article written. You might get on a TV show. You might get an interview. This doesn't make sense to me that you're paying it and hoping. So I wanted to create something where it's a guarantee. So long story short, this is back in 2009. I flew Anna Berry, who's still with us today. She was a spokeswoman for American Express. I flew her to New York. I knew I was going to hire her, but I said it would be an audition. I flew a client that I lent money to from California to New York, and I rented a studio. I knew nothing about TV or media. I just said, I got to interview this company. I got to figure out a way to get it on TV. So I interviewed the company. It took us all day and night. We got robbed on the studio, I found out later. But the same guy who had the connection at the studio and filmed us said, Vince, I got a connection on Ion Television. And they like New to the Street. They like the brand. They like how it sounds. Do you want to put them on Ion? I said, sure, let's try it. I found out I paid too much for that as well, but we put it on Ion. Long story short, the stock tripled in the first month. It traded more volume in the first month than it did in like 6 months. And that's how New to the Street was born. That was 14 years ago.
Yeah.
A couple of years later, we got on Fox Business, which we're on every week. Then we got on Bloomberg as sponsored programming. We're on Bloomberg every other week on Saturdays at 6 p.m. and on Thursday evenings. And then about 2.5 years ago, we got on Newsmax, which were syndicated every Saturday at 3:30. So this gives guarantee to clients. David, it lets you, people like you who find these great clients, to say, hey, Vince, take a look at this. It makes sense. I could give them guaranteed TV time, not best efforts like most PR agencies. So I can help an agency like yours give a guarantee to your client. So each month they get on Fox, they get on Bloomberg, they get on Newsmax, they film at the market site, they film at the New York Stock Exchange. And that's something nobody else in the world offers.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
And we're able to take compensation in shares, equity for media, which never existed. And I'm lucky to be able to get to do this, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, we love having you on. No, it's brilliant. And one of the things that we're talking about here is the future of income, the future of investing. Yeah. And you've literally created that future. You went out and have reinvented the way people are doing business. And, there are people that want to do exactly what you're doing. They're trying to crack that code. And you were one of the very first people there. And we've really enjoyed working with you. Jim Poole of Newcom.
That was I learned so much from him. Yeah. And just the fact that he created these programs that you can keep increasing and keep making yourself better and keep, helping yourself. And the way that he lays it out, I mean, I know it was super successful on New to the Street. We can't wait to have him back.
Yeah. No, we're going to do that for sure. Why don't you demystify billboard space a little bit? And sometimes, I'm a big believer in make sense marketing. Sometimes we just have to explain things a little bit so it makes sense, because sometimes things just sound too good to be true. Like you talk about a billboard in New York Times Square and the opportunities to get things onto that, get your business on that. Again, it just sounds almost too good to be true, but maybe you can demystify and explain what you did when the world shut down and how you've leveraged things like that.
Sure. So during COVID, our business doubled during COVID, because I'll tell you why. We were able to, instead of bringing people, they couldn't fly into New York, and we just started interviewing blockchain companies, and most of them were in other countries. And they couldn't fly into New York because they were blocked. So we started using Zoom. And I thought the networks were going to be really against it and they weren't going to like the quality, but they didn't mind because they needed the content. So we were giving them more content than anyone else. And that's why we were fortunate enough to grow during that. But I wanted to add something else to it, something like New York, to help bring back New York. So I went to the different billboard companies and I identified the most iconic, which is what we have now. So we have a board called the Mosaic Board, and that's on 42nd Street and Broadway. And then we also have the NASDAQ entrance board, which they're doing construction at now. So they're enabling us to use the large NASDAQ board. And what I did is during COVID, I negotiated with the companies that own the boards, and it was dead. Like nobody was in Times Square. So I knew that was the best time to negotiate a package to help our clients get on billboards to market, and to complement their long form interviews. We were already doing short form commercials and running those.
Okay, but I gotta interrupt you here a little bit, because this is what I like to say. You've got some real testicular fortitude here. Like that was a pretty bold move. The whole world's shutting down. You don't know how long the world's going to shut down. You don't know what's going to happen in the world. And you go out there and you double down, triple down, and you invest in something when it is down, down, down. Like, were you even just at least a little nervous?
No, I was definitely nervous, but I knew at the same time that I was doing that, I knew I had clients interested in wanting something more. Their businesses were growing, like Secure.com. His business was growing, and he wanted something that could show him being proud, show his product. And I realized just because New York shut down, these iconic billboards, when they're filming the news at the Today Show, when they're filming CNBC, it's still going to get picked up. So there's still eyeballs on it. And I was able to create a great deal for the next 5 years with an option on specific rights to rotations on these boards. And the clients love it. So like they get another thing, David, they get a guarantee in their Schedule A, right? So they get the long form interview on Fox, Bloomberg, and Newsmax. They get billboard exposure, and then they get the commercials, 15 and 30-second commercials, all for one price for equity, for restricted shares. And that's why it works. And, that's why we really grew.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you're listening to this right now, what I hope you're picking up from Vince is not only are people paying for the services that they offer, but they are not just paying cash. And many times what Vince is doing is he's taking some additional stock or some kind of holding in the company. So these are companies that he believes in. These are companies he's learning about. And one way for him to invest isn't just money, but it's the asset of the visibility and the exposure. Let me jump to something else here, Vince. Me and Scott have been pitching you and Mo Rock of the Los Angeles Tribune about having Jane come together with us maybe once a month. What do you think about that? You think I'm putting you on the spot here a little bit, but you think that we'll be able to make a deal here, maybe doing a monthly broadcast?
Sure. So what we do, as long as I could wrap it new to the street, LA Tribune, Fagan, like something wrapped together, I know I can do it. And then I also know I can get network support for it.
Nice. You see me angling over here. I knew the best time to ask you was when we have tens of thousands of
I can never say I never said it then,
No.
One thing I got to tell you, and I don't know if this is good or bad, but one of the reasons why I took the shot is I said I knew New York City would be the first to come back.
Yeah.
But if I make a deal and I make rights for all these different things, if I can't fill that right at such a great price, that means the city shut down. If the city shut down and everybody's out of business, what does it matter anyway?
Yeah.
I mean, and I knew that wouldn't happen, but that was my hedge, is like, listen, this is America. We're going to come back strong. And if it doesn't and everything's down, we're in real big trouble, more trouble than me, owing for some boards and some media.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Some people might think of it like, oh, you're gambling, but you're really investing in the knowledge that you have, the experiences you have. And you have a lot of knowledge and experience in New York, in media, in the players, and, call it a bet, call it an investment, but you knew the odds were in your favor. So even when everybody else didn't see it, you did. And that kind of makes you the visionary that you are, Vince. And, we're tipping our hats to you now. You're looking like a genius right now.
Well, listen, it appears sometimes it's the companies that we get on the show. They're the geniuses. They're the ones who are putting all their money in, their family's blood, sweat, and tears into making their business work. I'm just giving them a forum to show it and to tell their story. And it's funny, before this conversation, I was nervous and on what I should talk about and how I should compare things. So I went on GPT and I queried how long is a usual interview for business CEOs on CNBC, MSNBC, and all of that. Yeah. And it gave me a breakdown. It couldn't give me an answer. And then I queried, how long is an interview on New to the Street TV? And it actually blew my mind and said it could be anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes, but it's repetitive. It's a monthly series, and it knew that. And I'm like, how does it know this? And that was part of my pitch when I first got started to public companies, is that we're not going to get you on one time a year. We're not going to get you on once every 2 years. You're not going to be on 2 minutes. Unless you're Facebook, unless you're Meta, unless you're Waste Management, you're not going to be called into CNBC. If you're a $500 million and less company, you're not going to be called in, but you could come on New to the Street and share your story month after month after month and change it and talk how you're progressing. And that's what works. Earned media does not work anymore unless it's repetitive and monthly. And I think that's where we have an edge.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we love the show. We love being a part of it. I wanted to have you share, one success story, because it's something that a lot of the viewers can relate to. we do have things beyond money that we can leverage, and our connections. We can leverage these connections, and endorsements can be very big. Celebrity endorsements can be very big. And you had an interesting story experience with Hempico, one of these companies that came to you. Just we're going to wrap it up with this, but and we're going to show another interview with Jane King here in a second. But maybe share that Hempico story of them coming to you, kind of how you guys struck a deal, how you sort of invested with exposure, and kind of lay that out. It's kind of a cool success story.
So Sandro, who's the CEO of Hempico, his company, their goal, their theme is to go after the tobacco industry with hemp. And it's brilliant for a number of reasons. The one reason it's brilliant has nothing to do with cannabis. And they passed a Farm Act a few years ago. And that interests me because they basically could sell these hemp cigarettes that have no nicotine in them. I believe much better for you than tobacco, certainly. And they're able to market them everywhere. And he comes from a food background, super successful exit in the food industry. So he's definitely somebody who could make it happen and who's done it before. So I always look at that first. Before I put a company on TV, I want to make sure if I'm going to take equity in the deal, it's got to be somebody that has a history or somebody that I really love the business model. And I loved going against the tobacco industry. It's a $1 trillion industry. And here's a guy who's done it before in the food industry, who's willing to go all in. And I didn't see anything else like it. And then I looked into it further. He was the first company to go on NASDAQ to ring the bell in the hemp industry, the first hemp product company to go on NASDAQ. So that really interests me. And I like to do things the first. I like to be the first at certain things like tickets. And then I went into domains, and then I went into media. And I felt like this product and this company is something real different. So the way we structured the deal, we did it mostly for equity. We structured a multi-year deal, and he's going to be on TV pretty much every couple of weeks. And he's also had the angle of bringing in stars, actors, musicians, and he brought in Snoop Dogg. And I didn't know if the deal was going to go through. He was working it hard, but I knew somebody like Sandro, if anybody could do it, it would be him. And he ended up pulling it off. So now they're co-branding with Snoop Dogg, and it's really exciting. And we hope to have him on New to the Street sometime in June. The date's not picked yet or approved, but we're working on that.
Yeah, that's great. I think you got in at about 75 cents a share, and now it's.
Oh yeah, it went to like $4 after the announcement with Snoop. And they raised a bunch of money. I think they raised over $7 million recently. But we're looking at the long game here. We feel with market penetration and what they're going after, we feel it could be a $15 or $20 number over the next few years. One of the things also that I'm really interested in that we got involved with is we did a JV deal, a joint venture with vending machines. So Sandro was smart enough to take the company's stock, and make a deal to buy vending machines, the rights to them. He has over 600 vending machines that were the old red box machines at Blockbuster. And he's able to put about 180 products in there, anything that can fit into a video cassette size product. And he's going to be offering his products that he makes at Hempico in the machines. But these aren't like traditional vending machines. These machines check ID. These machines have video screens on them. So it almost creates its own outdoor network out of home, which is why I'm involved, which is why I want to get involved. So we have 600 of these machines now, and we're going to go out there promoting these businesses, selling them in units of 10. And we're going to finance these machines. So it's so much going on.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great. For all of you guys listening at home, this has been Vince Caruso. One of his successful projects and businesses, the show New to the Street with host Jane King. You heard from her yesterday. We're playing clips and interviews, throughout this event. As you can see, Vince is a business person first, right? You can do whatever you want. I don't care if you're a dentist, an attorney, Are you a dentist who just happens to be running a business, or are you a business person who's chosen dentistry as the way you're going to make money? You know, are you an attorney who's trying to run a business, or are you a business person first who chose law, you know, as how you want to practice? I love that Vince is always a business person first in everything that he does. And so you're getting a side of things that you normally don't see. You see some people show up and they're like, I'm a cameraman. That's all I do. I'm a photographer. I'm a host. That's all I do. In this day and age, you know, you can't do that, you know, if you want to be super successful, or at least if you want to play the odds. The odds are you have a much greater chance of being wildly successful when you look at everything as a business opportunity. And Vince, thank you for coming on. I don't know how much time you have left, but I know Isabel wanted to say hi as well.
Hi, Vince.
Hi, Isabel. How are you?
I am fabulous. Thank you.
Great seeing you. Love to have you on the show again real soon.
I look forward to it.
Yeah.
And I know we're gonna play some clips of Jane King, and thank you, Vince, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us.
Thank you, David.
I think you know, you really allowed folks to have an insight into modern day media, and I believe that media, the industry of media, especially in the future, is going to be in the hands of mavericks such as yourself, forward-thinking individuals. Folks that know how to navigate the changes and adaptations of the modern world. So it's a pleasure and privilege to have you here. I'm excited about what's next. David, I think we're ready for a couple clips here of Jane King, television icon, who's gonna be. I don't know exactly which clip it is, but I think the producers are going to play something
that Vince was talking about with Jim Poole and Newcom, somebody else who's a regular here. So here's
we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back with Jane's clip.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Newcom is using neuroscience research and patented technology to help us reduce stress and sleep better as well. And who couldn't use that? So the company has recently launched a more affordable and easier to use consumer subscription. With me is David Fagan, a publicist and also publisher with Top Talent Agency, and Jim Poole, who is the president and CEO of Newcom. So I'm looking forward to talking about this. I was just telling you, I'm always trying to reduce my stress levels. So you've got this patented neuroscience technology. What is the science behind it? Tell me what it's all about.
The science is designed to basically manage and regulate your human brainwave function. So today you wake up and you're a little tired, you have some coffee, all it does is increase your brainwave. Stress is a faster frequency. So Dr. Holloway, the quantum physicist, spent 20 plus years inventing a way to use neuroacoustic software, physics and mathematics, underneath music, put on headphones, and it paces your brain slower into what's called alpha and theta. So it's in the sleep architecture, but it's not deep sleep. So you levitate in theta, and when your brain is oscillating at a certain frequency, your body is healing, your cells are restoring. So we're using really advanced physics that you can't hear. You hear music, but all we're doing is slowing down your brainwave and allowing you to downregulate your stress with limited effort. All you have to do is give us time.
Okay. And headsets, right?
And headsets.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So you guys have been through quite a change. You've restructured things quite a bit, had a lot of professional athletes, had a lot of celebrities. It was not easy and somewhat exclusive to have access to your technology, but you've gone through a change. Tell us about that.
Newcom launched in 2009 as a highly regulated FDA Class 3 medical device for $6,000. So yeah, it was exclusive. We worked in the medical community for years, but then people started going to doctors, having surgical procedures using Nucalm instead of general anesthesia and saying, hey, what was that? So in 2015, we started seeing a shift. 6 years we spent trying to figure out how to transition from a class 3 complicated medical device to a consumer product. So in the last year, things have changed incredibly. For example, we used to have about 9,000 customers, military, doctors, celebrities, pilots using our product for 10 years. In the last 13 months, we have 91,000 customers because we lowered the barrier to entry, we lowered the price by 99%, but more importantly, we made it easy.
Yeah.
If something's difficult, it's really difficult to make it a habit.
Yeah.
So the challenge for us was always simplify, 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 make it more affordable. And a lot of patience, a lot of hard work, and we did it.
So you have a diverse group of customers. So explain like how diverse they are. What are all their different uses and needs?
Some of the best work we do is with stage 4 cancer. So you're diagnosed with a terminal illness. Maybe it's not terminal. But when you're diagnosed, you're so consumed with fear and stress, it's accelerating the depreciation of you. We're not curing cancer with Nucalm, but we're allowing the body to relax, restore, and get good quality of sleep, which allows the body's resilience to improve, lowers your inflammation, improves your immune health. That's amazing. Professional athletes, we've been working with 54 professional athletic teams since 2011. They are not monks, but they are highly stressed. They are using their body and their mind to perform at a very high level. So every day they're using this in the morning to restore their circadian rhythm, but they're also using it after they perform to reduce inflammation and allow them to recover. So we call it expedited recovery without drugs. Same holds true in the military. We've been working with Department of Defense across the Department of Defense, from Border Patrol to the FBI to Special Forces for 13 years. Same thing. Highly stressed environment, have a target to do, your life is at risk, you have to make split-second decisions, and stress will get in the way. We help modulate that. So there's a lot of power to it, but what I've learned is of 8 billion people on this earth, not one human I've met in 14 years is managing stress well. And the key here is this. The external stress is different. You live here in New York, there's a lot of external stress. But the physiology of your stress response is identical to yours and identical to mine. The physiology is the same. The external stressor is different. So we're all in this together. And this technology doesn't manage your stress. It resolves your stress right at the midbrain. This is a really important technology at the most poignant time. As we know this, we're kind of falling apart. And we were kind of falling apart before COVID, which accelerated this feeling of uncertainty, anxiety, fear. And we have a technology that resolves it.
Yeah. So what is the future then for the company? I mean, will the product be available? How can somebody find it? How can they get access to it?
So for 12 years, we were a single product entity, Nucalm, designed to restore, recover, improve your sleep quality without drugs. 9 years ago, we began research on deep sleep. 8 years ago on Ignite. And 7 years ago on Focus. So in July, we launched our 4th product. We've quadrupled our product portfolio in 13 months. What we now have in the palm of your hand through an app is the opportunity for you to upregulate or downregulate, like a dial, your brainwave function. If you want a deep sleep, you put deep sleep on in your bedroom, it brings you down to 0.5 hertz, puts you to sleep. You want to restore, recover from jet lag, or you're just having a tough day, Nucalm. You want to focus and do well at work, 15 to 20 hertz, headphones, work, and then Ignite is for accelerated activity. So we've built all of this so that you don't have to go get a Monster energy drink or an espresso at 4 o'clock. You just put headphones on and it drives your brainwave. So it's amazing to me what Dr. Holloway invented, and it took us 32 years to get here.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds very interesting.
And there's a lot of big events that you guys are getting out to, too. I mean, Grammys, ESPY Awards. So what are some of the other ones you're coming
Toronto Film Festival, the NFL Hall of Fame, the Super Bowl, the U.S. Open, the Golden Globes. Everybody has stress.
Yeah.
And everybody wants a solution, especially that's not drug related.
Wow.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Well, thank you so much, Jim and David, and for explaining Nucalm.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yep.
All right, we're back. Krista, I know you had the chance to also interview Jim Poole, like Jane King. I mean, I think you even did it first. You beat Jane King to the story, Krista. I think that was a feature of even one of the Los Angeles Tribune magazines. Actually, I know it was. So I know that you were very impressed with Newcom as well, and it is connected to the future of a lot of things, right? More sleep, more productivity, more energy, being able to be more productive, more focused. But why don't you share your experience?
Yeah, so I am a big Newcom user. It's how I get through some of these long days and these events is I Newcom in the middle of the day and get through it. And something that I really appreciate about Newcom is Jim. He is such a heart-centered leader. He cares so much about service. And it was really lovely to interview him and all of the different tracks that they're playing with, their partnership with Jim Quick, those have been incredibly profound. So I use it for deep sleep. I use it for productivity. I use it in all sorts of facets of my life. And the thing that I love the most is with the travel that I've been doing, it's been really supporting me with jet lag. I don't get jet lag when I travel, so I'm able to really ground in. And a key distinction that he shared with that as well is that the body is really intelligent. It has this innate ability to heal itself. And so when you go into theta state, which is what this technology is supporting with, the body can naturally regulate its stress response, especially with that disc that you put on your wrist, which is the patented technology. So it is an incredible device and technology. I think it is the future of stress management. And I would encourage everyone to go check them out because they have a lot of different things that they're doing, not just with Newcom, but the people that they're partnering with and what else is possible. So it was incredibly an honor to interview Jim, to learn about the technology. And I'm an avid user and I don't recommend things a lot. And this is something that I use every single day.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Isabel, I know that you got interviewed by Jane King in the NASDAQ studio there in New York City. It was on publishing. Why don't you share a little bit about that experience? Maybe a couple of the questions or, why you were on there and what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, I had a wonderful experience talking with Jane King. I think the segment was about 5-6 minutes long. But in that time, so much information was asked about what it is that I'm doing, which is being the owner and founder of Top Talent Agency, where we focus on publishing, publicity, and show production, and how we're kind of revolutionizing the field of publishing, where it's no longer just only having the options of a traditional or self-publishing, but going more on the avenue of a boutique publisher, which is what I do at Top Talent Publishing. She was absolutely amazing and phenomenal. She was so nice when we got there. Just made me feel really comfortable. I was a little bit nervous, believe it or not. I do get nervous sometimes, but she did a great job of just, setting up the pace, what it was going to look like, and before I knew it, the segment was over. But talking to her, talking about what I'm doing and how we are making an impact and getting people's stories out there and sharing them and changing lives is something that I'm always extremely passionate about. And I love hearing people who are doing the same thing with their stories.
Absolutely incredible. And folks in the virtual auditorium are welcoming back Carissa and Isabel. And I know up next we have a very special guest that is going to be speaking about all things money. Who'll be joining us in a few minutes. But before we go to Loretta, I know that we have a very special guest from USA Today that's with us as well. And so let's take a quick break. We'll come back in about 1 minute and we'll talk about our next guest right here on Money Forum Live.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And, before I step back, I just want to say, David, how exciting it's been to watch some folks that are connected to very large media organizations like Fox and Bloomberg and NASDAQ TV and Newsmax, and now USA Today, a part of this broadcast. And I'm going to step back because I know that our next guest from USA Today, somebody you know very well. I had the pleasure and privilege of actually speaking with him in Vegas on a panel. I have a lot of respect for this gentleman. He has a lot of great insights as far as the world of media goes. And so a lot of folks watching this right now need to understand that in the day and age that we live in, your personal brand and media is very much in correlation to your ability to generate revenue. And so I'm going to have Carissa, Isabel, David pick the brain of this wonderful man's mind while I do what I do best, which is sit back and take notes. David Fagan.
Well, thank you. Yeah, just to give us a little bit of context, and we'll definitely bring Donnie up here as well. But just to give this some context, things are changing, and they're changing all the time, and we know that. But how are they changing? What is the future of income? What's the future of business? What's the future of investing? For businesses, we do not want to be the world's best kept secret. So how do we get that message out there? How do we get that story, out there? And, we just had Vince up, a producer of a show that films in NASDAQ, airs on Bloomberg and Newsmax, and shows on Fox Business. Obviously, the Los Angeles Tribune has its own media claim to fame, been around since 1886. Now here we got USA Today, kind of the flagship and most well-known paper and publication for Gannett Media. Some of you may not know this or know the Gannett name, but Gannett's very big, and USA Today is just one of the publications that it's owned, although it is probably the one that is best known. And Donnie, a representative from USA Today, somebody that is kind of my contact over there, is joining us now. Donnie, thanks for coming on. Thanks for being a guest here today. We've got people from all over the world, everything from Kenya to the Philippines, London to Canada, and a few places in between. And we wanted to pick your brain a little bit. You ready for this?
I think so. I think I am. I'm glad to be on. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
How many languages do you speak now? I'm hoping for 5 or 6. What do you
all I speak is English, Spanglish, and baby language now, because I've got a couple different babies. So gagas, things like that. Yeah. But I'm working on getting to 4 or 5.
Okay, sounds good. Well, Spanglish we'll have to do then. We'll see if we need any of that a little bit later on. But USA Today, there is a certain amount of editorial journalist content, but the whole industry is changing. Everyone listening, listen to this. The whole world is changing, and I kind of want to set this up with kind of the term content wars. Okay, it used to be that on a TV network, a show had 30 minutes, a show had 60 minutes. So you had to make a decision at what was going to be aired on that show. Your newspaper was 40 pages long or 26 pages long. You had to make decisions at what was going to be on the front page, what was going to be in the middle. Some stories just didn't make it. Now that there is so much online journalism, online storytelling, online news media, there isn't really this idea that it can't fit, right? They all want as much as they possibly can. It's good for SEO, search engine optimization. It's good for human interest. What do people want to know about? But now, not all stories are good. Good is no longer good enough, right? So people are still looking for good content. News media outlets are still looking for good content, good expertise. It's just done a little differently. So Donnie, you work in different aspects of the done it a little differently departments. Maybe you can explain a little bit, like, what is USA Today looking for nowadays? What are the different stories you guys are taking? What are you doing differently with those stories online nowadays? How you're sharing them, how we're advertising them? I know we've kind of joint ventured on some people and some projects and some stories that have been written and then advertised. Why don't you explain some of those changes?
For sure. So definitely a lot to talk about. Again, thank you for having me on. I bigger picture wise, kind of taking a step back, I represent the USA Today network, which is owned by Gannett Media. Of course, the flagship brand is USA Today. But a lot of people don't know that we also own golfweek.com, the largest media publication there, which we'll get to answering your question in the golf space. And then MMA Junkie, the largest digital media publication in that world, which is a pretty niche world. And then a ton of other local publications, about 260 across the country. And so, to kind of answer your question, David, I think this is really a neat time where, the media space is really merging with marketing, right? It's one thing to have an article written about you, meeting certain editorial guidelines, which every media company has. But it's another for consumers to actually know about you and to see it, right? And the promotion behind it. So I think this is an opportunity where kind of the media landscape of content, which is extremely saturated, obviously is blending with the marketing side of things. And that's where some of the cool products and features that we certainly offer, like branded content, really has come into play. I don't know if, David, if I'm allowed to share my screen here or if there's an opportunity to do that, or.
Yeah, we're not going to do that right now, but okay. Yeah, thank you for asking. I know that you have some different visuals and things, but building off of that, why don't you explain some of the ways that articles are being written and advertised? For example, we're doing things with you, I know, and sharing things through Facebook, and then it's being tracked. And here's the reason why I want to point this out, Donnie, and you can expand on this, is when someone reads a newspaper, I don't know. I don't know if they read my story. I don't know if they just picked up that newspaper and just saw the cover story. I have no ideas. Even numbers for newspapers, they'll take a household. They'll say, okay, there's 4 people in a household. And so we're in this many households. And now we're, multiplying at time. Anyways, the numbers get really trumped up, right? So I really don't know. But nowadays with the websites and the media, there's just a lot more tracking that goes on. So maybe tell us how USA Today is tracking the stories so that they can give those of us that are writing stories or being featured in USA Today, how we kind of better know, how much exposure we're really getting.
Totally. Yeah. So I mentioned this earlier, one of the cool things that we do is our branded content articles. And one of the things that we do is this is where a brand, either a personal brand or a company brand. We do this for Fortune 500 companies to middle growth companies to small businesses that really are about getting their name out there. We'll write an article about, or have an agency like yourself, write that article and essentially promote it to our network, right? And so, and then what we'll do is we'll actually run ads to the actual article, and we track things like impression share. Obviously, we actually reach through USA Today. We reach about 1 in 2 adults across the country, so we have pretty in-depth audience targeting capabilities, right? So if we wanted to, like, let's say somebody was doing a book launch and they wanted to launch their book out in the Los Angeles metropolitan area, then in New York, then in Idaho, we're able to target and have these articles actually be seen on USA Today in those specific areas. We track things like click-through rate, and then eventually engagement, right? How long has somebody actually been seen through scrolling through the article? How much time that they've been seen actually doing that, unique reads, the average active time that they're spending doing that over a certain amount of time. The other cool thing is we'll actually promote it to our Facebook social handle, right? So we have over about, I think, almost 10 million followers. So we'll actually post it on our Facebook handle, and then we'll track the level of clicks, engagement, unique impressions, average read time, organic impressions that have been been able to been demonstrated through that. So there's several different things that we track in order to basically identify the level of engagement.
Yeah. Yeah. That's great. That's great. And again, this is the future, right? This is the future, you guys, making money. What do you want to invest in? How do you investing in your marketing? You're investing in your advertisement. How do you know what really works, right? You got to track it to crack it. And one of the things that a lot of these media companies are doing now, which is something we've kind of spotlighted here a little bit this morning, is they're giving you tools. They're giving you the technology to look at what's getting clicked on, what's getting viewed, the average time being spent on that article, average read time, the kind of exposure you're getting. And, when you can track it back, you kind of know what's working. Well, guess what? If you know what's working, now you can do more of it. You can also do less of what's not working, right? So the old days of just spending a bunch of money and maybe business goes up, maybe business goes down, we don't really know. Well, you're kind of stuck. So you just kind of keep throwing money out there. The way things are nowadays, you can really track the individual campaigns. You can track the different partnerships you have with the Los Angeles Tribune or USA Today or, NASDAQ, Bloomberg. And then, as things work, you can kind of decide, where do you want to spend your time, money, and resources. Donnie, we're keeping it moving. I could go all day with you. I want to give you the last word, and maybe Mo or the girls have a question here for you as well. But I'm feeling pressure. We've got producers talking in the air. So Mo, I'll let you take it away. I'm not sure.
Well, first of all, David, I just wanted to come on here to say hi to Donnie. Such a pleasure to see you again, sir. And I've been looking at the virtual auditorium. And David, you and I, we've now probably been on the air over 10 hours together. And nobody has left a comment like this for us. Hi, Isabel and Krista. Both of you are so cute. I have to say, can someone give David and I a little bit of love, for God's sake? I mean, what's going on? I mean,
I appreciate the cute comment, but the one I really love was that we have strong personalities. I love that. Let's celebrate strong
Well, I
women.
have to say, your personalities glow without even saying anything. I have to say, in this segment, the fact that you got that comment, but no, Donnie, obviously the work that you do and USA Today being a legacy brand, it's just an honor to have someone with USA Today here on this platform and aligned with us through Top Talent Agency. Top Talent Agency has facilitated so many incredible relationships. And I think one of the geniuses of David Fagan and the team at Top Talent is understanding relationship equity. And we obviously live in a day and age of which in recent years, the relationship that constituencies have had with media has been in turmoil. And I think that it's up to us to help redefine the role of media in society. There was once a time in American society where people saw media as a fiduciary responsibility and role for the well-being of society and man. And we want to go back to that. And programs like this that are done as a public service are our way of showing that media can be much more than just a turmoil relationship, but media can actually make a positive, active, real impact in society, not just in the United States, but actually around the world. As earlier we were showing some photos of people that are watching this in villages, where traditionally you don't think of a United States legacy brand being able to reach parts of Africa, parts of the Philippines. And these are photos we did not solicit. These are real young, aspiring entrepreneurs in different countries, in different parts of the world that are tuning in, that are watching, that are learning, that are growing. And this is now the role that media can play in people's lives. And so it's a pleasure and privilege to stand alongside Donnie, to stand alongside USA Today, and make the world a better place. And so was that a satisfactory speech I gave, David?
Yeah, we've got a lot of connections here. For all of you guys watching at home, you're meeting a lot of great people, and not all of them you're going to be able to reach directly, but you can reach them through us. Through me, through Isabel, through Carissa, through Mo, through some of the other powers that be here. So yesterday, I know we had 22,000 plus views. A lot of people reaching out to us, emails. we will respond one way, shape, or another. We have
Yes.
4 days of events going on. This is just day 2. So thank you for your patience, but we will give you ways to connect with these experts.
Absolutely. And I want to point out Sarah Adams in Morocco said, Mo, David, and Don, you are pretty. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. That's all I was looking for.
Moroccans.
Can someone also acknowledge our physical presence too? So with that being said, we're going to take a quick 1-minute break. We're going to come back with our next panel right here on Money Forum Live.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And welcome back. And David, I know we have a few folks in the green room. And so I believe we're going to bring them on here. Everyone will have a chance to be able to share their individual story. Then we're going to have a group dialogue and kind of have everyone be able to contribute what they're contributing. But is there anyone specifically, David, that we should pull up first that you see in the green room so we can let the producers know these are live programs? Is there anyone you'd like to pull up first, David Fagan?
Yeah, we're gonna pull up Aaron first. He's the lone man in the group, so we want to give him a little extra confidence, a little extra love. We've got some superpower women coming on here with big personalities. Loretta, Anissa, Deborah. Aaron can hold his own, but he's more of the analytical type. Aaron, you're more of a spreadsheet guy. Is that fair to say? You're crunching the numbers over there?
I don't know if you can see my desk or not, but yeah, you can see by the looks at everything on my desk that's accurate enough.
Yeah, so he's a reader. He's definitely spent his time as a speaker on stage. He's been involved in several different companies. He's a best-selling author. He's even been involved in some projects that we've done together. We go back a long ways to probably about 2008, but he's a leader and decision maker at Directed IRA, which among other things, helps a lot of people with their self-directed, IRAs. So as you know, or you may not know if you're listening, that, there's a lot of people out there that have money in their 401k and they want to take control of that. And how they do that is they put that into a self-directed IRA. Hopefully I'm not stealing your thunder here, Aaron, just kind of setting this up for you. And Aaron and their company, they basically help people with those funds so that they can invest them in other places. So Aaron, why don't you just tell us real quick, kind of the ideal client, not that you're trying to attract, you have quite a few of them, but tell us how many clients and tell us kind of, the average 401k that's being rolled over, and tell us a little bit about the life of somebody with these self-directed IRAs and how they're investing their money.
Sure. So, well, thanks for having me on. Is my audio good? Can you hear me good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You sound great.
So, let's see where to start. I guess like the whole reason why we even exist as a company in the self-directed IRA space is we're what's considered a passive custodian. So we don't give investment advice. We don't offer investment advice. But we do process investments on behalf of clients. So traditionally, people that are like saving for retirement or that have an employer 401k. So let's just use like Honeywell as an example. They're a big employer here in Phoenix, Arizona, which is where we're based out of. You're working for a company, you receive a W-2 paycheck, and you're, investing into your retirement account via the company's 401k. What happens is typically it's in the traditional market. So stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and you have like usually a plan administrator, which would be considered like a Vanguard, a Fidelity, a Schwab, or TD Ameritrade. And you have a bunch of index funds, mutual funds that you can invest in. And that's it, which is cool. But for those people that are looking to kind of get above average returns, kind of take control of their retirement, have more choices and options with their retirement account, they would look to a passive custodian like our company, Directed IRA, because they want to invest in what's called alternative assets or alternative investments. And really what those comprise of is real estate, in all aspects of real estate. So multifamily, single family, rentals, Airbnbs, vacation homes. You can do private lending. You can invest in companies pre-IPO or startups or other people's small businesses. Like I think, people's retirement accounts I know have invested in various businesses with you, David. And so that's why we exist. So our typical person, what happens is you leave, let's say you left Honeywell, and now you're going to go work for, let's say, Boeing, as an example. Yeah. When you leave that company, you now have access to those retirement dollars, and you can do what's called a rollover into an IRA, which stands for an individual retirement arrangement. A lot of people think it's an account, but the IRS, it's an individual retirement arrangement. So you can move those 401k dollars into a self-directed IRA account. And now you could go buy a piece of real estate in your backyard as a rental property. Yeah. And it's all tax advantaged. So same thing in your 401k with your employer. Now you have IRA.
Yeah. So this is really a big deal. And I just kind of want to quantify it for the audience. Some people are going to be really into this. Some people are kind of scratching their heads, I'm sure. But I want to kind of quantify this. Your company in the last couple of years, how much has it grown? How many new accounts have come in where people have said, "Hey, we're gonna turn our 401k over to you so that we can start to manage our investments"? Give us terms of accounts and dollars over, maybe the last couple of years, maybe the last decade, but quantify this for us.
So our average account holder has over $100,000 in a retirement account. As far as our company, we've been in business a little over 4 years. This fall, we'll hit our 5-year anniversary. We have, over 10,000 clients that are, that have retirement accounts, and we have a little over 1.3 billion under custody. And so what that means again is those, 10,000, it's 12,000 plus clients, times $100,000 on average, that's 1.2 billion. And so we typically, we add hundreds of accounts on a monthly basis. And we get those accounts through referrals, through working with affiliates, through working with financial advisors and registered investment advisors. But here's like really our secret sauce. And I'll just tell everybody, it's just, we're great at creating content. So if you're looking to, type in in Google or, whatever search engine you're using, how to invest my retirement in real estate or in a private company or a small business, we're typically always on the first page for that. And so how did we get there? Well, we're always writing new articles. We're putting out 1 to 2 new podcasts or webinars every week. And we've done it since we started the company. And then prior to that, our founder of the company is a tax attorney by trade. And his podcast has been around for over 10 years and millions of downloads. It's called Main Street Business. And so, that's our growth. That's where we're at.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining the conversation. We're going to introduce some of the other guests, and for as much as people can hang around, we'll create a little bit of a panel conversation. We're attacking this from a lot of different angles, and this is just one of the angles. But we appreciated you guys supporting the event. You guys are also in Arizona. I know Anissa's in Arizona. So there's definitely some similarities here, but I hope everybody heard something that he said. We're creating a lot of content, right? Money Forum Live. We're talking about the future of income and investing. How are people separating themselves from other people? You're going to notice kind of a theme with some of our guests, right? They have podcasts, they have shows, they're authors, right? They're creating content, and creating content is really a big part of the future here.
David, I guess I'll be on in about an hour and 20 minutes, so I'll hop back on a little later then.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. You can hang out or hop back on, whatever works best for you. We'll see
All
you
right.
as you go.
See you on a bit.
I'm going to bring up here also, let me see. I got to do. This is good stuff here. There's Anissa. Yeah. And I'm gonna do this as well here. I'm gonna bring you guys. Anissa, here we go. Are you ready for this? I got this out. I'm gonna introduce Deborah and Loretta. Here we go, Anissa. Look at what I got.
Yay! Isabel, where's yours?
Oh,
In
look
the
at
closet.
this. I'm a part of the Anissa
Well,
team.
listen, today's the day to come out of the closet.
Got my own name on the shirt here. All right, so I'm. This doesn't mean I'm not on your team, Deborah, and your team as well, Loretta. I'm on your team too, but I didn't get a shirt from you guys. I only got a shirt from Anissa. So
David, with the light adjusting, it looks like you have a neck tattoo.
Oh my God!
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's
all
how
I'm saying is it looks good.
Wow.
So let me go around the horn here, and we're gonna have plenty of time. But I know that the audience, they love seeing the banter and the conversation stuff, and we got these powerhouse women on here. So Anissa, I've known her for years now. We kind of encouraged her and pulled her out of retirement. She owned an Allstate franchise for quite a few years, sold it off, 7-figure deal, owns commercial real estate, other types of real estate. Again, entrepreneur, business owner, multiple businesses. She's probably forgotten about more businesses she started than most people have ever started. Okay, so she does a little bit of everything. We're working on her book. She has a podcast called Game Changer Podcast.
Game changing podcast.
Great game changing podcast.
Game changing.
The Game Changing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure we type that out too. Yeah, and that's good to know because there's other people that have kind of a similar titled show there. But she doesn't interview just anybody. She does have probably a little bit higher criteria than most, but if you can get on her show, it is a wildly successful show. She's a great host. So we're going to be getting her into the conversation. We've got Loretta Wetzel here, another client friend, working on a book with her as well, her and her husband. Same kind of deal, content creator, regular speaker, motivational, inspirational. She's based in Chicago. Her and her husband are writing a book on relationships as well, which, I think we all know that money has a big part, a big role to play in relationships. But she really makes a lot of her money, her and her husband, in the world of real estate investments. They have an accounting firm. I'm going to move over here to Deborah Morrison. Just met Deborah on the Marketers Cruise that we just did. She's been around for a long time, knows a lot of our friends. Danella, Mike Filsain, Mo was very impressed with her. She's also done quite a bit of interviews and speaking, done some stuff with, CNN before, and kind of even has that title of CFP, another author. So this is like powerhouse women. Isabel, what are we going to do with all these experts here?
Woohoo! We're going to ride this out and see where we go.
Maybe you are one lucky man.
Yeah. Yes, you are.
I know.
Anissa, I tell them that every day.
This is good. This is good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to take all this. I might have to hop off and just let you guys talk. But I never do this, and I don't recommend doing this as a host. Don't do what I'm about to do. You should never give people options. Okay, so this is like, once you learn the rules and you're really good, you can start to break them. I'm about to break the rules here. I'm going to ask you wildly successful individuals who just happen to be women, would you rather each one of you get the chance to answer the same question, or would you like to be asked different questions? Because sometimes I ask a question and people are like, well, I want to weigh in on that as well. Would you guys all like the same question or different questions? Whatever it is, you got to stick with it. That's the only rule. What do you think, Loretta? Same questions or different questions?
I am flexible.
All right. Anissa,
it depends on serving the needs of the population and the needs of the host. So I roll with it all.
Okay. Anissa, what do you think?
Different allows you to showcase our talent, and you know us best, and you're doing the interviewing. If it's a standard statement, it doesn't showcase and allow us to serve as many.
Okay. Okay. So what do you think, Deborah?
I'm going to second Anika.
Okay, here we go. Separate questions it is then. So we'll kind of spotlight you guys and bring you guys up and get into some of these things. So I'm gonna spotlight Anissa here first. Anissa, you've got a little bit different of a brand. You don't say financial, you say financial with a U, FUN. And that's kind of a part of your brand. You got the purple hair there. You're full of life. I don't know. What are you, about 4'11"? But you're the strongest woman I know. Bodybuilder. I mean, whatever you want to accomplish, it seems like you set out to accomplish. So tell us about your style and your approach to money that might be a little bit different than other people's, and why you go about it that way.
My style to money, you already said it, David, is all has to do with fun. And the only way typically to have fun is to have your mindset and your money set match, or it's called a shit show, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have it in alignment, it doesn't work. So we call it financial planning. The more fun we have, the more money we make together. And that's because when you make money by being yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yourself creates everything. And
Yeah.
if you're having fun, that means you're making money. If you're not, you're draining your bank account.
Okay. I want you to talk about your wealth checkup. I know you're not the only one to do this. You're a big believer in this. Why don't you expand on that real quickly? And then I'm going to have Isabel ask the next question.
Perfect. So I'm confident when we play at the top of our game, we tend to have a healthcare checkup. Everybody in the NFL, they know what their health is because they're at the top of their game. I can't name the last time many people have even had a wealth care checkup. We tend to have all of our money in different avenues, call it mortgages, estate planning, real estate, retirement, insurance, taxes, crypto, 401ks, IRAs, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of prescriptions out there for us to be wealthy. What we don't ever do is see our starting point. Hence, that's our wealth care checkup. Where's our starting point? We all got a financial independence number, a FIN score. And then what prescription do we write to get you there?
Yeah. 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 And that's important. I mean, there's that expression that, well, now my mind went blank. It's the prescription without, or diagnosis without, help me out, guys. What is it? Diagnosis without, it'll come.
Causation?
Oh, I know what you're saying, though. Everybody's prescribed. Most people are sharing with you what's been working for them, but it may not be great for you.
Yeah.
Right? You can't plant everything in the desert and it grow here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And if you want your money to grow, first you got to make sure your mindset's right and then plant it where it works for you, not where it works for me. And that takes a wealth doctor figuring out where you are and then guiding you and directing you to all the specialists out there with your money.
Yeah.
Right? All those specialists.
Someone typed in wealth care. I like that. All right, Isabel, you got a question for Deborah.
Yes, Deborah, I wanted to know what is your current style and or maybe what it used to be and how it's evolved into, but what is your approach to investments, and especially when it comes to working with women on their investments?
Well, thanks so much, Isabel. It is a joy to be serving as a financial life coach for mature women now, having served as a practicing certified financial planner and asset manager for 42 years. It was child labor. And now I've morphed into really devoting my time and energies to mature women because they've been so horribly socialized. Like, don't worry your little head over that, Betty. Bob will handle that. Great, as long as Bob doesn't die prematurely or come home and trade you in for 230s one day. So that being the case, and women's skittishness, if you will, about money has called me into this service. And I am completely passionate about up-leveling women's confidence to that which has been said earlier. I also want to have us expand our definition of wealth. And this works well with women. We get it. Like, a lot of people ruin their health the first half of their life to get this.
Yeah.
And then the second half of their life, they spend this to kind of try to regain the health that they otherwise compromised or killed off.
Yeah.
If that's possible. And so I want us to be real clear on money as a tool. You see, money doesn't buy happiness, else there'd be no rich people divorced. Yet what we want to do is be as smart as we can as investors, regardless of gender, and especially women investors, so that we can fund our longevity, because it's a matter of fact, women. It is.
Yeah, no, it's good. Well said. By the way, the saying I was trying to get, and a few people attempted the thing, is prescription without diagnosis is malpractice. Prescription without diagnosis is malpractice. So all of you guys are kind of talking about this. There's a lot of advice that's floating around, and people are prescribing that advice to themselves without being diagnosed. And we'll kind of use that as a little bit of a transition to you, Loretta. You have a love and affinity for couples, marriages. You're writing a book about that. You'd like to see a lot more people, stay together. You've been a good example of a long and happy marriage yourself, and you want to share that. It makes sense. What are some of the things that you're doing to help couples when it comes to money, or what are some of the beliefs that you have with couples around money? And we love specifics too. All this stuff is good, but anytime you have a specific exercise or an example or acronym, I know the viewers really love that as well too.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, David and Isabel, for having me on. And yes, my husband and I, we have been married for 42 years. It will be 43 soon in the month of June. And I can say that relationship capital is sometimes more valuable than monetary capital, not only from a personal standpoint, but when you are doing business, because all business is built upon relationships. So, as a family entrepreneur expert, one of the things that we focus on is helping families to start their own business. We believe that it is the only way to gain a competitive edge in life, and the pandemic was a gift. You have the ability to start your own business in something that you truly enjoy. And as long as you have access to a laptop, internet, a phone, you have the ability to put your ideas into fruition. And so, in terms of relationships, one of the things that I strongly recommend is, number one, particularly in the area of real estate investing, get educated first and foremost. Real estate investing is a team sport. It is not an individual sport, and you can get burned very quickly and lose a lot of money if you are not educated and not sure what you are doing, first and foremost. Two, build that team. Build that team around you. You need good accountants, real estate attorneys, contractors. Build your team around you to do that real estate.
Love that. Thank you. Mo, do you have a question for any of these beautiful ladies?
I have a lot of questions. If only I could spend hours upon hours upon hours with them. And I'm going to ask the producers to extend this panel just for a few minutes, because this is such a gold mine of experience. Collectively, there's over 100 years of experience that you see on the screen, if you add up the length of everyone's careers here. And so there's a lot of wisdom. And one thing that the folks here have in common, and I know the three of you personally in the sense of I've spent time with the three of you in person. Loretta and I, we've spent so many hours together over the past year or two. And so what I know about the three of you is you're all champions of the underdog. And there are a lot of folks that are watching this program right now in different parts of the world, different parts of the country, that are in helpless, hopeless situations. I know that the three of you have had triumphs and have been there. And you guys have gone past those moments in your lives. I mean, look at some of the photos of the folks that have sent us pictures in the last 24 hours. These are the underdogs of the world. These are the young youth, beautiful youth of the world. These are the future leaders of the planet. And we did not solicit any of these photos. They were just sent to us. And I'm broadcasting them here because of how heartwarming it is to know the reach of the Los Angeles Tribune publicly. These programs are made for the public free of charge. This is a public service that Top Talent Agency, Ace Productions, the Los Angeles Tribune, all of the thought leaders you see here make possible. I mean, look at this future leader of the world watching us. And so sometimes an underdog just needs a hand to show them and guide them and show them the path. And so I want to give the three of you an opportunity to speak about your why, because those are my words as I see your whys, but I want to hear your why, starting with you, Deborah Morrison, please.
Well, thank you, Mo, and it's been a pleasure to get to know you. The why is because I've been at the side, elbow and elbow with individual clients, and I've seen them address and face and move through obstacles, the unexpected, that death, that disability, or the person that hasn't yet gotten a foothold. And so I'm all for getting back to the basics. Now, you're going to hear about crypto. I was on several hours yesterday. It's very exciting and titillating. And yet, let me hand you the clue phone. Stocks have returned double than bonds over the past 85 years. This is nothing to be afraid of, yet it is not for the short term. So let's be specific. Let's invest early or invest late. Invest starting now. People say, I have credit card debt. Well, you probably had it for a while. But what I want you to do now is take a stand and put another foot in the saving for yourself first.
Amen.
And once you start an automatic savings program, and you can pick Betterment or a robo-advisor and do it at a very small cost, and you can save, I think, $1.50 a month. There are very few of us that can't do that. And I want us to start it now. It's not about the dollar we start with. It's about the mindset shift that gives us the gets through the inertia and the self-confidence. We can do this. Now, why do people own homes in America? A lot of people are homeowners because the mortgage payment was taken right out of your check. Why do people have more in retirement savings than non-retirement savings? Because if you were smart, you had an automatic 401k, 403b deduction. Let's pay ourselves first and put that savings on automatic. So whatever age you are. Now, one last thing. I'm not interested in get rich quick. And that seems to appeal appreciably to older women who think, I'm so far behind, I got to catch up. So I'm going to fly into crypto. Well, we've seen a whole lot of volatility in crypto. Let's talk about stocks, which are US based generally and Standard & Poor's, multinational companies that we know and trust. And the basket in an index is a great place to start. Let's put our money at home first, and that will compound, which Einstein called the eighth wonder of the world.
I love the practical advice, Deborah. I love the practical advice. And a lot of people forget that Warren Buffett didn't make his fortune until he was well into his 50s, decades into his career. I'll repeat that, decades into his career. It didn't happen with a 6-week program. How to become Warren Buffett in he didn't click on a Facebook ad that said click here for the 6-week challenge to become a billionaire, right? And if you study the likes of Charles Munger, and if you study the likes of Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway, it's such a practical blueprint of success. And so I want to thank you, Deborah, for giving the real reality and the honest truth. Loretta, Anissa, Deborah, 3 people of integrity that I personally endorse. And I have to also reinstate that that's a personal endorsement, not an institutional endorsement. But I know them personally, and I see the impact that they make, and I see the work that they do. And so I've been shoulder to shoulder with these leaders. And I want to ask Carissa Johnson, another powerful titan in the women's leadership space, if she's available to join this dialogue. Let's see if I know that we had some technical things going in the background, Carissa. While we get that worked up, I'm going to pass it to Isabel, because we are in the Women's Empowerment Hour. Powerful women, and that's part of the platform that we do here at the Los Angeles Tribune. Top Talent Agency is empowering women. Isabel, if you have any questions, please.
Yes, I want to ask Anissa, with money and being the main conversational topic of this entire segment, how do you think things will change in 2023? Looking back at the patterns of, individual investment choices, business investment choices, the successes and the failures, How do you think it will look coming this 2023 year?
Listen, Isabel, I love you. God bless you. I wish I had a crystal ball. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what it will look like. I can share what can make the biggest impact in money. And we continuously are speaking to it. It's financial literacy. Knowing where you are, talking about compound interest, the eighth wonder of the world, and people not even understanding how that works in relationship with a credit card. People not understanding there are people out there going, I don't want life insurance. Do they even realize the big banks of America, Chase, Wells Fargo, 25% of their portfolio is in life insurance? Why don't we want it? Because we're not educated. We're educated that it's a death benefit instead of a life benefit. So the best thing I could say this year to change the rest of the future, to eradicate poverty, is to become educated on your money. And if you're going to give your money to someone like me or Deborah or a financial investor, an RIA firm, a 401k, any of those avenues, people need to check and confirm the mindset of the person doing the transaction with their money. Because if you don't validate that, RIAs, God, I love them. They take 2% to manage your money. If I got a 2% return, I might not be satisfied with you. So I made
so what are some financial vehicles that you're excited about or that you are seeing trend?
Financial firm, there is no trend. Here's why, Isabel.
Okay.
Is your household different than mine?
Yes.
Is your money situation different than mine?
Yes.
Does that mean you might need a different prescription than mine?
Yes.
I can give you 100 tools. I'm happy to list them. To say which one belongs to you, it's called malpractice. We've already spoken about that. I will not blindly guide. I have every tool you can need as it relates to money. You've heard me say this. I use money like fertilizer. I spread that shit everywhere. I'm a wealth doctor. That blue pill, I'm like the purple mushroom. You take it, the money rises.
Yeah. So that just means that they have to definitely work with you, Deborah, or Loretta when it comes to the kinds of financial investments that they want to work with, the kind of planning that they want to do, where it is that they want to set up their money for the exact kind of goals that they want to achieve, because it's all different and it's all unique.
Listen, you can gamble all day long, Loretta. That's called Vegas. I would not suggest gambling with your leaving your legacy and living your legacy that way.
Yeah, I think that what some of the people are asking about, and I think what Isabel's thinking of is, Anissa, we've heard you talk before, and we know that there's certain things that you like. We know that there's certain things you want people to do. All of you guys, things from estate planning, not just a will, but maybe a trust. So we know that there are some tools, there are some instruments, and I think that's maybe what Isabel or Mo or other people have kind of been referring to. But you're absolutely right. It's different for everybody, but there are some things that are going to be good for almost everyone. Shouldn't almost everyone have some type of life insurance vehicle? Shouldn't almost everyone have some kind of will or trust probably more than a will? Things like that.
Spell this word, MERRIT. If it's worth having, it better have merit, right? If it's worth having, it better have merit. Mortgage, make sure it's in alignment. Estate, make sure your estate and your wills are in alignment. If you have a home in your name, boy, call me, call somebody, get it out of your name. They take taxes already on you. You die, they take your house from you. Don't do it. Yes. Real estate. should have in your retirement,
Mhm.
your insurance, and taxes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's great.
Every
That's
one
great.
of those
That's great.
must be looked at and on
Great.
your portfolio.
We're gonna wrap up this segment here in the next couple of minutes. Loretta, we want to give you the last word, you know, and we'll kind of leave it up to you what you want to share. You've been hearing what Anissa's been sharing, what Deborah shared last. So we'll kind of leave it up to you of what words of wisdom you'd like to share with the group. It's tough because it's such a big, diverse group. So it is so individualized, but we also want to see if there's something that kind of fits a large group of people. Any money tips for 2023? Any good advice you think that will fit to a lot of people? And we hope to have all of you guys back real soon. Speaking on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune here, you know, we want to have all of you back. But Loretta, we'll give you the last word here.
Well, I definitely agree with Anissa. It's like I do not have a crystal ball, particularly when it comes to real estate investing. The markets are mixed. You receive mixed messages. The National Association of Realtors indicates that home sale prices are up by 2.3%. You have economists that are saying potential buyers are likely to have discounted prices, but then at the same time, some markets will drop and others will continue to increase. So the bottom line is when it comes to real estate, you must know your local market. Do your research in individual neighborhoods. You could cross railroads, you could cross school districts, and it can be a completely different market. You can use online data sourcing. There are plenty of companies out there that you can secure data, Zillow, Redfin, others. Number two, in your local market, find out if there's any commercial activity. Typically, if you have commercial investments, that indicates that it is a stable community and something that you want to look at. Number three, if you're getting involved in real estate investing, real estate agents and brokers are your friends. Build relationships with them, right? They can provide you with accurate data and help sell your property. And number four, know what products work in your area. I know short-term rentals, most people know it as Airbnb, is a really hot real estate strategy right now, but some neighborhoods will not allow them. So you've got to know your local market. So the bottom line is, shouldn't I invest in real estate? Here's what I'll tell you. It has advantages. Number one, real estate, it generally appreciates. Number two, you have multiple tax deductions, including depreciation and other expenses as tax write-offs. Number three, when you have buy and hold properties, that provides cash flow. So the bottom line is, no matter where you are, the key is to start now.
Amen.
Financial literacy, get educated, and get started.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Loretta. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Anissa, for your time and coming on.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, please join the conversation on some of the platforms, including Facebook. You know, feel free to share your information. We'll be doing that in various ways throughout. But yeah, we had lots of great feedback, lots of great comment. Thanks for coming on and being a part of this panel here. All of you guys are perfect to submit articles to the Tribune. I could see some of you guys being columnists if you want to. I mean, this isn't really in my control, but I don't know any reason why you guys shouldn't spend a lot more time being a part of the Tribune and being an expert for them. Like we were talking about earlier, it's like a content war out there, and not just any content, good content. And so I know the Tribune is looking for good expert content that all three of you are very capable of creating.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Mo.
Isabel.
And you know, here's the thing, to second some of that sentiment, and the reason why, again, is because the three of you are champions of the underdogs. And I've been getting some things sent to me and sent to our offices that I have to show. I know that Donnie was here a little bit earlier. I hope he's still watching, because We're getting pictures sent from villages all over the world, different countries, Philippines, Africa. We're reaching areas that no other organization is reaching. Look at this. We have people that are sending us live images right now, watching these experts, watching these programs. Look at this. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. We want to give a big shout out to all of our wonderful, look at Donnie right there, just moments ago with you, David. And I just wanted to acknowledge some of these folks that are up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Look at this, 3:19 a.m. Someone is up in a city in the Philippines watching Donnie, taking notes, watching David, taking notes. And this is why these experts that come on this program pro bono and do this free of charge to help uplift, inspire the community. This is why we don't charge a ticket. You know, there are other companies that do things like this that charge thousands of dollars. We waive that fee because we want to reach the villages of the world. We want to reach the parts of the world that can't afford it. You know, we want to reach the parts of the world that do not have the means right now, but will have the means one day to be able to do what they look at this. The future youth, the future leaders of the world are tuning in. And so I have to just play some of these pictures. If you are in one of these countries, send us photos of you watching and we will broadcast them live on the air. Look at that. And that was just moments ago, David, and they're sending this to us right now. And so look at that. When we played the Newcom interview, this does my heart glad. This is exactly why we look at the future leader of the world right there. That's a 11-year-old child listening, taking notes, learning from Anissa, learning from David and Carissa, learning from Jim Poole. And so this does my heart glad. We just want to welcome everyone in our international community that's tuning into this public broadcast. David, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, it's great. We're seeing quite a few different places. We've seen some people pop up here in parts of Africa, Kenya, Zambia. It's all over the place. It's not just the Philippines, but there's definitely a lot of them from the Philippines right now. I'm going to say what I think some people are thinking here, and it may sound wrong, but I'll hopefully be able to explain it. But my first knee-jerk reaction is, how are they going to apply this information? How are they going to use this information? My quick response to that knee-jerk reaction in myself, just the own voice in my head is, the intention is there. The talk of success is there. The idea of connections and relationships, just the willingness to want to learn puts you in a certain state of being open to good fortune and ideas and opportunities. So it's interesting. I kind of have this own dialogue in my head going, this is so awesome. How do we translate it to even more? And man, I just hope that if even just one little thing breaks through, it can become what I know that it has been for so many others.
Yeah, I think for me, what I was saying earlier was it just offers hope, right? If they're seeing they're being in the rooms that I think they may not have the ability to access, is just getting in those rooms and getting in those conversations. So I hear you on that same thread. And I think that what we're doing here is a public service. And I think the intention and the integrity and the heart is there. And that's what really matters. And so there's a lot of hope that we're offering and having these conversations, and an immense amount of gratitude for everybody who's making space and time to come together to share their wisdom and their expertise.
Yeah. Before we let you go, Anissa, we booked you to speak to a group of real estate investors in Arizona during the summer with Rosalia and their group. A lot of I think the criteria was bare minimum millionaire across the board. So you were there to speak, to train. I thought it'd be kind of interesting for the audience to hear, when you're there to train a group of millionaires, like, one, does that make you nervous? Two, what do you tell people that are already so successful? Give us a little insight into what you speak about when you're asked to train a group of such wildly successful people.
David, and I appreciate you. I love talking to anybody, because talking is when we pay it. As long as we share our story, most people will listen. We get nervous when we try to perform. I'm not an actress. I just show up as me, and I share the wisdom that people have shared with me. I just gift it forward. There are times that I get nervous when I'm on the stage, and that's because when the spotlight's on me, I feel I have a huge responsibility to make certain in that finite amount of time to give back. And to bring it back to where you even started, studying with Tony Robbins and them, the best thing I got out of that is proximity is power. All of those individuals that are on this call with us right now are proximity is power. And we're talking about money. And the one thing we talked that we still have left out is not just relationship capital, but the human capital and knowing our own self-worth and standing in it. And everybody on this that's listening in right now, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It starts with us being present to win. We have to show up to play the game. And along the way, as long as we continue to show up, people will show up in our lives at the exact same time.
Yeah.
And that's when it gets nervous, is when you're growing.
Mm-hmm.
And equally, that's when you're growing, it's meaning it's given the opportunity for others to see that you don't know it all. You're as vulnerable as them. You just have an expertise in a different area than them.
Yeah.
And this is a team sport in life. We play this game together, right? And want to talk about, great, I'm building an entrepreneur school in Africa. And that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
In Africa, we're building an entrepreneurial school. It's one of the first ones backed by the president of Africa for the schooling system. And when you get in there, the mindset, and then you get in there, the money, and then you get with people like me and I turn their $1 to $10, then we've changed the whole paradigm and everybody becomes lit.
And that's a perfect example of why we do what we do. I want to bring up Adora Crystal Evans, who's going to help us with the next segment as we pick the brain of another financial expert that this community is very familiar with. And Adora, welcome. And I just want to hear from you real quick. What do you think about the impact that we're making here with the likes of Anissa, with the likes of the Courtney Murrays? And you saw some of the photos that were just sent to us moments ago of people that are up. I mean, we already know that some of the most successful entrepreneurs tune into this broadcast. That's a given. But the fact that we're doing this without charging the general public for a program like this allows people from third world countries and people that are all over the world. We saw a picture from someone in a small village in West Africa that we were able to show you guys here as well. So how does that make you feel, Adora, with Ace Productions, knowing that you're a part of something that's impacting the world at this level, please?
Oh, I love it. I love that, Anissa, that you're sharing with people ideas for multiplying their money. I love Courtney showing people how to capitalize on their stories and that there are non-traditional ways to get funding. I love that we have people all around the world watching. I think Frank Song's interview earlier, where he told his story of being homeless, lets us know that we all have a beginning. And sometimes people, with a tougher beginning, whatever it is, and it's really relative to each of us, then those are the moments when grit is born. And then when you attach it to an event like this and information like this, people that are truly hungry, they're going to find their way. And before you know it, it's going to be like, I remember when I was watching this event with the Los Angeles Tribune, Top Talent Agency, and all of these great speakers. And I had this aha, wondering how it was going to get out. And we're going to be going, how did you make your millions of dollars, Mr. or Mrs.? That's how that begins. Actually, everyone begins somewhere. So it feels wonderful to be providing information to every level, because we're also serving entrepreneurs that are already at $1 million, entrepreneurs that are already at 7 figures. So
absolutely.
Thanks
And we want to thank Anisse again for the work that she's doing. We're going to take a 1-minute break and we'll come back with our next segment with Courtney Murray, which I'm excited about. I know that Carissa and Adora are going to have a lovely conversation breaking things down with Courtney Murray. We'll be back in about a minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
Very familiar with. She spoke yesterday, and of course, that is Courtney Murray, and we see her here. She'll be joining us in a moment. And Adora and Carissa, I know the two of you are going to have a wonderful, powerful conversation with her. It's going to be part 2. Usually, they say the sequel is not as good as the original, but there are exceptions to that. Today's an exception to that. Godfather 2 is an exception to that. It has happened before. And so we're going to bring in Courtney. And Courtney, first thing I want to ask you is, you're seeing the impact that we're making here today globally, thanks to people like you that are here offering your support to make this public broadcast possible for folks that are literally tuning in from third world countries. Tell us a little bit about what it means for you as an educator, as someone that guides people to not just see the folks that are in Wall Street, that we also appreciate because of the work they do that are a part of this and watching, but also the folks in Main Street and Down Street, and quite frankly, Courtney, Adora, Carissa, folks that don't have a street, right? And so they're also watching this as well. And how does that make you feel? Courtney Murray, please.
Hi, guys. Great to be here again today with you. Hi, Carissa and Adora. I am so thrilled to see all of the people throughout the world watching this, because I think that there's so much education, and for so long we only had different outlets, such as news stations when they aired. We have this freedom now from social media and all the different platforms that allow us to not just watch live, but also stream when we want. We have podcasts, things like that we can join and become a part of. And I think that this is such an amazing movement, to be able to talk freely and have all these educators on that were once not visible to the world. And so I think that it's making a huge impact on, different societies all around.
Yeah, thank you for saying that and for being here. I'm happy that I get a chance to speak with you today, because I didn't get a chance to talk with you yesterday. And, with a lot of these experts who have been coming on, the conversation has been a lot of advice giving and specifics. And I think what we have a responsibility with that to also talk about the risks and the failures that have come along with that journey as well. So as we're offering hope, we're also sharing about the journey. So can you talk a little bit about the failures that you've experienced that have taken you to where you're at now, as well as some of the risks that you've experienced to prepare some of these individuals who are also in these countries, to prepare them for the realistic journey that it takes to become successful or be an expert in your field?
Sure, absolutely. And I think I love the question of what has created, a humble experience in your life, because none of us would be where we are if we didn't have something that put us down a little bit. I'm a 3-time entrepreneur. And the first time, it was one of the most exciting things, because I just took a risk and opened a clothing store. And at the time, I was young and I was undercapitalized. And it was not from lack of heart that put me down. It was from lack of experience and education about different financial arms that are available to you. And one of the things that got me over the hump is, first and foremost, yesterday we talked about credit. And I think that that's a big thing. And every single country has different scoring models. But here in the US, our scoring model is privately owned and it started in 1958, not even that long ago, right? And so I want people to know when they're getting ready to start anything, it doesn't matter where you live, what country you live, always know that if you believe in yourself and you believe in your product and you are the part of, I always say, love to say sweat equity, because if you're going to put in that, everything that you have into something you believe in, I think the true growth comes from OPM, which I love to say OPM for other people's money. There are ways to get yourself into a position that you don't undercapitalize yourself. And there's all sorts of different ways to get there. There are places that you can do capital raises. There are banks, there are brick and mortar type of things, there are investment partners. But if you don't get your story out, then there's no one who is going to believe in the story that you believe in. And that's why, in my business, we're a story time lender. We like to look at the full aspect of the file, and we don't score people like a credit model. And I just think that that's a great question. And I do believe that anyone can lift up, and mostly from humbling experiences. Just don't give up from the first humbling experience. It's a learning lesson to you. What did I do at this moment to, what can I create that's a little bit better than the first time?
Yeah, all of these experiences are really sharpening your preferences, sharpening your skill set. They're actually happening for you. And so sometimes when you get knocked down, it can feel really discouraging. Oh, it's not going to work. But being able to see it through is being resilient is a really important aspect of being an entrepreneur and creating wealth. I can't even think about how many experts we've had come on here saying, I lost so much money. It was that, like, I think David Meltzer yesterday, $100 million loss was the humbling experience that helped him come back for that even stronger. And so I think failure is a necessary and important part of cultivating more confidence and courage within yourself that I think a lot of people sort of overlook or forget about. But those experiences, they can be very humbling. And so thank you for sharing a little bit about that journey. Adora, I would love to pass it over to you as well.
Yeah, and just to add to what you're saying there, sometimes we look to train to failure in the gym. We don't sit down and cry. We take up bike riding as kids, or we watch our kids do that, and we don't shame them for falling off or not keeping their balance. We congratulate them for getting the muscles that know how to balance and ride the bike. But when it comes to our business and our life, we're like, no, it should be all perfect all the time, or at least we should be able to control the mistakes. I want to choose the mistakes that happen, and it's just learning to embrace that. You've done that so well, and you are such a stand for people. So when we're talking about getting creative with finance and getting funded so that people are not undercapitalized, you threw out some ideas like go to a brick and mortar, go here, go there, but that can still feel like, oh, grand idea, but what do I do? Knock on the door and say, hey, will you show me the money, Jerry Maguire style? So how can you give a little, like, ground that in a little bit more? Like, what could they do right now if they never hear from you again, which some of them will hunt you down, but what can they do?
Yeah, so I love that question as well. And I love your analogy about the gym, because it's just like you walk into the forest, right? You have to still walk out. And so there is a way and an effort to get there. And so there are times that we deal with people that have hiccups on their credit, and not all. I mean, we do a lot of lending, so we see it all. But when you do have a hiccup, or let's say you're just getting started, or you're really young and you haven't established a credit base, there are things that you can do to create a story that make it more user friendly for the bank or another alternative lending source to look at your package that you're assisting with. So we like to look at a story. We like to know that you have some sort of backbone in the business. It's easier to do something that someone believes in. They have a little bit of a plan put together, and we like to know that they have tried to establish themselves. I mean, again, everyone has a story, but you can start somewhere. David and I were talking yesterday after the show about just establishing yourself on credit. And one of the guides that I used to give people back when I started is you can become an authorized user on someone's card, and that will establish a small trade line for you. And that's something that can get you started without even having the card present. It shows somebody who has ability to, start slow. You can start by even financing something small. Any business needs to put gas in their car, right? You can get a gas card and start there. It doesn't have to be a large trade line, but just show that you are starting to be a bit worthy on that. And also start saving little bits at a time. I mean, there are so many things that you can do now. I mean, such as stash capital. I mean, they let you even take pennies on the dollar and put it away, things that you don't see from the beginning. And so there's little pieces that you can do, little things that you can do to start small and just start educating yourself, asking advocates on how to create a story, just like a business plan. And when you're doing business type of financing, I want people to know that you can finance everything. You can finance your sign outside to the paint on the wall. And so ask, and there are things that we can do to start small. And I guess that would be my best advice, is just always ask an advocate before you put the cash out there, because cash really is king. And when you are starting a business, you're going to have up and down months, up and down days, and you always want to make sure that you have that reserve. My best analogy for that is you wouldn't pay for an employee before they started working for you. You would want to see what they were able to do to perform. And so that's the same thing, as we want to see if you don't want to take that huge cash risk. Start paying for your assets as they start working for you. And you can always add on, but it's harder to take away.
One more question, I'll pass it back to Carissa. That was so good. And I'm so glad this is recorded, because you gave so many ideas of what people can finance and how, and being an authorized user and all. How important is it that people establish business credit in the way of, like, what is it? You know what I'm talking about? There's a whole process. It's very different. And I've heard lots of different gurus lay it out, but how important is it that they start there, and what are the first steps to that?
That's one of the most important things on my end. I am a business lender. And so for us, it's very important you start establishing business credit, because it does not commingle your personal and your business. So if you are learning, and this is new to you, if you go and want to purchase a vehicle or a home, it doesn't show the trade line, which is just a trade line that's going onto your credit report. You're starting to establish a trade line on business credit, which shows under your tax ID. It shows your business worthiness. And that way, if something does happen in your personal life, it doesn't affect your business. And vice versa. If something happens in your business life, it doesn't affect your personal. They are two totally separate reporting. And so that's something that people should really look into.
Well, Dun, I said one more, and then I'm going to remove myself, Carissa, so that you can. But Dun and Bradstreet, because I've been a cash's queen. I'm going to pay in cash, pay up front, pay in full. But you're flipping my narrative. You can do more leverage with, and why would you put this in? Why would you pay before the employee goes to work for you, right? So, do you start with Dun and Bradstreet? Like, give us a few little steps there, and then I will remove myself for the answer. But
sure. So PayNet is something we report to. PayNet, as well as Dun and Bradstreet. There's Business Experian, and it shows the worthiness of your business. And so it shows if your business has borrowed. And one of the things that we see even from our very successful clients that have paid cash for years and years is they don't have a business trade line established. And it's something after you're an established business that's needed to borrow as you grow. And a lot of people at that point, over 5 years in business, they don't want to keep putting themselves on the line. They want to borrow against their business. And when they weren't educated about it, they didn't start there. So what you really want to do is find an advocate that does business type of lending and help them have them help you put together a business draft for a plan. And then you can start by small trade lines, even like I said, the sign outside to a computer system inside. You don't need to start large. You can start small and then start affecting your business credit for the reporting trade lines.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. And I know we only have a couple minutes left with you, but I think the answer to this next question could be really profound for many people. And so you're talking about borrowing other people's money. And so that can come through loans, that can come through credit, things like that. Many people have an aversion, and I was one included, around borrowing other people's money and not wanting to have that sort of hanging over our head and be like, oh, I don't want to owe anyone anything, and sort of this sense of independence. Don't want any of that. What sort of mindset shifts have you made, or do you offer people? I know something that I moved through, and I'm very spiritual, is I'm borrowing from my future self, was kind of the way that I was able to move through that in some ways. But what are some of the mindset shifts? What are some of the perspective changes that you've been able to move through, either yourself or with your clients who maybe feel uncomfortable borrowing other people's money and having that hang over their head?
My favorite question. And I do believe that it's an education thing at this point, because remember, when you're using your cash and you have no debt, there is in any sort of wealth management, we have to pay tax, right? we don't have any ability to not pay tax. Well, interest is tax deductible. And I think people forget this. And if you're a homeowner, you'll know at the end of the year when you're doing your taxes, you can write off the interest of your home if you have a mortgage, right? So when there is a higher interest rate, let's say you had a high interest rate and you refinanced into a lower interest rate at the time, you see that you don't have that deduction at the end. You can do a lot more with your own money than have Uncle Sam take your money from the beginning. If you are borrowing other people's money with an interest rate that's involved, you can write that interest rate off against your taxes and use your money that you have currently without Uncle Sam taking it out of your paycheck. And so it's a major play when you're looking for long-term wealth, and other people's money gives you incentive to borrow more in the future. Because let's say you're a restaurant and you're opening and you decide to open a franchise and you want to franchise out this restaurant. You can't do it unless you have the ability to continue to borrow. Not everyone keeps that type of cash on hand. As you grow, you want to have those tax deductions as a business owner. It's super important, mostly if you're a single member LLC or sole proprietorship, because you are going to pay personal tax as well as business tax for self-employment tax. And so it's really important that people educate themselves. Interest rates shouldn't be scary to people. Sometimes people like to have a higher rate because of the fact that they're writing that off at the end of the year. So we always want to look at the full aspect of what rate actually does for you. And borrowing other people's money doesn't have to be that scary. It's a cash outlay versus a payment, and a payment people can afford.
Yeah, it's really learning how to leverage these things. And you're right, there's a lot of education that happens with that. And so for the audience who are like, okay, I want to get the education, but where do I start? Do you have any resources or books or any of your own education that people can start to look into and start to absorb some of this information so they feel more comfortable borrowing other people's money, increasing their credit, doing things of that nature? Like, where do we actually start with that?
Well, I can say that, companies like myself, Coastal Capital, we are someone who does educate our clients. We become partners. There's many people out there, not just your bankers, but there are, even today's day and age, there are TikTok videos. There's people on all sorts of social media platforms, if you actually just start educating about true, interest rate, business financing, things like that, it's very easy to find. I think people don't know what they're looking for. And so I would really say start using advocates, such as there's different broker companies out there. There's all sorts of, tools online available to us. But Coastal Capital is available as well. And there's advocates here free of charge. We're just here to talk.
Yeah. Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for being here. I want to give you the floor for just another minute or so to wrap up any final thoughts that you have for our audience. You've shared a lot today, but just want to give you another moment for final thoughts.
Final thoughts would just be, don't forget to believe in everything that you are. Don't let a credit score or anyone out there determine who you are inside. And I think a lot of people get scared when they're getting into entrepreneurships or what to do with their money. Make sure that you really trust your gut feeling. And if you believe in something, make sure that you get your word out. Tell people that you have something out there to offer. And there's many people who will listen, and people would like to give advice and see you succeed more than they wouldn't.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Courtney, for always supporting the work that we do here and making these programs possible and sharing your knowledge and wisdom with our audience. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break and be back with our next amazing speaker. You're tuning into Money Forum Live.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And Carissa, everybody has their own fan favorites, and everybody has their own people that they've been personally waiting to hear in this program. And I've had a couple of them, but certainly the next speaker is one of my personal fan favorites, and that's Doria Cordova, Dame Doria Cordova, Lifetime Achievement Award recipient Doria Cordova. She's well known around the world. In fact, a lot of the folks that you see in different emerging nations are thanks to the support that she's done to share and promote this event in her community in countries all over the world, whether it's Malaysia, the Philippines. And I said earlier that this program is a very unique program because we have folks watching from Wall Street, from Main Street, and folks in parts of the world and villages where, quite frankly, Carissa, there's no street. And so we are hitting a very wide range and wide array of folks with this program. And there's a lot I can say about Dame Doria Cordova, but the short version of it is that very few people have planted as many seeds as Doria Cordova has to help uplift and enrich lives. There are a lot of leaders, a lot of folks that are household names that got their start with Doria Cordova. There's a lot of folks in the financial literacy space that got their start with Doria Cordova and went off and educated millions of people. And I could go on and on and on and on and on. So do not get me started talking about Doria Cordova. I need to get off the screen because I'm going to talk for the next 30 minutes about her, which is how much love and respect I have for her. But Carissa, I know you've had a chance to get to know her. Share how excited you are. And I believe Adora is going to be joining us in a couple minutes as well to help facilitate and guide this next segment with Doria Cordova. Carissa, please.
Yeah, truly something that I've been enjoying learning about with Dame Doria Cordova is not even just the financial education that she's doing, but the empowerment, the seeds that she's planting. A lot of these people who are in the chat, I know that she's bringing, she's elevating, she's amplifying. So she doesn't just talk the talk, she's really walking the walk. And I think that that's, rare as some people in the financial space. She's educating, she's doing the things, but she's also lifting people up with her. And so I'm really excited to bring her on in this conversation. Welcome to the Money Forum Live, Miss Dame Doria Cordova. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm so happy to be with all of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And Adora's here as well. Welcome back, Adora.
Hi, Adora.
I love that giggle, Doria, at the end. Awesome to see you.
Well, I was going
Well,
to ask you, can I do a recap of this program? I have missed very little since yesterday. And it was like, oh my God. I mean, it has been so good. I was texting all my friends and letting them all know. And the ones that overseas, I'm telling them, okay, you can go to my Facebook, share this, you guys. This is so good, and you guys talking about all those young people and showing those pictures, it brought tears to my eyes because I've been hanging around the Asia Pacific region since 1985, and and just to see and for all of you to experience that everyone around the world wants your products and services, that it has been a global economy since hello, my beautiful, look at those beautiful young faces. They're so hungry for your information, and this is how we get people out of poverty. We get them out of hunger because they are the future. Not only they're the future, but they're beautiful, they're young, and they want to learn and they want to be able to create the product and services. So, and just thank you so much to everyone that's sharing out there. So you guys have covered my favorite subject, global entrepreneurship. You have been talking about you can make money from anything. I love watching Vince, right? I mean, that was pretty amazing. And it was reminding me of when I was very young. We had this wonderful friend who knew all these rich people, and particularly and knew a lot of people that were their workers. And there was one worker, and he was from Mexico. He was from Tijuana, and he got this niche of going to these, and they're still there, you guys. They have the most amazing military police auctions. And he had a niche with fire extinguishers. And he would clean them up. He would buy them at like $1 or something. He would clean it up, refill them, and then go across the border and sell them for like 100 times more than he had paid, or maybe 50 times more, and was totally rich from fire extinguisher. I was never able to look at another fire extinguisher without seeing this. He was this little tiny Mexican guy who was totally rich, walked around in an old truck, you never would have known. And he was supporting all these people in Tijuana. And you can make money out of anything. So I want everyone that's listening right now, if you haven't been really open-minded, you got to really open up your consciousness. You have to really allow for all this information to go through, and for you not to be saying, oh, I already know that. Oh, I already tried that. Because I have to tell you, the reason you're listening now to all these people that they have been homeless is because in the old days, you were not allowed to say that. It's kind of like in fashion now to say that. But a lot of people have really suffered. And thank you, God, that has not been one of me. I have been very, very blessed. But I don't know why I grew up with this thing wanting to eradicate hunger and poverty, and created an economic engine around my life purpose, which all of you can do. So it's like right now, you just need to open up. And we still have today, and we have tomorrow and the next day to be listening to all these masters. And when something comes up, and it could be your own deservability. And they have studies of the brain, you guys, that teaches people, that has shown that if you don't believe in something, if you don't believe in a possibility, what happens is that you will not see it, and you will kind of like block it, and just kind of go, oh, that doesn't apply to me. Oh, I already tried that. And what I want to do is I want you all to open up to a world of possibility. And this is about money. Thank you for having me here, because I actually have been learning, and you can learn less, like Buckminster Fuller used to say. So I'm learning. So we talk, school system, sufficiency. You guys have been talking about enough. You cannot go into abundance without going into sufficiency first. We move from scarcity, which is where most of the world is. We go to sufficiency. That's where you can relax because you have enough. There's enough. And the hungry dog of greed is not gnawing at you, which we all have. I salivate when I see. I'm still trying to figure out why I don't buy myself an Aston Martin. Every time I see that car on the road, I literally have an orgasmic experience. They're so beautiful. And I go, how much are those? $650,000. Okay, how many children can that feed? And it's like, okay, I go there. But one of these days you may see me in an Aston Martin. But it's like they're little hungry, greedy, like, oh, I want to look that good, right? And access. Oh my God, David was so fantastic yesterday. I don't have to do my talk about access. Access, that is what you guys are giving. You're giving access. So I'm kind of debriefing what you've done so far. And I know what you're doing. So thank you so much. And I'll talk some more later.
We're going to ask you so many questions, but on that note of what Doria was sharing, those of you watching, share on your pages and generosity, because what you give out will come back to you in the universe. And then the other thing is you can also take screenshots watching this and tag us in those, and we'll show some of those pictures as well. Of course, we're really moved by what's happening in the Philippines. And I know that David spoke a lot about access, and a lot of your mentees are here. Doria, are you already taking a screenshot and sending it in? I'm the same way. I'm where we take those, give me the ball and I'll run. She's like, done. But that's what leaders do. They don't sit around and theorize. They hear something and they take action on it. They lead from the front. You have a lot of mentees, a lot of fans in this group. So can you talk a little about the wealth that is in having access to programs like this, relationships, rooms, because no one can say it. It's a little different coming straight from you.
Well, I actually had a realization. I think it was about 10 years ago, and I've been doing this now for 44 years. I started when I was 29. I'm 73 now. And it was like, it has been a blink, right? And about 10 years ago, I thought, wait a minute, what is the essence of wealth? What does it really create wealth? And I knew, because I know a lot of rich people that are very poor. It's very sad. It won't matter. Money is not going to solve your poor spirit. It's just not. And I was so surprised. And then I thought, okay, what is it that people that truly do not have enough, whether it's in the United States, in the Philippines, Malaysia, India, wherever, Chile, my own homeland. And it was like, oh my God. And I had been hearing my whole life the word access. And some of my greatest mentors, like, my beautiful Lynn Twist of the Soul of Money. And she had talked about it. Of course, Buckminster Fuller, one of our mentors, had talked about it. And it all just kind of stringed together. It was like, oh my God, wealth is having access. So people who have very little money and people who are even middle class do not have access. And the world has changed radically. So now we have access of people, of information. I mean, having this in Facebook, how fun it is. I was just thinking, I might start doing my Fridays with Doria also in Facebook, because I love the interaction so much. And then we have all this free education. Yesterday when my beautiful Richard Kay and David were talking about online, about courses. I remember when we used to buy a J. Abraham book in the 90s for $1,500. I mean, it was worth it, every penny, because it was, wealthy. I still have it in my garage because we paid $1,500 for it. Well, you could never charge now $1,500 for a book, a manual. And so now, if you can just expand again, if your consciousness, if your mind, and Robert Kiyosaki of Rich Dad Poor Dad was my business partner for 9 years, and this is what I worked on him the whole time. We literally, in another room here, we created his vision of how he and I was helping him attract who later became Sharon Lecter. And it was like we were constantly working. And of course, I was constantly working on my consciousness. So if you just get access, just right now, transformation only takes 1 minute, 1 second. Don't wait. You have so much access, and just cancel everything and be here live so that you can interact with people. And what else could you be doing than hanging out and listening and connecting with all these people? So accessibility is key.
Well, I really understand why Adora had you break that down because it landed for me so much more deeply. And I think we've been talking to a lot of the people who are dealing with financial difficulty and wanting greater access. Can we also speak to some of the leaders who might have it already and what they can do with some of the resources to give back in the ways that you do?
Well, the thing is that when you are okay, so you don't have poor people, you have resource poor people. Then you have those of us who are resource rich. And the thing is that the hungry dog of greed will never allow us to be truly happy until we allow ourselves to make others happy. You're going through the Maslow scale of needs now. You get to a place where what you want to do is contribute. And I have seen it because we've been doing our program Money and You. Oh, and by the people in the Philippines, go to moneyandyou.com and download the business success model. A little book, easy to read. It's tiny and easy to read. I wrote it specifically that way for people like you guys all over the world, so you could have access to that information. So what happens is that we have all these people who are so miserable. I mean, I have been in some of the most expensive cruises on the planet. I mean, I thought it was half empty. It's just that rich people like a lot of space, so I had paid a lot of money, and I have never seen more unhappy people in my life. They were all in this cruise ship trying to find happiness. And happiness comes from really as you move more as you age more, as you advance in age, not that you have to get old, but you advance in age. What happens is, and some of you are very young and already have it, it's like what we want to do is share the resources. So make a list, my rich people, make a list of all the resources that you have and who can you adopt, who can you support, what can you do in order for you to uplift all of humanity's financial consciousness. And that's what I highly recommend. And Bill Walsh really impressed me yesterday. See, I've been here. Bill Walsh was like, I was very impressed by him yesterday. I don't,
Yeah.
he was not the Bill Walsh I usually know. And I don't mean that in an offending way, but he was truly demonstrating wealth. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but he was like sharing resources, sharing. And I heard some things, I go, wow, I love the new Bill Walsh. And not that maybe he was hiding it, maybe being in love is bringing it out of him, but it was beautiful because he was sharing his resources. And he's a good example right now.
We're tuning into Money Forum Live alongside Lifetime Achievement Award recipient Doria Cordova. I'm going to have Aaron join this conversation with you, Doria, and I want to have the two of you kind of engage back and forth a little bit because I think that this is such a great opportunity to have some real, true leaders in the financial world here. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick 1-minute break.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And welcome back. And Carissa, earlier we had Aaron Halderman come on, share his expertise, share his knowledge, share his wisdom with our audience. I'd love to bring him in and have you kind of facilitate a dialogue, Carissa, between these two minds, Doria and Aaron. And Doria, if you have any questions as well that you think would be appropriate to ask Aaron, we just want to sit back and allow these brilliant minds to share their wisdom with our audience. Carissa, if you'd love to kick it off.
Yes, I would love to kick it off. And then interestingly enough, I would love to actually see what Doria would like to ask as well. I think that could be a really interesting conversation to have her bring some information out as well. So hello, Aaron. I didn't get a chance to speak to you much earlier, but welcome back. Thank you for being here.
Thanks. Absolutely.
Yeah. So one of the questions that I had that I would like to start with you is, what are some of the misconceptions around money that you would like to speak directly to, that, Dame Doria is talking about the consciousness and expanding and perspective and access. We're talking about a lot of things that, some people are like, well, what does that even mean? How do we break down some of these misconceptions about wealth? Maybe give us a couple that you see with the people that you work with, or some of the things that you move through in your own wealth consciousness and development.
Yeah, great. Thanks. Pleasure to connect with both of you here. Thanks for having me on. So I think so. I have an older daughter that I had when I was really young. She's 22 now, and it's interesting when I have conversations with her and about making money, and I'd like to use like a little phrase here, like one's relationship with money. And kind of what I mean by that is how it's treated, how it's respected, what it means to like make it, keep it, invest it, save it, use it, and kind of everything. And I think some people work in have W2 jobs. I do. I also own businesses and invest personally as well. But I work for a financial institution. I have W2 income. And I think it's important that each of us identifies like what our relationship with money is. And, so like the most recent conversation, I guess, is an example I had with my oldest daughter. She's wanting to like invest. She wants to purchase land, kind of in the Grand Canyon, wants to get into this glamping business. And I totally I pointed her in the right direction. I've, shared some of the stuff that I've taught, and she's come to my conferences, other people's conferences for real estate and lending. But she's kind of missing one key point. And that is like, well, what are you doing to like make, save, earn enough so you have a little bit of skin in the game alongside other investors? I get pitched a lot of opportunities, for me to invest in other people's small businesses. And kind of one of the things that I'm always on the lookout for is like, well, what like, other than like maybe my money or my investment, what do you have at stake other than like your own sweat equity or hard work and stuff, because at the end of the day, I kind of approach anything I'm doing is if I got to be okay that I'm going to lose the money, and I take that approach to pretty much any kind of investment, especially if it doesn't have collateral like real estate or a mortgage or deed of trust. But especially if I give money to family or, helping out children or whatever, I got to feel okay that I'm going to not expect to see that money back. And so, but that's my relationship with money that I have and I'm okay with. And I think, anyways, that's kind of a big principle that I've been considering myself lately. And as I talk to other people and do, because a lot of people, there's a lot of scammy stuff out of there, a lot of kind of get rich quick stuff. And especially now with all social media we have, like I didn't grow up with that, right? I was on the internet in college for the first time. And so we didn't have a lot of things at our disposal. Like you could just go on your phone and buy a stock or mutual fund, or buy crypto or whatever. We couldn't do that. We couldn't click a button or move money from a savings account to a brokerage account and then buy something without having to have an advisor. So we definitely live in different times. And so that's some of like my like things that I'm kind of working through and getting with. That's outside of like, that's kind of on the personal front. On the business front, we deal with people that are saving for retirement. And one of the things that I didn't talk about earlier is there's a whole segment, and especially I think a lot of people that are listening today that are small business owners and entrepreneurs. And you too can save for retirement in a tax deferred or tax-free environment with different small business 401k or small business IRA accounts. They're called solo 401ks or a self-directed IRA, but it allows you to save tens of thousands of dollars and reduce your tax liability each year by making contributions for some of you people that are making a few $100,000. That's kind of the sweet spot. If you're making like 150,000 plus as single, or a $250,000 married filing jointly, or, as head of household, you can save tens of thousands of dollars and reduce your tax liability in your small business and put that money aside into a retirement account. So those are some of the things that I'm dealing with and seeing on a daily basis. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. One of the biggest things I'm hearing you say is money isn't just something that you have, it's a relationship that you nurture.
Yes.
And so I know Dame Doria's event, Money and You, I could imagine that there'd be some sort of philosophy there around that. So I'd like to give the opportunity to you, Miss Dame Doria Cordova, to answer the same question. What are some misconceptions around money?
Thank you. Actually, it's not philosophy or concepts. It's their generalized principles that have been actually proven to be true. So, Aaron, thank you so much for everything that you do, because you are uplifting, humanity's consciousness around finances. And you are a mechanic, you're a doctor of money. You are an expert on something that I am not an expert at all, even though, of course, I have a great understanding of it for my own survival, for me to really understand that particular aspect. But if I may just recommend, do send your daughter to Money and You. Money and You has been around for 44 years, and the Kiyosaki's, Tony Robbins did it when he was 23 years old. We got him started in that area. And many others have attended the program. And we work with many people like you, Aaron. We actually create joint ventures and can refer people to each other, because one of the things that happens, there's a whole segment of the population that is trained, they understand they're supposed to get retirement and do all of that, but we have moved away so far, worse than ever, from financial literacy, which of course we were the original people in the 70s that were talking about teaching financial literacy in schools. So people's deservability level, and there is the mechanics of money, and then there's actually the energy of money, and it doesn't matter how much money somebody has, because I mean, like I was sharing a little bit earlier, I know so many poor people because they're hanging on for dear life. But those that are very successful and are also what Kiyosaki and I, we did a book for him back in the early 90s. His original book was, If You Want to Be Rich and Happy, Don't Go to School. That was actually the name of the book. And he was like, so there's the rich and happy. And it's not just about the money, but it's also about the contribution. But for young people, they really see it. It's like I run into them all the time, and particularly of successful human beings. They kind of go, my house is more messed up, and it's like, I'm not really sure. I don't want to continue with my parents' business. I'm not interested in it and all that. And then when they do the program for 3.5 days, where they learn the business success model, where they learn also some of the blocks and their own deservability. It's like I was talking to a very wealthy man in Texas, and then his son came along, and then he said something like, we don't have as much money as you think we do. I don't know where he got the idea that I thought he had all this money. And I just looked at him and I said, I really get it that you don't, but your daddy does. And he just looked at me. I said, I got it. You don't, but your daddy does. And it was like I repeated it to him. And I don't think he had ever heard it. And he was actually speaking truth for himself. And so that collapse that happens sometimes around parent and children, because they don't truly have an understanding of financial literacy, not only the basics. And because we hang around with a lot of really successful people and all of our friends are doing really well, I make it a point to go into the trenches a lot, because my vision is for no child to go to sleep hungry. And so I want to get together with you, Aaron, because I want to go to your super successful friends to get behind me with the 100 billionaires. Each one is going to contribute 1 billion, and we're going to eradicate hunger once and for all and create wealth for all, because poverty makes it horrible for everyone. I keep telling all my rich friends, get rid of poverty. All those people will become your customers. Poverty is terrible for the economy, and not for certain people, but for the economy and for the world state of affairs. So let's eradicate it and get everybody in the same foot.
Love it. Thank you.
Awesome. Doria, you're so generous and thinking of the whole picture, always the whole picture. And Aaron, so you directed IRA, right? And a lot of people don't know that they can take their funds that they've been putting into their retirement account and have more control over where they go. They're usually relying on some group, the big experts way out there, but they don't know about the opportunities available. And in a recession, there are distressed assets and different things you can do. So it's a good time to do that. Can you speak to that right now? I see you nodding.
Yeah.
And so can you speak to the opportunity there?
I think, we, our type of business actually thrives when there's a bit of a recession or inflation occurring, or when the traditional markets are, taking a slump. And the reason that is because people begin to like lose faith in the traditional markets, and having other people manage their finances or their retirement accounts, like which is where our business comes into play. And they want something that's like has collateral that's backing it. And one of the most common things in our space is with real estate. Real estate and investing in private companies that they feel are going to go big or potentially go public, or just pay them a nice dividend. But the beautiful thing about real estate is you can own that in a retirement account, and it's secured with the collateral of the real property. And you can do that with a self-directed IRA or a 401k, but you have to use a company that specializes in that. So you can't call up your traditional brokerage or even your financial advisor, be like, hey, listen, I want to take some of my retirement account dollars and I want to go buy this rental property, or I want to buy this 4-unit complex, or I want to invest in this multifamily project or this land development deal, or I want to do some private lending. You can't do that. You can't call up Schwab or Fidelity. They don't do that. There are instances where they will do it if you're like an ultra high net worth individual, and they'll process that for you. But if you have that's tens of millions of dollars in your retirement account to do something like that. And most people don't. The average is around 1 to 2 million that people are saving for retirement, and it's going down because people just aren't doing it, or they're not saving as much because inflation is a real thing. But yeah, that's kind of the trends that we're seeing, that people really want to take control, as you're saying, Adora. They want to take control of their retirement, which is one of our trademarks, actually. And they want to go into stuff that they can, have control of, and other projects they believe in. So stuff like that Doria's doing. If she launched a new project or campaign or small business that I can get behind, that I believe in and support, I can use my retirement account and I can go invest in that small business or startup and hope that it's going to go good, which is really no different than investing in stocks or mutual funds. Those are companies, right? You have no control over what they're going to do. They go like this on the exchanges every day. You can see that. So it's the same thing. So people are, looking at projects like that they believe in and can get behind, or they're investing in stuff with collateral, such as, real estate.
Awesome. So if people that are watching don't know about this process, there is a process for taking and moving their retirement account to someone like your company or someone else's, and then they will begin to have control over directing where that money goes. They can put it in real estate. They could get behind Doria's latest business idea, which she is always in the mix of wonderful collaborations, and or they could invest in their own idea, and it can be simple, but they can't do it from the place that they are usually, unless they're already at 10 million or above, which is huge. For some of you, this may be the breakthrough moment. And this is the access in the room that maybe you've been getting, a W-2 income, and you've built this nest egg and it's been managed by a group and just kind of this far away thing, that now you could have the opportunity to jump in on what's happening right now. And so, Doria and Aaron, I'd love for you to talk a little bit about the different investment opportunities. And Aaron, we'll start with you because you mentioned the assets that are going on, and how do they choose well? I mean, personally, if I was brand new to all of it, I would feel more comfortable and confident with something in real estate. It seems like you know, but that is just based on being brand new. I'd love to hear both of your answers to that, or I'd invest in my own business, probably that first. But anyway,
Yeah,
I'd
so
love to hear from you.
there is a structure for investing in your own business, and that is not as common because there's some different nuances to that. But it's called the ROBS plan or ROBS structure, ROBS, and you can look that up. It's for small business owners that want to fund, you know, their company with their retirement account. It's a specific strategy and structure, but you can look that up, the ROBS plan for small businesses. But typically, you're investing in other people's businesses or real estate, and you're not in there's also some caveats to that. There's a thing called prohibited transactions. So like me and a spouse, or me and my dad, or me and children cannot be doing business together with my retirement account. However, I can do it with brothers, sisters, uncles, cousins. Just think of it like as your immediate family. That's a no-go. And then, you know, in your own ideas or businesses, it's typical you would have to do a ROBS plan or structure if it's a specific small business. Now, if it's like investing in real estate, again, that's your business and your idea. That's a little different. It's if you're running an active business, okay, where you're like the CEO of. But if your retirement account is owning real estate or doing private lending or precious metals, or investing in private funds and companies, or even cryptocurrency, those are some different investments you can make with the self-directed IRA. Absolutely. And so that's the process of that is you open up the account, you got to move money into that account, either from your old employer 401k, or make a new contribution, or maybe it was in a CD IRA at Chase Bank or something, and you would move that over to, and that's how you get the money in there. And from there, you find investments and you direct, you know, our company to make the investment on for your IRA.
Awesome. And to clarify, you could invest in a child's business, just not with your own children.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to. Okay. Caleb Maddox, he had some things going on. He's not a kid anymore, but that would have been a good business to invest in. Doria, what do you have to say about this, about the investments? And yes.
Well,
self-directed.
I am, you know, we have business schools for entrepreneurs, and we have, and that's the first one that I attended in 1978. My mentors who created the industry of entrepreneurial, experiential, transformational training industry, they did a business school. And we've been doing this business school since 1978. So I'm around some amazing masters. And one of the things, one of them is Jay Abraham. And Jay Abraham, when I met him through Tony Robbins in the 90s, he has this teaching about that you invest in your business first if you have a business. And Aaron is completely correct, because a lot of people, we know the number of businesses that fail. But for those of us that manage to, like he said, and by the way, Aaron, I also teach, you know, make the money, keep it, and grow it. That's and you and I were like the Bobsey twins there. So one of the things that I have done is to invest in my own business, and clearly it has paid off. The other one, because I was around Kiyosaki and around the 4 rich dads that he had, 4 masters in real estate, you know, I already knew, because I'm an immigrant that has lived out the American dream. So, you know, I bought property and real estate very young, and literally, you know, the place that I have went from 300 I bought it for 310 in 1989, and now it's almost $3 million. So that's a really nice business partner financially, so that I don't have to raise money. And my business partner is my condo. I need money, I just refinance it, and everybody laughs about that, but it's sweet, very sweet, because I don't have to have investors in my business. So it also has to do with your lifestyle. This is the thing that is very important. One of the things that I like to teach is like, what is the number for you to be financially independent? And we took away the word millionaire and rich long ago, because not everyone cares to be a millionaire. I mean, really, not. Yes, we know a lot of people who do, but a lot of people don't. They just want to be really comfortable. They want to have a beautiful life, to be able to afford everything, to have sufficiency. So what is that number for you? And maybe Aaron and I hang around in different circles, but we probably don't. But a lot of the people that I know, especially in Hawaii, my sweetie and I live both on Maui and in San Diego. We're around a lot of people that is about lifestyle. So and I'm sure that Aaron does this. He works with his clients about what is the lifestyle that they desire to have, particularly when they are getting into advancing in age. So for me, I'm an entrepreneurial animal, and I also love to invest in other people's businesses, which I have, but I'm very strict, because you have to have a business plan. You have to have all the numbers in place. You have to have the experience. I mean, I'm not an easy peasy person in regards to investing with people. And then there's the humanitarian side, when I just donate, I give to people. I don't even lend money anymore. I just don't lend money. This has been a long time. If somebody needs money really badly, I'd rather just give it to them, but I have to really know you, right? And so now you have, I also have certain accounts. I do have, whole life insurance, and I have certain things, because I'm very clear that, and remember, I have a 97-year-old mama in a nursing home, which is a very beautiful, wonderful place. But I was thinking, okay, but I would not want to be in one of these places. I want to be in the $20,000 a month place in top of La Jolla, with the swimming pool and the whole thing. And all of a sudden, I had this new distinction, like, oh yes, okay, I have enough for that for the rest of my life, even if I live to be 120 years old. And so what are the different things? And now I'm talking Aaron's language, I'm sure. But so I also have and like an investment fund. I have somebody that manages things. And then when crypto came in, I did jump into that, and it's gone up and down, up and down. And I just forget about it. I forget about it. I learned from the rich dads that if you're going, there's certain types of investment where you just kind of forget about it and let it ride. I mean, the true rich people just let it sit there, a lot of them, and they don't worry about it. But because investments are like any other profession, you better know what you're doing. I mean, here we have an expert, a master's in retirement. I I would ask a million questions, and one of them, of course, would be around crypto, and because crypto is here to stay, and how does he manage that? And and so now I have, I go into the things, and I'm now looking, like somebody mentioned yesterday in yesterday's program, about they were investing. Oh, the gorgeous woman that started out the program yesterday. Everybody go back and watch it. And she was talking about investing in AI, and she did her research on it. And I go, yep, that's the next thing that I want to invest in. So but I don't touch that which I need and go play with my survival and my financial independence money. And that's really important, because I know that many people, and I do ask, is there a chance that I'm going to lose this money if there's a big turn in the economy? I do ask that question a lot, because I do know quite a few people who have lost it. So it's like that, and that I'm sure that Aaron could speak about that for hours too. So it's a style. It's a style of your lifestyle. What is going to allow you to be financially independent? What do you feel comfortable with? And how you live your life. The most successful investors that I know I've learned this from them, and then I also practice it.
Awesome. Thank you. So rich with wisdom. I see David is here. It's good to see you back, David.
You missed me?
I did. I did.
No, this is good. I'm listening in here. Yeah, Aaron and Doria could host their own show. I was looking at them. That's like a dynamic duo right there. They could just host their own show. The Aaron and Doria show. Aaron, you're quite the reader. You've gone to a lot of events and conventions. A lot of people don't know this, but you're pretty good friends with Harry Dent, the economist, and I think you and Doria probably know some of the same people in that world. But who do you follow, Aaron? Who do you kind of listen to? I think you get the Dent report. I think you get a few other reports. I think it'd be fascinating for people to know who somebody like you reads or studies, or kind of who you stay in touch with to kind of keep your finger on the pulse of the markets and the economy.
That's a great question. So I don't follow a lot of, I do pay attention to current events, and there are some like mainstream media outlets that I do follow just to see what's being published out there. But I really look for people that are that are self-independent research and going based on like what other data aggregators are out there. So I follow like a lot of indexes that are put out like by the Black Knight Group, the Case-Shiller Index. I do read a lot of stuff put out by like Zillow and Redfin. There's a few economists that I follow, like Harry Dent, Pete Schiff. They're kind of like, have different philosophies and like to debate back and forth. They have, some good stuff out there. But I read a lot of like industry specific stuff, like from the American Bankers Association, the Mortgage Originator Report, stuff that's always like, I'd say specific to your industry or what you're wanting to learn. There's always an association or some type of organization that's independently owned and operated that will have probably the information and content you're looking for. Right now, I'm kind of in a lot of like different on the personal side, like health and fitness stuff. These are the two books I'm going through right now. Raving Fans, which is an oldie but goodie, and Atomic Habits by James Clear. These are the two books. And then I'm going through Scaling Up by Vern Harnish. And then I have this book, IRA Fact Book, which is like a college book of just Q&A and stuff.
That's not light reading there, and that's not that's some heavy stuff. That's not for the average, at least the IRA part.
Well, and then I have my like yoga stuff. That's a newer thing for me. I got my son. That's a recent new hobby thing of mine that I'll share with y'all today. I'm always kind of into something.
You're well-rounded individual. You're a well-rounded individual there.
Modern day Renaissance man.
Yeah. We'll wrap up kind of soon, or start to kind of wrap up a little bit of this segment. And I'm going to give Doria a chance to share kind of what she's reading lately and some of that same stuff, or maybe things that she kind of uses to keep her finger on the pulse. Seems like she's always on the cutting edge as well. But Aaron, last thoughts, last words, anything you want to share with us in terms of making money, investing, 2023, predictions, hot tips, anything like that you want to share?
Well, I guess for me, it's just always about expanding your network. I'm not one that likes to be in the spotlight. I'm an operator, so I kind of like to be behind the scenes and let people that want to be in the light, and I'll support that. That's kind of where I'm best at in back office stuff. But I've also spent a lot of time in building my network and building good relationships with people. So I think the more that you're out there, and like you can have a bunch of people, but how well do you know those people too? And like, do you know them, some of their hobbies and personal interests? I think is important to build a good relationship. I think we always talk about business and how are we going to make money together? And those are all really good things too, but you want to do business with people that you know, like, and trust. So I think like building a good network and keeping those relationships intact. And, you never know who needs a friend or needs to hear from you. So I always try, like, every week, think about who should I be texting or leaving a message to or emailing that I haven't talked to in a while, that just kind of, I feel like I've always done a good job of that throughout the years. And one of the things that I really care about with my relationships with people. And so I think that's good. And I think, like, on the business economic side, I think things are going to continue to decline before they get better. You know, I mean, there's a lot of people without jobs, a lot of people not working. You know, things have gotten a lot more expensive. So I would say, like, focus on saving money. I'd say focus on investing wisely with people that you know, like, and trust. And I would say get out there and frickin' hustle and work hard and make as much money as possible. I think those are, you know, all the things that we got to focus on now.
Yeah, I think that you sold almost at the perfect time some of your real estate in the San Diego area, which, by the way, Doria's, you know, is in the same area. And then you left, and I know you've kind of been timing it of when you want to get back into real estate and even buying your next, you know, main primary residence. So you've been holding off for sure. So are you you think 2023 is the year that you're going to get back in and start buying more real estate yourself?
We're just now starting, you know, because we deal in finance, we have a lot of banking relationships, and there's just now, unfortunately, people starting to default on their homes. We're going to see a lot more of that because there's no more relief, payment relief coming from the government. So yeah, probably towards the end of the year, early next year, start buying defaulted mortgages again. And then on the personal side, yeah, I'll be looking to make some other investments, maybe some vacation homes. I mean, I'm kind of looking at, I mean, no one has a crystal ball. Things can change. But if you just look at the stats in Phoenix, we're at 4,000 homes on the market during COVID. Even earlier this year, we're now back to about 14, 15,000. And Phoenix always stays around 16 to 18,000 homes on market at any given time, like for decades. So we're right back there again to like normal conditions almost. And so I think, you know, everything that I read and follow, anywhere from 10 to 30% decline in kind of the Sun Belt, Sun West, you know, Southwest markets that got really hot. And that's kind of what I'm holding out. That's what I'm holding out for. And
yeah,
you know, could that happen? I don't know. Maybe it's 5%. I don't know, but I'll wait until the end of the year and then make some decisions then.
Yeah, you're listening to Aaron Halderman. Thanks for coming out and joining us, Aaron. I appreciate it. Aaron's a really sharp guy, and you know, one of the things that we did a little different is we didn't take a lot of the typical speakers, you know, some of the high energy people that you see, you know, hosting shows and kind of running around talking about it. You know, we got some really good people here that are really doing it. And, you know, Aaron's one of those guys that's really doing it. And that's, man, there's some good people. You guys listen to Vince from behind the scenes, one of the not just Jane King, but Vince, like the producer of the show, right? Not just the people investing in real estate. You know, we're going to bring up Peter and some other people here in a second, but like people that are really driving those markets behind the scenes. And sometimes I have to like pull it out of them a little bit. They're so modest and they don't really talk about much. And it's like, you know, they got 10,000, 15,000 new account holders, you know, $1 billion just in the last 4 years of accounts. And he's like, yeah, you know, I don't know. We got 10,000. I don't know, average. It's like, holy cow, man. Like that's big stuff. Yeah. You know, 4 years. I'm thinking of like a decade. It took him to get that far. So Doria, I didn't get a chance to actually say hi to you. Hello.
Well, I would just want to let you know that you look so handsome with suits, particularly yesterday. And when you took off your jacket, I thought, oh my God, he's reminding me of all those attorneys I used to hang out at in my 20s. That's what they used to look like.
Yeah, they'd wear those light, solid color shirts, right?
Oh, so sexy. Just want you to know.
Wow, thank you.
Isabel must be having a great time.
I hope so. We're going to bring in somebody to balance it out, our everyday entrepreneurs. Here's Peter.
Oh, yes.
You know, in Georgia, just hanging out, making millions, you know, doing his thing. There's an MTV song with the lyrics "Money for nothing and there's chicks for free." That's Peter right there. He knows. We know the rest of the song. There's Peter. We got Peter up here.
I can see his heart. I was watching Peter yesterday. Hello, Peter. Nice to meet you. Aloha.
Good to be here. That's one heck of an introduction. I've never been brought up that way, David.
Well, there's that entrepreneur vibe that exists in our world, and that's kind of, I think, what Dory is alluding to a little bit in the sense. A lot of times I'm just in a shirt, polo shirt, whatever, because that's one of the benefits of us entrepreneurs who work for ourselves. We don't really have to dress it up much, but now it went to the other direction. I used to dress up a lot. Then I didn't dress up for years and years and years. Now it's like I feel the need. I want to put on a suit and tie again. I want to go out and go places. So it's good that the world's opening up again.
I 100% agree. The funny thing is, before the pandemic, you couldn't have paid me not to have office. Now, and during pandemic, I sold a 10,000 square foot office building. Now you couldn't pay me or my people to get back into the office. So it just tells you, the weird thing about it just tells you sometimes the things you focus on, the things you think you absolutely cannot live without, you can. You really can. Yeah. We're a lot more flexible than most people realize, and we're a lot more adaptive. So anyway, this is how I like to do it now.
Well, I put off quite a bit for a while, and then I just kind of woke up one day. I was like 2015. I was making a 2-hour commute into Beverly Hills every day. 9100 Wilshire was coming in from Laguna, and I was just like, I'm holding it off. Like, why wait? And so we closed down our Beverly Hills office. Just our parking was $1,100 a month. Closed down the Beverly Hills office. Bought a sailboat. A lot of people have seen the sailboat. A lot of people, friends of mine, even tell me, I remember I used to come out on your sailboat. Had a sailboat for 7 years, and I worked off my sailboat. And so it's like, we really can design the life we want, right? And it's kind of funny because people will always sort of dismiss things, right? So like, we'll have a success or achievement. It's like, yeah, I'm moving into Beverly Hills and I'm taking over this company. It's like, yeah, but you didn't really start it. And we got an office in Beverly Hills. Yeah, but you don't really own the building. Well, now I'm buying a sailboat and I'm going to do masterminds. Well, yeah, it's just a sailboat. It's not like it's a yacht or anything. Yeah, now I'm winning this award, and it's at the halftime of this NBA basketball. They're giving me the Entrepreneur Educator of the Year award. Yeah, but it's during halftime. No one's really in the seats. They're all out at the concession stands. It's like, no matter what you do, hey, look at me. Now I'm on the local news here. Well, that's local news. Well, now I'm on Fox. I'm getting interviewed on Fox Business, and I'm on Fox and Friends. Yeah, but it's like via satellite. It's not like you're in the studio. No matter what you do, somebody will always try to dismiss it or diminish it. And some people chalk that up to just not caring what other people think. But I think in this day and age, we do have to care what other people think. It's just care about what the right people think. Is this person our ideal client? Is this person our ideal business partner? There's a lot of people that I don't care what they think, but I do care what Doria thinks. Sometimes I wish I didn't care as much what Doria thinks, right? I do care what Aaron thinks. I do care what Mo thinks. And so I say all that to transition into, who are the people that you care about what they think? What are the opinions? And I was kind of asking Aaron, and he was giving me some soft answers. I want to shake him up here a little bit, but I know that he has some really good connections, and maybe he just didn't want to share, who some of these top secret informants he has at his fingertips. But who, Peter, do you follow, or where do you get your information, or who do you read? I want you to think about that. I promised to let Doria answer that question first as we're kind of wrapping up her segment. But Doria, what have you been reading, and who do you follow, and who do you listen to as you're kind of signing off here?
The person that I really care what thinks about me is Ted Turner. So
Ted Turner, okay,
he's my hero, and that whole group. They're very successful, socially responsible, environmental conservationists are the ones that I really care about. And, and I'm part of the board of advisors now, that whole mastermind out of Florida, and just a beautiful group of people. I care about what they think. But one of the things I just wanted to say before I leave, it was really interesting having the conversation with Aaron and also listening to Peter yesterday. that right now, more than ever, entrepreneurial education is key. You know, whenever you hear about all these people who are suffering, that they don't have enough of this, they don't have enough of that. You know, I grew up, you know, in the American dream as an immigrant. And, you know, entrepreneurship, one of the greatest export the United States ever did for the world was entrepreneurship. And in many ways, it's being forgotten. I know that a lot of people disagree with me, but again, we hang around with all these people that look like they're into entrepreneurs. So for me, entrepreneurial education is more important than ever, so that people can just go ahead and design their own life or create their own lives. And while I got Peter here, Peter, you know, I was around the 4 rich dads that really empowered Kiyosaki. You know, he was my business partner for 9 years. Robert had a tendency not to do some of the things that they told him to do. But one of the things that it was always around the business. And I think earlier you were talking about that, David, that you're not you're actually an entrepreneur that happens to be doing this, you know? So the same thing like in real estate, anything else. And Peter, I just want to so encourage you, you know, for me, handling the homeless problem, handling, you know, for, you know, people to get their own home for the first time. You know, it's like, thank you so much for focusing on that. And here in San Diego, you know, during COVID, I had some real estate friends that are very socially responsible that made a fortune because the county, the city of San Diego was buying all these buildings and doing all these things. So there are some beautiful, beautiful programs out there. And let's just get people off the streets and let's use real estate for that. And thank you for anything that you can do so that we can house people. You know, I'm a big pest around all my big real estate friends to let's just handle that and you can make a fortune and we can solve a problem.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Doria.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We're going to skip over to you, Peter, and we're going to bring up Harshelle in a little bit, and we're going to bring up Ann in a little bit. We've got a whole other segment we're going to start, but Peter, we wanted to follow up from yesterday, and leaders are readers, readers are leaders, leaders are readers. I don't know which is it, leaders are readers or readers are leaders. Either way, they both go together. Who do you read? Who do you study? Who do you follow? Or where do you get your information from? You were holding up a lot of paper yesterday, and it's a lot of information I guess you're analyzing, but you know, where did you get your training? Where did you get your education? And I'm not talking about school. I'm talking about, you know, mentors. I'm talking about, you know, books. Talk to us about that a little bit.
Well, interesting thing, and I think I'm a good person to learn from. I did it backwards. I tried to get my education as I went, and I wouldn't recommend, you know, look, there's some things you could do that, you know, you could learn as you go. You know, you start out in the shallow end, you work your way up to the deep end.
Yeah.
But there's certain businesses, there's certain things you really don't want to go learn as you go. And I brought into the real estate business 20 some years ago a couple bad traits. Number one, a trait of arrogance. I thought I had a little success before real estate, so I thought I could do it myself. I brought a bad trait of literally feeling that if I know a little bit, that means I know a lot, that I can do it myself, not understanding the importance of building the right teams around me.
Yeah.
And so when you say, you know, learn and all this, I tell people this, you're going to have to learn any way you look at it. If you're going to be successful, I don't care what business you're in, what venture, you're going to have to learn, you're going to have to understand, and you're going to have to pay a price. Mm-hmm. The price is one of two. You either learn through others, coach, mentor, education, books, you know, alignment with other people, or you're going to pay a very, very heavy price yourself. And in the end, the price you pay yourself is a lot bigger than the price you would have paid had you invested into your education and your training and all this. So the example I bring of myself is really the example I don't encourage other people do, because when I finally did get my head on straight, I was out, broke, lost everything, below. It took me years. Like when I say years, David, it took me years to get back to zero, doing it the right way. And what is the right way? I align myself with the right person. I connected with people that saw me from a long-term perspective, not a short-term paycheck. I started understanding what it is I do, both from a short-term perspective and a long-term perspective. And when I started doing, and look, I'm sure to most people listening to this, that's a no-brainer. Like, of course you should know what you're doing. Of course you should, get it. But to me back then, it was like, it's the weird thing. It was a foreign concept. It really was a foreign concept. And so I am not the one to model in terms of getting things straight the right way, doing things the right way. But once I was at this kind of totally down and out place, then at that point, I did do it the right way. And that is the mentorship, the coaching, the alignment, started following other basic principles of success, started to understand the value of people around me. I did have a pretty straight rise, in the right direction. But because I was so backwards at that point, it literally took me 3 years just to get to zero at that point.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my story. I know it's not a story that you want to emulate, but at least it's a story that other people should try not to emulate.
Yeah, it's your time. It's your question. You could take it in any direction you want. I mean, that's one way to go with it. I wish I had more time because I would interrogate you a little bit more and rake you over the coals a little bit more. I think there's something a little bit deeper there that people want to hear from. But I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you sharing. I know the Tribune, offered you an even bigger segment and time slot because you're somebody who can really, train people and educate people and show them how to not do what you've done. But thank you for coming on, Peter. And I look forward to seeing you at the Best You Expo.
I look forward to being there.
All right, Mo, Adora, I know we've got other people backstage.
David, I just had to pop in to do the weather of the day. As you can see, there's going to be showers on the east side over here. So if you plan on going to work, no, just joking. But with that being said, I thought that segment was great with Peter. Thank you, David. That's what we call a mercy laugh. I appreciate it. Right? If you weren't on air, you wouldn't give me the mercy laugh, but I appreciate it. So the next segment is going to be very exciting. We have an awesome, eclectic group of real, powerful thought leaders. So if you're paying attention right now, make sure you grab a pen, paper, take notes. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and we'll be right back with our next segment. A word from Jane King.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
A reoccurring theme throughout the course of this Money Forum Live program, which is being done as a community service by Top Talent Agency, the Tribune, as well as Ace Productions and all of our friends, associates, and partners, it has been the modern era of content creation. Now, whether we talk about GPT, course development, etc., content creation is something that has certainly become an integrated part of the global economy. And folks that are not incorporating various forms of content creation, and that could be things like making sure that your photography is done professionally. It could be things like making sure you're focused on your brand, your personal brand, or it could be the course creation and development, which so many different experts around the world have discussed on this program. I know yesterday we had a couple people that had that conversation. And so the next panel, the next group of folks, I know, Dora, you're smiling because you got 2 Mo's now instead of 1. I had to clone myself somehow. But this next panel, which consists of Parshell as well as Ann Landstrom, I'm excited about. I know both of them personally. I know that both of them are very powerful individuals that have done a lot of good work for a lot of people. I'm a personal client of Ann Landstrom's. In fact, I've now utilized her services twice. We've had 2 separate photo shoots together in the last 2 years. And once a year, I get my annual checkup with Ann Landstrom to get my annual photos. I will be there again in a year. You know, look, if you take your personal brand seriously, just like how you take your personal health seriously, you go see the doctor once a year, go to your local photographer once a year, right? To make sure that your brand is on point. Now, I don't know why, and this last time I looked a little thicker than I did a year ago. So I think it has to do with your editing. I'm not going to take responsibility for
Your
that.
clothes are
right?
shrinking. That's what it is. Your clothes are
Thank
just shrinking. You need to
And
be.
my clothes are
Well,
shrinking. Thank you. That's what it is.
well, Wade and Mo, let's say it's not just you had to figure out how to clone yourself. Knowing you had to figure out how to do it before someone in big tech did.
Absolutely. Thank
All
you.
this cloning.
Thank you,
You're
Adora.
welcome.
That was
You're
a very
so
nice
welcome.
compliment.
It was.
But with that being said, Adora, David, how excited are the two of you for us to pick these two brilliant minds, please?
Yeah, I'm super excited. Ooh,
No, go
I'm
ahead, go ahead.
super excited. I know we've talked about Anne. I'm really looking forward to being a client of Anne's as well in the near future. Her work of Les Brown, of Mo Rock, and so many incredible
Come
thought
and be on my
leaders.
wall, Adora, and I need to.
I want to be
transfer-
on your wall, and
Yeah.
yes, and that studio is beautiful. You produce a lot of great photos out of there. I'll be in San Diego soon, so let's do that. And then Parshell, I know I got to meet you through David, and you're doing such great work empowering course creators, authors in learning how to create content and to further leverage and earn income while sharing. So this is going to be a wonderful conversation about, other ways to actually look good, but also create income. So I'm super excited. Okay, David, your turn.
Well, I was just gonna say, of course, I'm excited. I was one of the people that said, "Hey, let's get these people on here." So, thank you for giving me credit for meeting Parshell through me, Odora. That you made my whole day right there. You guys are all talking about the value of connecting. Look at that! I connected Adora with Parshell, and of course, I met Anne through somebody else. But it's interesting how many degrees of separation we all are. There's another woman named Nikki Green who was at our event in Vegas last year at PubPubCon, who also met Parshell, became a client of Parshell's, and is now launching her book and launching her videos and everything through that. So it's fun to look around at the success stories. Anne did pictures for Doria. Those pictures ended up on a book that we published for Doria, and in several different things, magazines that we did. So, very familiar with her work as well. And she's somebody that we've been talking about doing, some pictures for us too. So yeah, we're all connected. We're all connected. Coming up in San Diego, which is where Parshell and Ann spend a lot of time, there's the BizCon 2023. We're gonna have Roosevelt on here a little bit later on, but somebody else that we've all connected with, and there's a big event at the San Diego Convention Center. So we're seeing each other online, but we could all be together at some places. The Best U Expo at the LA Convention Center, San Diego Convention Center. You never know. Maybe we'll actually get a picture all together. How about that?
That would be beautiful.
Yeah, and they need to have a dance floor. If we're going to all be there and Doria is going to be anywhere near, or me, there must be a dance
I
floor.
agree.
Totally.
Good.
Wobble all day.
Well, I've seen
Wobble all day.
and dance. Actually, there's a phenomenal event in Los Angeles on New Year's Eve with a lot of folks that were in this community that also attended, and I actually witnessed Anne dance. She danced to ABBA. She told me she'll only dance to ABBA. I don't know why. Maybe it has something to do with her Swedish background. I don't know.
We actually danced together. Yes.
Yes. Well, absolutely. I danced with a lot of people that we were celebrating, ringing in the new year. But with that being said, I'm going to give the floor back to Adora and David, so the two of you can pick these brilliant minds.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna set it up a little bit, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Adora. I don't even need to be on here. I'm just gonna listen in like Mo. But one of the reasons why we created this is because we're talking about the future of income, the future of making money, and what we want to invest in. And that really is changing quite a bit. And one of the ways in which it's changing is we're all becoming content creators. Sometimes people come to me and it's like, oh, David, you help people with books, or oh, you help someone with a show. Probably the bigger way to say that, not courses, not books, not show, it's all of that. But what it really is it's creating content. That's what we refer to it. So some of you are listening, you're saying, what is creating content? Well, it's pictures, it's videos, it's exercises, it's courses that include multimedia, right? Self-assessment tests, it's writing articles, it's podcast episodes, it's so much of that. And of course, we have two content creators here today that can share their expertise, whether it's Anne talking about pictures and certain aspects of video and what she does to help us look good. We want to look good. We want to look our best, right? Or Parshell as well. She knows some of those similar things, but a step further in terms of what should go in your video. How do you leverage video? How long should the video be? How short should the video be? What are the different ways? Should you be outside? Should you be inside? Should you use a studio? How much production do you want into that? So I'm just saying all of that to set up some conversations. Hopefully that's helpful. Hopefully Parshell and Ann kind of know what we might be talking about here. What do you think, Adora? Is that a good setup?
It's excellent, Dave. It's excellent.
I have to say, David, that was a phenomenal setup. And the fact that we're like 10 hours into this, given the 2 days, that you're still on point, still focused. I just want to thank you. And you really, Parshell and Ann, we want to thank the two of you for being with us today. Until next time, but that was exactly right. And so we have some real talented folks here. And I will be coming in and out of Dora and offering some support and facilitating this. But for now, we're going to kick it off with you.
Awesome. These guys are acting like I don't know how to interview, right? Adora, you going to be okay? Ladies, you know what you're doing. You know where you're going. Mo, I've got you. Like
you got this.
I know. Awesome. It's all in good fun. And so great to see both of you. And I'm going to start with you because I think there are a couple of things you could talk about here. One is I remember when I first started selling high ticket many years ago, the first thing they said is you need to go get a professional photo done. And it doesn't matter if you're a leader in network marketing, an author, a business professional. That is one of the first things, especially now, that people need to do. So can you first speak to a little bit about that? And then we'll come back on the business of photography for people that have that creative gene, since this is money.
Yeah, no, sure. These days, we don't really meet in person too much. We meet on Zoom or through email or other places. So you really got to put your best image forward, because people, believe it or not, people judge you of how you present yourself. And it's almost like if you look at if you go on a dating site and you swipe left or swipe right, that's more or less what people look when they go to your website or when they see you as well. So you really have to show up as the best version of yourself. And if you feel like your headshots or your branding look expired, well, most likely your potential client feels the same way. So it's always you don't have much time these days to have a great first impression. So that's why it's so important to have updated branding. And these days you are your logo, your face, yourself is what people want to connect with.
That's powerful. Okay. And so for people, you're so right. You are your logo. Did you all hear that? People don't want to see outdated or expired photos. Also, wipe the screen off before you take a picture, right? If you're going to do a selfie. That's awesome, Anne. What else for people who, because we have people in the Philippines, people all around that may not necessarily have access in this moment to a professional photographer, the best of the best, they're going to hunt you down. They're going to fly to San Diego. They're going to get it done. But what about people that are stretching resources or not able to, go straight to the professional? What are a few tips they can do to catch some nice photos?
Well, these days with your iPhones, that there, or I'm an iPhone person. There's obviously other phones companies out there, but if your phone these days have a pretty good camera in it, and it's just a matter of knowing lighting, how to position yourself, and you can take pretty good pictures. From all the years that I've been doing branding for my clients, I have heard, like, could you shoot through on Zoom, or can you fly out here, or how can I do my own? And so now I have actually finishing this week filming for my brand like a CEO course. So people
Nice.
could actually, I'm teaching people how to do your own photos with your phone. I'm showing all the setups, every material that you need, and then also how to take those photos out in the world, how to make your own marketing materials, your banners, and where to post them. So they will be, whoever don't know or can afford to go and hire a branding photographer, hire a graphic designer or a marketing team, it will be all in the course of how you can do it yourself and at least get started to get yourself out there.
That's so powerful. I didn't even know that. And here's what else I would say, even if you can, and you're going to fly to Anne or someone else and get your photography, I think that's still worth taking, because in a world where social media and doing reels regularly and posting regularly, you could really learn some great tips about angles, lighting, what message you're communicating. So
Yeah.
I think that's a great course for anyone, but especially for people
how
who
to
are new.
dress and what colors looks good and what's your brand colors, what's your fonts, all of that all ties together, because brand recognition, you got to kind of tie it all together so people recognize you on all platforms. I mean, it's the whole reason why McDonald's and Coca-Cola are still doing marketing, right?
Yes.
We all know who they are, but it's all brand recognition.
I know. And before I come right to you, yesterday when David was saying Coke versus Pepsi, I was thinking, well, it depends on which country you're in. Some countries are Pepsi people and some are Coke. I'm more coffee and water. But Parshell, so tell us a little bit about when I met you, through David, who is a phenomenal connector. It's one of the reasons we're all together. We're all connectors, and we felt we're better together pulling our resources. So I'm very grateful for that introduction. When I first met you, you were working to help authors create courses so that they could increase their income, because a lot of authors spend so much time putting their message together and then make $20 a month or something, through their books, maybe 1,000 if they're 2,000, maybe 10, but there's a limit. So is that what you're still up to?
Yeah, and having a lot of fun with it. We have probably a dozen open projects right now of books that we are actively turning into courses. So it definitely is a learning, and it's a huge opportunity for authors right now. We're talking about investing on this program, and investing in your expertise is really what it's about. Especially if you're an author and you have a book out there. There's a survey I was actually reading today that said that 80% of authors are not making the desired income that they want from their book alone. And so often that's because the book as itself is just one type of experience. And right now, through the power of online, through the power of media, through imagery, storytelling, live experiences, like there's so much more you can do with your book. So that's been a lot of fun to explore and learn through the process. And David had mentioned Nikki Green as well, who we've been working with. And what's been so awesome in working with her is just, she also is a creative person, which I love. And so instead of going with a standard, online on-demand course, we're actually infusing her course into a journal. So as you're going through the journal that accompanies the book, you're able to kind of have your own adventure, so to speak, where there's a QR code and you can scan that to now go through and get the demonstration, get inspired about what you're about to do to deepen the learning, because that's really what it's about. And that's what people are willing to pay for too. So there's a huge advantage for sure when it comes to authors who have a book and you're wondering, right, what can I do to leverage that further?
Well, and that's really huge, because first of all, so many people dream of writing a book and never do it until they meet David Fagan or someone else like that, right? Or join a collaboration project or actually finally write their book. And then, they join this elite class of the people, I think over 80% of people you talk to say they want to write a book, or their life could be a book or something like that. But there's a small percentage that actually do it. And then it's like, like birthing something that loses steam, right? So
Yes.
I love, if you're an author, write author in the comments. But I love what you're saying is taking an area of expertise and not just creating one stream or one way. It sounds like you have multiple channels of creating revenue and expanding that same message into different experiences, like you did with Nikki.
Exactly. And the way that we teach it and approach it is really about the strategies and how you can, and this is a really fun phrase we've been saying, is how to get more bang for your buck, right? This is what we're talking about. So the very first step in the process is to leverage your book to build your platform. And that oftentimes is where, when you're looking to get on stage, if you're looking to do more when it comes to your visibility online, using the content of your book to be the source of content that you can share online, especially in short form video right now, is huge. That's honestly the first way you can start to actually leverage your book, because now you can attract new readers and bring more people into your, into your space, into your world. The next piece on top of there is we recommend that you have some sort of a product in place. This can be an online course. It could be a mini course. It could be some other downloadable, some other experience that's connected with your book. And then once you go to the next stage, which I know David and Mo are really, really excellent at, in terms of taking the stage, right? Having those opportunities to really be in front of a live audience and to share. And oftentimes that is a really, that's, I want to say the pie in the sky moment, but there's a really great opportunity, because now not only from the stage do you have the opportunity to leverage your book in that conversation. You can sell more books. Books can be leveraged in how you get onto that stage, right? Everyone can get a book. You can be like Oprah. You get a book. You get a book.
I love that. I love
right?
it. You get a book. You get a book.
Yes.
So, Parshall, I just want to back it up. So,
Yeah.
for authors, one thing that you're saying they can do very easily, and I love this. You and Ann are both dropping little golden nuggets that really, I hope you all are catching them. You're saying take a portion of their book and make a short form video. So chapter by chapter or little section. What's the topic of this? Go online, talk about that, hold up the book. So that's a way they can immediately begin to build their platform. Is that what you were saying? Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. The second is to create a product, which is where you come in quite a bit, helping them lay that out. How does it land? How does it, I love the journal that you did with Nikki. And then the third is then to get on stages, right? Stages like this. Yes. And they have a product, they can sell more books. Beautiful. So I hope you guys are getting this. I'm seeing comments. Gina said you are magnificent, Parshall. Okay.
Too.
And Anne, what?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on that for a second with ebook. These days, if you're not, maybe it's a little overwhelming to write a whole book. You can easily do an ebook and go on either Designer or something like Canva or Flipbooks and turn that into a lead magnet that and now with Copy AI, you can definitely write. I mean, I've written an ebook in half an hour, if less. I mean, it's amazing. Of course, AI is not going to make it as personal, so you have to go in and really personalize it for your brand and for you. But it's definitely such a helpful tool now to have ChatGPT to help you with that. And and then what I did with my ebook, I printed it. So I have like a little magazine on my ebook, and you can take that with you to whatever, or hand out to your clients, or I keep it here in the studio, and I also have it as a freebie downloadable. So it's very easy to get that done these days.
That's very powerful, and that speaks to another way to use the Chat GPT that we've been talking about. Which one did you mention? You referenced one specifically, Anne?
To get your ebook printed, I went to something called to write it. Yeah, Chat GPT. Yeah, definitely. That's one. And to get it printed, you can go to a designer and or Flipbooks, and they have actually templates. All you need to do is just drop in your pictures and your verbiage in there, and you can have it printed. You can actually even print books from there as well.
Yeah, awesome. And there are other revenue streams where you can take those ebooks and sell them on Amazon and use that to build platforms. So really awesome. And how important do you think the branding or photos are, Parshell and Anne, when it comes to putting yourself out there? I've heard different things, like you want your face on the cover, and I've heard things like, no, you want it on the back, and you want the book to really, the title to call the person. So I'd love to hear both of your opinions.
Yeah, they say don't judge a book by its cover, but that's what we do. And you're still going to look at a book and be intrigued or, drawn to it or not. And there's so much that goes into that. And I know that that's Anne's expertise as well, just in how those elements come together. For the Author's Leverage, we went through that branding process, and it is it's not just throw some things together, right? There's a lot that goes into it. And it's all for the reason of how can we make a strong, attractive relationship with our reader or who our customer is. And you really got to know who they are in that process. So I always say, start there, know who you're trying to communicate with and build a relationship with, and allow that to drive what how you want to be presented. I think sometimes for me, myself, I'm like, oh, I really like this color though, or what have you. But, there's a point in time where you have to really decide, okay, that's my personal favorite color. It's not necessarily what's going to resonate with my audience, right? So the book cover, how that is packaged really makes a big difference. And if you are doing any products or, anything on the back side of a book or any content period, the quality of the content matters, but what you're actually saying is always going to win at the end of the day. I've always said, it's one thing if I gave you the lotto numbers on crayon written on a napkin versus if I laminated, printed them, and, put a bow on it and sent it to you. The value is what's in being said, how we present it. We have a lot of options of how we can do that. So I love, Anne, the course that you're putting together, because that's really going to help people, at least get a solid footing when it comes to how they show up.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think it's so important. People don't realize when you go to LinkedIn or any other platform, and LinkedIn is the biggest business platform right now, and they don't have everything. There's a lot missing in a lot of people's profiles, and that comes with definitely their marketing and their branding. And so I think that people are missing out. I see in some of my networking groups, I kind of go and peek behind, see what they have in their profiles, and they'll say, hey, I can help you. I can really help you. You can. It's actually proven fact that if you have a good branding, that you can increase your revenue by 20%. Who wouldn't want to get a 20% raise?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's definitely worth it in that case. And I present it usually in the analogy of an airplane, right? If I'm going from one destination to another, I can take a propeller plane, I can take a commercial jet, or I can take a private plane, right? And those kind of represent the levels that usually we're going to engage with getting content created at a certain level. So you can totally DIY it, right? And be successful there. You can, and the done with you, that's more if you do one part, somebody else does the other part. Oftentimes, some of our clients might do they can record themselves in their home studio, but they need someone to edit, right? So that's where you're going to have more of a working relationships to do it with. And then there's the red carpet, which we love doing and we provide here, is really just making it to where you just have to show up. All the pieces are taken care of for you, and you can really just show up, smile, kiss babies, and go about your day. I love just the fact that we have those options, and the beauty of it is you always get to your destination, right? You're always going to get there because at the end of the day, you're sharing your message.
Awesome. Well, I see Carissa and Isabel in the green room, and Isabel or Carissa, either of you, Isabel, if you'd like to come on, I'd love for you to jump in with us in this conversation. If you'd like. If you're busy, it's all right. We do this live. It's a live flowing show. I love the way you said those different levels, because everyone has a different identity and also a different phase that they're in. All right, Isabel, you are responsible for so many brands and having people show up really powerful in your magazine.
Yes.
You represent some of the top talent in the world. So I just wanted you to jump in on this conversation, adding your pieces, asking any questions, because you truly
Yeah.
are a pro here.
Yeah, I think a really good question to ask as well. When it comes to photography, when it comes to your content, what are some strong ways to build out your brand identity? And one of those answers is, in fact, through content. But I'm curious too, from Anna Parshell's perspective, but what are some other areas that people should really be focusing on? And Instagram is doing reels, you can do posts, TikToks is just videos, Facebook you can do above and everything. But what are some other key areas that some people can focus on when it really comes to honing in on their brand identity?
That's a great question. I
Yeah.
see outside of what you just mentioned, I think a really great direction as well is like your owned media. So your email list and going back there. So that is always going to be, a mainstay, because you own that list. And so how can you engage with your list a little bit better and really provide that email experience to be something that can now express, more of your identity, who you are, how you're showing up, and, how that can translate to your community and your fold.
Thank you. Anne,
Yeah.
did you want to
No,
weigh
I
in on that as
totally
well?
agree with that. You're like some of the top entrepreneurs says, your network is your net worth, and you already have that list is already following you for whatever reason. They like what you're doing, so they're already your fans. So there's one. I started to get very much compliments on how my newsletters and emails look now. I'm using a software called Flowdesk, and it's very visually attractive. So you can definitely go in there and make it to your brand. And you get so bombarded these days with all these newsletters and all these things that you really want to kind of stand out from the crowd. And that is one that I highly recommend to look into. Or there's other of course, Canva, things like that you can go in and design your stuff to look a little more personable. But you need to really work on standing out from everybody else, because the noise is so
Loud.
big right now with everything that you get in your email box, right?
Yes. Yeah, and once you're able to really identify and hone in on your brand's identity, kind of hang on that word a little bit, you're able to borrow someone else's credibility, because you can introduce them to your database, to your people, to your social media content, because it's like, hey, I've been saying these things, but here's an expert. An example that could also be used for that is I'm very good at book publishing. Now, I'm not the best, but I am very good at what I do, and I love what I do. Now, I can give a lot of great advice to my clients, to my friends, to my family members, but then they'll still go online and look up someone else, be like, oh, well, I know I've had this conversation with you, but so-and-so said this, so I'm gonna follow that direction. So it's just another way of borrowing someone's credibility and just enhancing your knowledge when it comes to your expertise, whether it's your industry, your personal brand, your personal connections. And again, yes, definitely leaning on that key phrase of your network is your net worth. Because when you're able to really have a consistent audience, someone or group that'll regularly show up to your speaking engagements, your book launches, your product launches, when you hone in on that space, there's nothing you can't do, because you've developed a loyal database.
Wow. Thank you,
And welcome back, Chris.
I was like, woo, preach it. Yes, please. I have a question along that same thread that I think, I'd love to hear what Anne says about this, and Parshell as well, if you want to speak to this too. Something that some of the work that I do in the world is supporting entrepreneurs, global leaders, kind of awaken their consciousness and step into their multidimensionality, leading the world in a different way. And one of the things that they're often confronted by, and I'm often helping them work through, is their multidimensionality. I am this person and I am also this person. When it comes to your personal brand, can you speak to people showing more than one version of themselves, and how, you know, the difficulties of that, or, you know, how do you support your clients with expressing the totality of who they are while also remaining within their specific niche and remaining professional. Like, this is such a delicate balance with that I see so many people moving through right now with this identity stuff. So how do you support people in expressing themselves in a way that's both professional and vulnerable, but also staying true to the fact that they have multiple versions of themselves that, you know, are fundamentally important in who they are and the work they do in the world?
Well, I can start with that because that definitely hits me, because I have multiple brands, or I am a branding and a boudoir photographer, and I'm equally as passionate in both those areas. And some of my coaches that I've coached with say, well, pick one. And I'm like, I don't want to pick one. Because I love doing both. And it's been a struggle, like, okay, how do I brand myself? And it's really just branding you as the expert, and then under that under that umbrella is whatever you're doing. You have to go with what you're passionate about, and then struggle. I think the struggles that a lot of people is finding their brand identity, and it could be like colors and fonts or a logo, but you are your brand. And then if that is one or more, it's still all about you. So
yeah, it sort of
I don't know if that
reminds me
answers
of
the question.
Yeah, well, I think what you're saying, and then I'll give it to Parshell as well, is what you're saying is the brand is an extension of you, and the prerequisite, the step before that, is getting to know who you are, right? So many people want this brand identity, they want this brand, but they don't know who they are in order to showcase that. So they're modeling
People
other
want
people's
you. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they
they're
want you.
modeling.
I mean, do you ever
They're-
notice when you post something on Facebook about yourself, all the likes and everything that you get, and whenever you're being vulnerable or anything, that how much more people are commenting than if you're posting a meal that you ate? But you know, but anytime you're opening up and being vulnerable and being through, then you get people relate. It's all about the relatability factor as well.
Yes. Yeah.
And Brené Brown, I mean, she totally nailed it about being vulnerable and being true to yourself. And then whatever that means in your branding, people gonna trust you for just you showing up authentically.
Yeah.
Anyone and
I believe
everyone
that.
wants to be an expert, but if you don't have a voice, if you don't know what it is that you stand for or what it is you're trying to represent, no one's going to listen to you, no matter how
Yeah.
loud you are.
Right. It seems
So
that,
true.
you know, authenticity is the pathway to becoming an authority, right?
Yes.
And so I just actually recorded a video on that, and it is the truth here. And so I'd love to pass this to Parshell as well. With working with authors, you know, they probably have a lot of things to say, and they're probably trying to find what their authentic voice is versus this is what Brené Brown says, or this is what this person says. And that must mean that it is the thing to say and talk about. You know, what have you experienced with some of these authors in finding their voice? How do they actually do that? What is the path or the process to cultivating that or finding that voice within themselves?
Yeah, it's been such an interesting ride and experience thus far, because and I can say this for myself, because as I'm learning more about myself, as I'm getting more authentic and connected with myself, I'm starting to realize that my client is very much just like me. We have a lot in common, especially around the values. And so in establishing that and having that relationship with our clients, we're able to, you know, really understand and help them to voice that. Imposter syndrome is big in this space, right? Because you can publish a book on, you know, ABC, and there are several, you know, other people who have you know, come up with that same topic. And so that conversation that starts in your mind becomes a mental challenge. And so, you know, our authors have really found that just in expressing and getting their message out there in a different format allows them to get that validation back. They're able to express themselves in a new way that they didn't think maybe was possible. And so that's why I'm finding that they're able to really get more of a grasp on what their identity is and who they are by showing up and sharing. And then with that, as you're developing different brands and different ideas and extensions of what you do, at the core of it is always going to be what your values are, what you're passionate about, right? Those things are going to always carry over. They might just be and look a little bit differently. But at the end of the day, it's just so funny how you are your client, right? Like that whole mentality. So as you learn more about yourself, you learn more about your brand and your identity, and you show up that way, it empowers other people to do the same.
Yeah, Isabel, I actually have the same question for you because you work in this space as well with a lot of authors, a lot of mentors, coaches. What sort of, narratives are playing out with some of these individuals, these experts, these speakers, authors, and how have you seen them work through it, or how have you supported them working through it as well?
Yeah, when it comes to understanding what it is that you stand for, what it ties into your knowledge. What did you go to school for? What did your business start out as? What is the value that you put into each and every single relationship, whether it's someone that you met at a couple of events or someone that eventually became a client and a dear friend, almost a chosen family member? How you're able to distinguish those things is through constantly having conversations and even challenging your own beliefs is something that I am an advocate for, because if you don't challenge what it is that you are doing, the path that you've chosen, then it just becomes a little bit too easy. And then anyone who is even more knowledgeable is able to kind of knock you off your feet, and they take the place of being the biggest expert in that field. So constantly having conversations like this, whether it's on a platform online, whether it's in person, whether it's at live events, or even just one-on-one conversations, it's through those things that you can really feel things out and understand why, or reconnect with your why. But to answer your other question of how I support my clients in these things is by hosting events, by initiating conversations, by giving them a little bit of the softball questions, but also not being afraid to hold back and almost, hit them a little bit harder, not really between the eyes, but, more in the heart. It's like, I love you, but I want to challenge you a little bit because there's someone else that I know whose name I'm hearing through the ether that is coming up. And I want you to be able to hold your own ground when they come into your space.
Beautiful answer. Beautiful answer. Thank you so much for that. Well, I know that we only have another minute or so left, so I want to kind of do some wrap up statements here. We've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about voices, photography, content, book publishing. I'd love for Anne, for you to go first. Do you have any last minute words for anybody in our audience who's wanting to express themselves, who's wanting to build a personal brand, who's maybe wanting to monetize that personal brand in a world where it seems like everyone is starting to do that or has already been successful at doing that? How can they do that? Or what would you to say to any of them who really want to stand out?
Well, it's kind of easy. It's like the Nike commercial, just do it. I know I know myself, I am much more comfortable behind the camera than in the front of the camera. So I'm speaking to myself as much as I'm speaking to everybody else. But it's really just doing it and getting out there. And it might take you 30 times before you get it to the way that you want it to be. But at least start. Starting is better than not doing anything. So I would just set up the camera on a tripod at home and start practicing. Start practicing in the mirror, talking, or start taking selfies, and see where do you look best? What lighting do you look best? And then start from there. At least I think starting is the number one key.
Yeah, that has seemed to be a very hot topic here today for everyone, is just starting. Putting that one foot forward, having that one conversation. For me, writing a book, it's like putting that one word down every day and just starting and doing the thing. So that's beautiful advice. Thank you so much. Okay, Parshell, what would you like to say to our audience who's navigating the same thing, really putting themselves out there, wanting to make more money and an impact in the world? What would you like to say to them as well?
Yeah, especially if you have a book, if you have anything that is published online, there's so much potential that's there for you. I would say that your book isn't done yet. Whether you turn it into a course, you develop another workbook with it, or a journal, or anything else. Just know that one, your book alone is not going to make you that much money. It's going to be experiences that do that. Secondly, people are willing to pay for implementation, especially if you've written a book in the area of health, wealth, relationships, or leadership. These are areas where it's difficult just to read a book and get it and it's implemented, right? If we can help our readers and those that we're engaging with to get to their result and a great experience and to do it quicker, this is what people are willing to pay for. I pay experts all the time, like, please help me do what I'm doing because I don't have all the answers and I need support. I need guidance. I need whatever it might be. And then the third is that the quality of your learning experience matters, right? So you want to make sure that you have created an experience that is high tech and high touch, meaning, works well online. They can be on their device. They can be on their computer. They can be listening to audio as they're going about their day and still be connected with them. So consider ways that you can really create a quality experience that matches who you're speaking to and who your learners are. And that's what I would say. Those are my last parting words of advice for sure. ChatGPT is crazy awesome. Definitely leverage that to do more of what you're doing more quickly. And the big thing at the end of the day is trust, right? I think that is more important than money. It's more important than, other things that we sometimes prioritize as business owners, but really we're just establishing trust with each other. And that's something that your community, your readers, your people also need to feel and have with you. So those are the pieces of advice that I would say is repurpose your book, do more with it. It's not done. You could do a lot more. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for being here and spending time and energy with us. I know that the audience is very grateful. We are going to transition into our next segment. So we want to wish you well and say bye-bye. And so we'll remove you from the stream, both Parshell and Anne. Thank you so much. And before we do that, I would love to ask Isabel, I know the next two guests that we're going to have this conversation with, very well. You've worked closely with both of them in the agency and the publishing world. So I'd love to share with you, how excited are you for this next segment? What would you like to say about the two next guests who are coming up with us?
The thing I have to say about these two next guests is buckle up. Those two words, buckle up, because they're going to drop some amazing knowledge bombs, truth bombs. They're not afraid to hold back. But don't worry, they don't bite. They're very friendly. And they're here to share love, knowledge, and expertise, and just kind of, make you feel good and let you know that there are people who are in, big, high places that are looking out for every single person here, no matter where you are in the world.
Wow. Well, I couldn't agree more. I think these are two of the fan favorites. They're two of my favorite humans so far. So we are going to welcome them without further ado, Mr. Jim Poole and Bernardo Moya. Thank you for being here. Hello, hello.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Hello, gentlemen. Bernardo, you're on mute.
Thank you so much. Obviously, you're talking about Jim Poole because I am nothing compared to Jim Poole.
Oh,
he is the man of the hour, always.
Bernardo, I am at the LA Convention Center getting warmed up for the Best U Expo.
Good.
I'm here right now. Yep, I'm here live. Except I'm at the Brain Summit for Brain Mapping and Brain Therapeutics today, doing a lecture on interventional therapies for psychotic and addiction and comorbidity with trauma. That's what I'm doing today. Little bit hardcore left brain science. So let's talk about
basically doing God's work.
Basically doing God's work. Yes. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. I'm curious if you've been listening in and all. I know that you're a very busy man in the world. So I'm curious if you've been listening. What have you, taken away from today, or what would you like to add to the conversation about money? I know that you help a lot of people with stress and navigating that with, your products and Newcom. And not many people make the correlation between stress management and the impact that they can make in the world with, monetizing their businesses or making more money. Are you able to speak to that as well? Because not many people would say, like, okay, I want to decrease the stress just for the sake of that. They may not prioritize their health until they actually have to. So can you speak to, because it's the Money Forum live event, stress management, what you've seen with that, and people's ability to, lean into their purpose and make more money in the world that we live in today?
Thank you for the segue. And of course I can, because my life has seemed to have evolved around stress for the past 14 years. So everything seems to be connected to stress. Now, what I just heard earlier was amazing. And there was things about truth and authenticity and trust. None of that happens if you are stressed out, filled with anxiety, worry, depression, None of it. So it is all stress modulated as far as I'm concerned. I also just want to showcase that I am at this prestigious 20th annual Congress of Brain Mapping and Brain Therapeutics. This is how they market. This is left brain science. There's no marketing at this conference. It's all data.
A lot of numbers. A lot
I
of
hope
cold,
the
hard numbers and QR
I hope the
codes.
lanyards at Bernardo's event are a little sexier.
Well, I do hope so. I do hope so.
To me, everything comes down to stress, because when we're stressed, we often find ourselves consumed with anticipatory anxiety, just the anxiety of heading into something. Or we're thinking about triggers. You know, we're easily triggered when we're in stress. When we're not in stress, we are patient and we are present. We are available. You can see it in people's eyes. You can see it in how their eyes dart. You can see it in their body language, their posture. If somebody is not present with me, I feel it. It makes me feel insecure, like I'm not good enough. Well, why aren't they looking at me? Everything, especially in business on a one-to-one basis, is built around that stress response and the ability to be present and to be confident. Leaders are amazing if people will follow them. Leaders are nothing if no one will follow them. If you're stressed out, bringing your baggage to work, bringing your issues, your conflict, your marriage, your kids, whatever it is, we all have stress. If you're bringing it with you and trying to lead from that place of stress, you are going to lose, because nobody wants to be around that energy. We all feel that energy. We are all energetic. We're all vibrational. We all resonate. When I'm in a room and I'm close to somebody who's in a high stress, paranoid state, it doesn't make me feel good. It certainly doesn't engender me wanting to get close to them and get to know them. So I think the stress side and the ability to be present as a leader is paramount to building trust, therefore building relationships that I can trust that they will do well for me and I will do well for them. Number one. Number two, there's a huge issue today, I think, with finding balance. And COVID, for all of its magnanimous awesomeness, taking us out of the rat race and putting us in our homes and saying, wait, I don't need to do the commute. It also has created a different level of stress, because now we're like, should I be in the office? Should I not be in the office? Do I need to be there? Do I not? So it's all stress modulated, but we need to have balance. There's no value in me. I'm home for 48 hours on a 27-day business trip. That's not good living. There's no value in me doing this if I'm not maximizing my opportunities on the road, because of the sacrifice is too much for me. That balance is really important. And if I'm feeling stressed out about it, if I'm feeling inconsequential as a business leader, as an employee, as an employer, as someone networking or lecturing, but then at home I feel like a failure too, no. So yes, to me, Carissa, it's always stress modulated, and I wish it were easier. I wish we understood stress more. I wish we gave it the import it needs and deserves. There are a few times in our lives where we actually lose that sense of stress and we're present. It's usually about 6 or 7 days into an island vacation, and then you start anticipating going back to your life. So you have a fleeting moment of, wow, that felt good. Wouldn't it be nice if we all felt that way all the time? So yes, stress is a big contributing factor to your ability to perform at your best, to build trust, to build relationships, and to extend the value of what you're trying to create for the world.
Yes. Growing up, I used to have very severe anxiety, stress, maybe a little bit of depression. And I never really could find a way to articulate that to my family. And when my mother finally understood what it was I was trying to communicate to her, she said, well, just imagine holding a glass of water. Like, and you're holding it with your arms stretched out. It doesn't hurt at first, but after a while, your arm starts to feel heavy. You want to put it down, but you keep holding it up. You hold it a little bit longer, and the muscle will just go numb. The muscle will just go numb, and it's still holding on to all those things. So stress, the negativity, depression, things that are constantly weighing you down, you become numb to, and you become comfortable with. But as soon as you set that glass down, everything changes. You become lighter. You feel happier. You can go faster. You can do things that you want to do in a more of a happy state. So, Jim, how many users currently are utilizing Newcom worldwide? And how far do you think of a global impact it'll be? Would it be a universal thing? Is it going to tap into the frequencies? Where do you continually see Newcom going?
One place is Kenya. Thanks to you and David. I'm serious. We have several philanthropic arms of our business. One is the VA, military, and people that sacrifice their lives to protect us. Another has been Ukraine. That came out of nowhere, but in March we started serving that community, and cancer. The fourth one is now Kenya. We have historically been a very complex, complicated, expensive medical device. You can't serve humanity with that complex, complicated, expensive device. But March 1st, we changed kind of the game entirely. We moved all of our 33 years and $39 million of patented neuroscience into the palm of your hand. So now, as a human, even in Africa where they suffer to eat, but they all have mobile devices, we can get access to people and take care of their stress response simply through very advanced physics underneath music in one app, where I can go from the highest levels of intensity to the lowest levels of sleep. Now, what I learned in the Kenya piece was in America, when I give a gift, we were at the Super Bowl. We did the Super Bowl Recovery Lounge. About 300 athletes got a card and they could do 90 days free trial. Maybe 20% of them will do it. But in Africa, when someone who they respect says, here, I'm going to give you a gift, we have like 100% usage and we can see it. So the mere fact that they don't understand the science, they don't have to. They understand that there's something that's cool and easy to do, that they're dealing with stress. They put headphones on. We will resolve that. I think there's a global footprint for us. I think in the next 3 years, you're going to see an exponential explosion of our use because we can now come at all the shenanigans and all the marketing that's out there. Music cannot entrain your brainwave state. I'm going to repeat that. Music by itself cannot change your state. You can't listen to music and be slowed down into theta. That's a physiological impossibility. But as humans, we're hopeful and we're ignorant to what it is that we can do. We're buying all this stuff, music and binaural beats. None of it works. We have the only product in the world that works. So now we get to go say, hey, if bedtime stories and music are working for you, read no further. But if you'd like access to what used to be exclusively available to the military, cancer patients, pilots, doctors, and professional athletes for $6,000, and it'll be $14.99 per channel, welcome to the family. So I think our opportunity is in front of us. I think working with you and David has really helped catapult our voice in a stage for us. And we also have some other elements that we're simply starting to build. I liken it to Willy Wonka. For 32 years, we built the perfect mousetrap. It took us a long time. Trust me, I'm not a patient man, but there's a method to the science because you're trying to trick the most complex organ in the history of mankind. You don't trick the brain by taking shortcuts. We couldn't. We finally completed our science. There's no more brain mapping to map. That's why I'm here at the Brain Mapping Congress. We can now market this and say, hey, you're struggling. We all are. You feel isolated. We all do. You struggle some days are good, some days are bad. We all feel that. Simply put headphones on, select your journey, and off we go. So I think, I wouldn't say the sky's the limit. There's 8 billion humans on Earth. I'd like to see us get to 1 billion, 2 billion, and let that exponentially grow. Because if I'm healthier, my network is healthier. If you're healthier, your network's healthier. So maybe we don't get to 8 billion people. Maybe we get to 1 billion. But that will change the dynamic and the energy source on this planet.
Thank you, Jim. Carissa, Dora, do you have any questions for our gentleman here?
I do. And then Dora, do you want to go?
After you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, what I'm hearing Jim say is that, stress is at the forefront of becoming and reaching your highest potential. And many people don't prioritize that, but some people want to get into their peak performance, right? Tony Robbins talks about this, you either move from pain or from pleasure. Oftentimes people move the most from experiencing pain when they have a health crisis. And I want to relate this to the Best You Expo. And I'm curious to hear, Jim has mentioned that, managing your stress can ultimately help you become the best you. So Bernardo, I'm curious to hear, what do you think are some of the core things that you value that have helped you become the best you, or something that you would like to gently or lovingly press upon people who attend the expo here in a couple of weeks?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I have to say that I've been using Jim's app now for over, I think, 3 months now. I wasn't a great sleeper, and I sleep a lot less, Jim, now. I wonder why. And but what helps me go back to sleep is your app. And this morning I was doing the reboot this morning. I always do them, and I use it for meditation as well. So I really endorse this. It's a fantastic product. We're very blessed and honored to have you there. So thank you. I think as Jim was pointing out, I think a lot of the things that if I've changed in any way personally, when it comes down to working, is kind of my stress levels used to be really, really high. And to be honest, I didn't use a lot of apps like Newcoms and one now, and which I'm definitely using, and it helps me. But I've incorporated certain things in my life that definitely help me. Is meditating is really important to me. I have to meditate every day. If I don't meditate, I notice it. I notice a difference in my day. And we're just simply talking about 10 minutes. I should be doing several times 10 minutes a day, but kind of at least one day, 10, 15 minutes minimum is compulsory for me. Also for me, fasting helps, again, just because of everything I've read, and I love food. Okay, I'm Spanish. I have to love food. But the bottom line is I still, since I incorporated fasting 3-4 years in my life, kind of that window when I wake up at 5 a.m. till I eat maybe at 12, 1 o'clock, because obviously I'm doing the 16-8. Kind of my mind's on, I'm bright. I'm kind of centered. I'm focused, because obviously, kind of your blood isn't in your stomach, and you're really focusing in the now. So meditation, that I'm happy to share as well that I've been microdosing as well. That's helped me as well to kind of really kind of also stay centered and feel calmer, relaxed, being able to think. But the whole pausing and stopping and kind of reflecting. But like any athlete, athletes prepare themselves for the Olympics, or they prepare themselves for the World Championships. They're not always at peak performance. You can't be. So you can't be pushing yourself extremely hard all the time, because if you do, you just burn out. It's a fact. So I've luckily with the pandemic, I'm a digital nomad. So I work wherever I have to or want to, and then when I do an event like I'm doing now, I go full on. So this is my Olympic time. This is the time where I've got to break the record and I've got to shine. So I'm full on, and I'm doing 16 hours, 17 hours, whatever it is I need to do. But I've kind of prepared myself to a degree where I've been resting and calming and meditating and working, but not heavily, and really focusing on kind of, training the mind and taking care of the body in order to kind of perform, this is now. So I think it's a combination of all things, and it's also, I call it the holistic approach. It's everything you do. So the fact that you meditate, you exercise, the fact that maybe you fast, maybe you read, maybe you relax, maybe you have a nap. I don't know, whatever it is, but there's a combination of things that can make you the best you, that can make you a better human. So obviously technology like gyms really helps it, to a massive degree. And I think, a lot of the times, and looking back at what I used to do, I wasn't taking care of myself. I was working too hard, too full on, and I didn't really take that downtime. And look at Jim, bless him, he's only spent 2 days at home. Well, I get it. There's times when you've got to put the work in, but there's other times when you just got to stop and pause and relax in order to give your best when it's time.
Yeah, that was a beautiful answer. It seems like the equation is stress plus rest equals success, right? Yeah, that's the equation, right? Of performance. You have these intervals where you're pushing your body, but then you're also taking care of yourself. So I really appreciated that. Adora.
I appreciated your rhyming. I think Eminem has someone coming for him. Tells you my age. Well, I need to thank Isabel and David, because I originally met both of you through them. Though Bernardo, I met you in person at Greg Reed's event. Jim Poole, we were just, anytime I'm with you, Jim, I'm laughing at some point, and your laugh makes me laugh more because it hits this airy note on the end of it. So I personally want to endorse, we've talked about Newcom. I have been using it religiously. And even though, Jim, I hear you in my head, you need rescue. Of course you love Ignite, but the part that I use religiously is Ignite. And I do believe when you're in these moments of Bernardo is running and Jim is running for something right now, I've been running for something right now, and everybody who is looking to thrive during the recession, the people who are really running, some of them have 2 corporate roles now that they're working from home. If you're relaxing right now, I mean, this is a go season. We need to, be on the go. Ignite is so powerful. I mean, you have Tony Robbins that you partnered with there, and he's moving you through this gratitude stack while my brain waves are going into, yes, I'm here to conquer the world. And I pair that with my workout. And like Bernardo doesn't feel like himself without meditation. I've been doing this since I met you in June, so over 8 months. I didn't feel like myself without the workout and the gratitude and certainty stack. So those of you in that peak performance or needing to be there, definitely, get this app. And then I have started New Calming and am getting it in about 3 days a week. The goal is daily. So the more I see your face, the more likely. And Isabel, I just heard when you just said, throw those, get them in the heart, do all this hard hitting stuff. I thought, now I know why her and David are such a good team. They are. She's pretty, but she's tough.
I can hold my own.
I had no doubt about that. I had no doubt about that. But I was like, oh, she's tough. She's tough.
Jim, sorry, can I just jump in quickly? Can I suggest this? And I think Tony Robbins is great. But man, you got a voice. Come on, I want to hear your voice in Newcom, Jim. Seriously, man, you're a motivator. I want your voice. We need a new program.
That's very kind of you. Yeah, we should. I'll capture audio.
Comedy hour.
Today. We'll do that today. We'll do neuroscience lecture. Before we leave, I just want to say thank you to all of you. I've been working with you guys since June. I love the collective. I love your compassion. Bernardo, what you do, people don't understand. You sacrifice a lot of your time, energy, and effort with love in your heart, determination, professionalism to simply get people to wake up and come take care of themselves. It's a huge deal. And Isabel and David do that all the time. It is, it's a big love and gratitude and a thank you to all of you, because it's not easy. People should be more self-aware and they should be more anxious to get up, get off their asses and take care of themselves and do something different. But I will tell you this from the neuroscience side of me, our brains are built and the circuitry is built for protection, safety, comfort, and creatures of habit. So we're overcoming millions of years of neuronal circuitry just to get people to activate. So I applaud you because your determination, your persistence, your passion, each of you to take care of people. That's what we get. Yeah, I do New Calm and my lifestyle sucks right now. And it's going to suck until I sell the company. I get that. But it's the love and it's the opportunity. There's people that we help all the time. All of us do this. And it's that reward. That's that currency that fills up my heart that says, wow, I would never not do this. I feel like the luckiest human on earth. So the sacrifices, yeah, they're tough. And my daughters called me today and it was so nice to hear their voice. I haven't been home. But what we do is really important, because without people like us pushing the needle and getting people to think, not economic gain all the time, economic with a heart, economic with passion, economic with connectivity and giving back and philanthropy. So thank you, each and every one of you. You're amazing people and I love being a part of it. And whatever I can do to contribute, count me in. Much love.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much for being here, Jim. We know that you're busy, so if you need to pop off, you can go ahead and do that. We can remove you. But if not, we're happy for you to stay as long as you'd like as well.
This is like one of those shows where you're like voted off the island. I like it. Just so you know, this place is going to be filled up with people wanting to be better. Okay. This today is a neuroscience summit. There's just not a lot of us on Earth. This is the 20th annual. So you see, the halls are empty, right? They won't be soon because Dr. Kirti Sunder and I are lecturing. But thank you, guys. I do have to go. I have to go get mic'd up and do the lecture. But thank you. Bernardo, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. In LA.
See you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you for being here, Jim.
Okay.
Bye, Jim.
Yeah, it's true what Jim was saying is that we all have an innate love for humanity. We love to give of ourselves because we want to see other people prosper with what it is that we're sharing, whether it's advice in investing in real estate, stocks, investing in people, investing in new technology, utilizing what already exists to help you in the now, because eventually it'll continue to evolve and help the next generation of people. But the only way for us to get there is for us all to be aware and share our knowledge now. That there's no positivity, there's no growth if you stay quiet. No change will come if you don't get up off your butt I'm use a PG version from Jim. But nothing can be done if you just stay in one place. You have to get out there and share what it is that you know and get on platforms like this. Make connections. You can do hard things. You can do scary things. You just have to be willing to
Well,
push past that.
I agree, and I was going to say, I always say this thing, kind of like people, because I'm always sarcastic and I say, listen, don't come to the event. Just go and look at your handbags. Just go and buy another suit. Just go and watch a useless episode on Netflix. But my question to people is, do they want to watch Netflix or do they want to be on Netflix? What we need nowadays are people that step up, inspirational stories where people say, wow, they did it. I can do that too. And the fact is everyone can contribute. And even if you're a parent and you've got a kid, well, guess what? You can plant the seed in your kid, and then your kid could be the one that goes out and changes the world. So everyone's watching, and not only everyone is watching is at the end of the day, you'll be at the end of your life, and you're gonna check, what did I do? Did I leave a legacy? Did I leave something behind? Was it worthy? And I know, and I hope, if my kids might not read what I do or very involved in what I do, then I know they know that their dad is a lunatic that believes that anything is possible, and he just goes out and done it. So, that's what we all have to aspire. So yes, absolutely. Let's get them off their butt. So they
It's like, what's Bernardo doing? Oh, he believes in fairy tales and hope and some crap like that.
Filling convention centers with in the city of angels with opportunities to elevate. No, nothing major. Nothing major.
Well, I was
No
sharing
big
this story the
deal.
other day. It's so bizarre because for me, it's very strange because I used to be a DJ. I used to work at nightclubs, and from doing those parties with 100 people, 200 people, to I don't know, if I fast forward these years thinking, hold on, I'm going to go to work to England, then I'm going to go to LA, and I'm going to try and do something for the Americans. Excuse me, that's just not. It's not right. It's not possible. And as you said, the LA Convention Center. But it's a challenge, and we should all aim for big challenges.
It's huge. Well, and thank you for doing that. You're giving so many people the opportunity. And I know we're saying get off your butts while we're sitting here talking and bringing people on.
Yeah, but we're
doing something. We are doing everybody. We need to get our freaking standing desk, Isabel. When you say stuff like that, I'm like, what am I doing with my life right now? But we apply it. We apply it. And instead of watching Netflix, we're watching and tapping into ideas that, well, some of them will kick off right now, and some of them are seeds that are planted, and they're going to come back to you after a night of rest or a night at a party in London with Bernardo, but it'll all come back in. So it's really so much fun to get to share this space with you all in this fairy tale land where it really is possible. It seems like a fairy tale because of the other type of programming that's out there. That's all about numbing people out, getting them to go look at only the handbags, right? And so I want to take this moment and thank the Los Angeles Tribune and
Yes,
Mo
thank you.
Rock for creating a platform that offers a different type of programming. You've all heard the phrase, it's called programming for a reason, right? So it's about what kind of programming are we going to put into our minds and hearts? What do you think, Carissa? Oh, or go ahead.
Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, I'll go. We're all here not on accident. We're when people are coming into this stream and they're hearing us, these individual speakers, they're hearing those people at the exact moment that they were destined to. You were meant to hear about real estate. You were meant to hear about AI. You were meant to hear about Newcom. You were meant to hear these things for a reason. Now it's your job to find out what that reason is. That's all I want to share. Go ahead, Carissa.
Okay, there was a little lag, so you were still talking, but you weren't talking anymore. Sure that you were good. I just want to thank Bernardo for being here with all of the things that he has on his plate right now for the event that he is co-creating with the universe and all of the other people that are coming together. We just want to humbly thank you for spending time with us for 2 days, right? You came yesterday, you came today. So, you know, we'd like to let you go if you'd like to go. We do have two other
Thank you.
people who are working in the green room.
Yeah.
So, you know, hopefully you get to Newcomb or take a little nap before your next meeting or whatever you're doing today. But thank you again for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you Los Angeles Tribune. No sleep for me. Sleeping's for wimps. I got to carry on working. Anyway, thank you so much. Lots of love to you all. Take care. Big kiss.
Awesome.
Bye.
Thank
I
you
forgot,
so much.
Bernardo is not a mere mortal.
Oh my goodness. We have two other people in the waiting room. We have Wendy and Sarah. I'm going to take a step back and let you two lead the conversation with these two incredible thought leaders. So I'm going to go ahead and add them up here and welcome them to the Money Forum live event. And Adora, kick us off.
Well, ladies, this is the first time that I'm meeting you. And so I'd love for you, this is fresh off the press. I was just laughing, no time to brush up on bios. So I'm going to let you, let the audience learn live from each of you. Why don't you each tell me and Isabel and our audience a little bit about yourself?
Sure, I'll go ahead if you don't mind.
The names are removed, so I can't even call you by name. Hello, team. Help us in the background. There we go. Thank you, Wendy.
My name is Wendy Cowan. I have lots of letters behind my name. The first stands for Certified International Property Specialist, which is a designation through the National Association of Realtors. And it allows me to do business directly between 50 different countries around the world. Certified negotiation expert. I'm here to negotiate the best possible deal for my clients. And Realtor. I'm super proud of that brand. It is not only a national brand, but it is an international brand. And I'm part of the Global Business Council for the state of Florida, which is just won the Diamond Award, which is the first association in the world to win that honor for the best global business practices. So congratulations to the state of Florida for winning that award. It's my pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Wendy. Sarah?
Hi. So about 5 years ago, I decided that I was going to find a way to monetize speaking. You know, when you have that love, that passion, and you're like, if I could only pay my bills with this. So about 5 years ago, I started this journey. I found myself in the speaking industry, the coaching industry. I got picked up by one of the world's top marketers, started working with him. On the way, I became a TEDx organizer. I'm currently the owner of Digital Impact Collective, which is a done-for-you joint venture management partnership agency. We have companies come in, we look at their offers, we audit them to make sure there's something that partners would want to support, and then we manage all those partnerships for them. I'm also the co-owner of One Spark to Fire, which is an event production company. And my zone of genius, the thing that I love doing is speaking and helping speakers. But also, here's the thing, is speakers have more to them, right? They have offers, they have a way they impact the world. And so that's what my companies do, is we either give speakers stages or we help them form relationships and partnerships that'll make a bigger impact in their world and in their life and their business.
Love that. Thank you. Adora dropped off. I want to throw this first question over to you, Sarah. I want to talk about affiliate marketing. What are some effective ways that people are able to joint venture, have conversations, and see where they line up in order to create those great types of programs?
That's a great question. And I think that first and foremost, we need to differentiate the difference between affiliate marketing and joint venture partnerships, because they're often used kind of in replacement of each other, and they're not necessarily the same thing. So when we talk about affiliate marketing, what that means is that we really like a product, we're promoting it, or a person, right? But we're promoting it to our audience, to our tribe, to our friends, to our family, whoever, the people who exist in our gravity, and then we get paid from that. But that's it. Like, end of story. It's a very transactional thing, which is great. It's a great income revenue generator. It's fantastic. But when we talk about joint venture partnerships, what we're talking about is two people and their businesses coming together and forming a more impactful relationship. So although there may be affiliate commissions attached to the promotion, generally that's not what motivates a relationship. What motivates a relationship is longer term promotions. So what this looks like is maybe they have a course, right? Each partner has a course that they're going to cross promote to their audience. Or maybe they both have a stage and they're going to put each other onto a stage. And like I said, affiliate commissions, totally possible in the joint venture world, but literally the term joint means both ways, right? It is a collaborative experience, whereas the term affiliate marketing is really used in like a very transactional one way. I'm going to promote this because I really like it and I'm going to get paid and we're going to move on with our lives. So think of joint partnership as very more intimate, impactful relationship. That did not answer your question. I'm not actually sure what your question was. I got very hung up on my language.
No, but what you still did though is that you highlighted the difference and distinctions between the two, because they can sound so close together, but really there are fine print that needs to be discussed before going into those kinds of relationships and other businesses. So in a way, you answered a really good question.
I love when that happens accidentally.
It's okay. Wendy, I also want to bring you up as well. For those that are in this audience that have not gotten to connect with you yet, what are some things that are coming up for you? You mentioned that you also work with international clients as well. What are some things that you are working on? What are some things that people can follow you along with?
Sure, great question. I'm going to take it as a segue from what Sarah was speaking of with affiliates and joint ventures. So because I do global real estate, I actually attend trade shows and events around the world. The most recent event that I attended was the Synapse event here in Florida, which is a innovation expo of not only emergent technologies, but things coming out of the military, things coming out of colleges, things coming out of ed tech, prop tech, real estate tech. So I attend not only real estate conferences, but things that are a little outside of the norm of what you would consider a normal realtor to do. And so from that event on Monday, I was able to match one of my strategic partnerships, which again is outside of real estate. I do global real estate. That company is eJet Aerospace. And eJet Aerospace is a startup company with 22 years of research and development behind them. They won the World International Patent Award for the best technology out of South America for the country of Colombia. And through attending the Synapse event for that client, amongst a couple others, I was to match them up with the Secretary of Commerce for the state of Florida, who has referred me to the Florida Opportunity Fund after reviewing their pitch deck. So not only do I take the pitch decks of the clients that I'm working with and match them to an investor, investment group, or hedge fund that's likely to fund that project, but I work collaboratively for them, as a joint venture. They're a startup, they're bootstrapped. I'm working with them on my own funds to attend these events, and there is a compensation agreement in the end on the back end. So it is buying into somebody else's vision and supporting them and helping them get to the finish line. So there's many different ways you can approach affiliate and joint venture opportunities. And one way that I would really recommend people to explore this industry is to find some good pitch groups that are set up with established investors and really vetted opportunities. And you can lend your services to a startup and thereby become maybe an emerging Google or an emerging Apple or emerging whatever. But it takes a risk of putting your time out there on the line. So you do have to do your homework, make sure who you're partnering with. Are they of good integrity, good character? Are they going to keep their word? Are they accountable? Do they respond back to you? Do they follow up on the leads that you give them? So it is truly a relationship. And I'm so proud of eJet because we are very close to getting funded, and you're going to be hearing all about it on the news soon. We have some things lined up for Saul. He's the CEO of eJet, and really excited about that opportunity. And I'm a realtor. I sell houses. I have a property for sale here in Orlando. I do development in Jamaica, new development in High Springs, Florida, and also an affordable housing development in Cocoa, Florida. And my passion is affordable housing because I believe it stabilizes neighborhoods, it stabilizes communities, and gives people that basic need met of having a safe place to call home. And from there, they can launch and have, the opportunity to have a successful life. So that's me in a nutshell, but global real estate is my passion.
I
and
love
help
that.
goals.
Well, thank you so much
Can I
for,
actually-
for those drops. Go ahead, Sarah.
I was like, I don't know. I don't know if you were moving on to another question, but I just loved what Wendy said. It's brilliant. And here's why: is the power of joint venture relationships and how you can take someone or a business, right? She specifically talked about startups, and you go in and you start to talk to these people. Do they align with my values, right? My integrity? Is this a business I can see long term? Right? Think about it like any other kind of investing. When you put a certain amount of money down, you're looking for a return. It's the same thing with your energy and your time when we're talking about these partnerships. If you're putting down energy and time in these joint venture partnerships, there is an ROI. That's money, right? But you have to take that time to really think about it and invest. And maybe there is a monetary investment along the way. But I just loved everything Wendy just said about how it wasn't necessarily in her business. It wasn't necessarily the thing that she focused on, but taking that time to do that means that later down the line, like it helps everybody. It makes a huge impact. So I just want to comment.
No, that was wonderful. Thank you so much for one, highlighting that, but two, also kind of segueing into another question that either of you can answer. But one of the questions is, what are some key words that you kind of want to keep, really listen for when having a conversation with someone? It's like, is there any kind of aha moment when you're talking to someone, but like, oh, this might be someone that I want to continue either one, having a potential affiliate joint venture conversation with, or that could be a potential client. What are some of those key words that, you listen for that other people in the audience might be like, oh, I've heard this, but I didn't really think of that, to really bring it to the forefront?
I can speak from my own experience is having a paradigm shift over the last few years of identifying who in my circle are givers versus are takers. And if you're a black hole of a taker and never really reciprocating, that's not a good use of my energy. I really want my energy to go to a place that it can be returned and magnified and shared and passed on to others. So I'm very selective in who I spend my time with on, are they someone who primarily shares their opportunities, or they're always just focused about themselves and that's their primary concern. So that's kind of how I lead, is by looking for people who have the paradigm of leading by service.
Love that. Thank you. Sarah?
That was fabulous. And also I kind of look at creating joint venture partnerships and even affiliate marketing kind of the way I would go about dating. And what I mean by that is that you don't always know until the person is in the situation, right? You look for red flags out of the gate. You're looking for things like, how do they talk about their clients, right? How do they talk about their community? How do they talk about other partners, right? You're looking for these things out of the gate that are blaring red flags. But the reality is someone might look really, really good on the surface, right? They hit all of your standards, and then you go into that partnership with them and you're like, oh, I don't feel good about any of this, right? So to kind of edge that, right? To kind of say, hey, how do we go about this? Think about it like dating. You go on a first date. All right, no red flags. You go on a second date. You learn a little bit more. Now, what this might look like in real life, in business, is, hey, I have this thing. I would really love to do this small project with you. See how you work well together, right? Look for how they treat you, how they treat their team. That is massive. Look at how they treat their team. Look at how they treat their clients. Look at how they're talking about people behind their back. Right? Watch all of these things and take one small project at a time. Remember, we're in this for long term. So if one or two projects in, you're like, I don't feel good about their company culture. I don't feel good about how they're showing up in the world. I don't feel good, like my integrity isn't in alignment with theirs. You can opt out of that relationship. Yep. Right? You can say, hey, I really appreciate this opportunity, but I think I'm at a point now where we should go our separate ways. Right? So always have that exit out. Right? Mm-hmm. If there's no glaring red flags, you take one step at a time and you move forward, and then you get to the big step. Same thing about dating, right? And that's really
I love that.
I just really believe you don't know what a person's going to do until you put them in that situation.
Right.
Yeah. And I love that analogy to dating, because you want to date a few people before you get married. You want to date for a while to really see what those red flags, but also what those green flags are that make someone attractive, to make you want to, continue a long-term relationship, to continue down this journey with them. Because if you get hitched to a massive wagon that's burning, it's not going to look great for anybody. It's not going to look great for your reputation. It's not going to look great for your people, your clients, the people who are meeting you now. It can be really detrimental. So it's very important to have extensive conversations, no matter how uncomfortable it might be, because it's you tying yourself to them.
I think also accepting a closed door, or maybe something not going the way you thought it should go, and just embracing that and just pivoting immediately, versus lamenting on what could have, should have, and going down an alternate path that in reality is not reality. So let's stay on what reality is and accept what is and move forward and make the best of it. So I really don't spend a lot of time lamenting on missed opportunities or this didn't go the right way, because it usually works out way better than how I planned it. And how I ran into the Secretary of Commerce was literally by getting lost and ending up in, exiting to the garage at the same time she was. So.
And I love that too. I kind of want to segue it over to Carissa, because you said a closed door. Well, she opened hers, because earlier that was closed in the background. Welcome back, Carissa. What kind of questions do you have for Wendy and Sarah?
Yeah, thank you. I missed a little bit of it. I had to let my little dog out for a minute here. So I know I missed a little of the conversation. So, correct me if I'm wrong, or this question has already been answered. But what I did catch was that there was conversation around people in your life, and having conversations with people, or first getting acquainted with people who you're either doing joint ventures with, business partnerships with, or maybe even just to some extent who's in your life. And so I think a lot of people have that awareness that you are like the people that you hang out with, and that it's really important to use discernment around who you let in your business and in your life and in your ventures. But I think where people struggle, and I've seen this a lot with my clients, is actually saying no, or navigating the conversations for disconnecting from a business partnership or ending a friendship. Something that I recently went through over the last year was, I feel like I've been breaking up with friends. I've never had that experience until my early 30s, where I was actually ending friendships and connections with people. And people don't realize, this is the Money Forum Live, but your relationships can be energy leaks, right? You can be surrounded by people who are pulling from you, who are maybe even some ways stealing your ideas, or just not overall in full alignment with your purpose and your path. So what I'd love to hear from you is a little bit more specific on strategies, and I'm happy to contribute to this as well, is how do you actually say no? Do you have a framework for having these conversations with people that you have found that have made it easier, more manageable? And if you don't, what are some tips or things that you have found that have been supportive in you having this conversation? So Sarah, I'd love to start with you. This is a really important topic. And so I'd love to hear, what do these conversations look like? What have you learned? Do you have a framework? Let's talk a little bit more specifics about how do we apply this saying no or using discernment with these relationships in our lives and business.
Yeah, I love this. And I love this so much because I actually believe that relationships are the foundation of everything else we're doing, right? We see money as a reflection of everything. Money is just the thing that happens when we're going forward in the right way, right? It's that result. Right. But it's not actually the thing that pushes us. The thing that pushes us is these relationships. And whether it is a friend, whether it's a significant other, whether it's business, you only can say no to the things you don't want. And the only way to know what you don't want is to have experienced it. Right. And go, oh, that did not feel good. I don't want to do that again. Right. Like we go on bad dates and we go, ugh, this was bad. And we don't do that again. Theoretically, we don't do that again. Right. And it's the same idea as we're creating business relationships that are ultimately going to turn into money. Right. We need to feel good. Our energy needs to be aligned. And this is so important. I love that you said this, Carissa, because where we leak our energy is detrimental to everything else we do. Right. So the first thing is, I know what I don't want. right? I know what I don't want in business. I know that I don't want to work with people I don't like. I have a very low tolerance for people who talk poorly about their community, about others. And I don't feel like I'm at a point that I need to tolerate it. So if I get a hold of someone whose negative energy or what they put out in the world isn't anything except I have faith in the process, I have faith in what I'm doing, you know what I mean? And anyone who is with me, I take care of, I don't do business with. Same thing goes for my friends. I also feel like I've been breaking up with friends lately. There must be something in the air. But it's the same concept. Like we have people in our lives that are meaningful for the time that they're there. It's not necessarily forever. We are human beings who grow and evolve. So the way I always look at it is, and I actually say this in my companies, we tell our team, it's called bless and release. I honor who you are. I honor who I am. And that's why this relationship cannot continue. Because if we do, we both go down, right? It destroys both of us. So it's a very bless and release mindset. And that's what I've kind of taken on with everything is the second that the integrities or the integrities, that's not even a word, integrity or values.
It's a word now.
It is. I love it. So long. There's a mismatch. I give it a minute. I want to make sure it's not just, also people do weird one-off things. And I forgive weird one-off things because we're all human, right? But once there becomes a pattern, which for me is usually 3, when something happens 3 times, it's now a pattern, and that is who that person is. And that is okay. They're just not in alignment with who I am, and we bless and release. And there's so many people out there that are in alignment with who that person is, that they can make an impact on. And if we open up that space to allow those other people in it, then we're all better for it. So the conversation looks a lot like, hey, I really don't think we serve the same things right now. We don't serve the same audience. We don't serve the same people. I think it's best for us to both explore other opportunities. And that really works across all mediums of relationships.
Yeah.
That was freaking awesome, Sarah. Thank you.
That was a good answer. And
you're up. Master class.
That was really good. That was really good. And I think that it's important for people to recognize that I believe that not every single person has to be in full alignment with your purpose, right? There are friends that are really good for certain things and not for others, right? There's friends for certain things, but overall, one of the best gauges is how do you feel around this person? And if you feel like you have to hide, if you feel uncomfortable, like there are really good indicators for this person is not meant to be in your life. And sort of reminds me of the quote that Tony Robbins has been coined for, which is, the quality of your life is based on the quality of the questions you ask yourself. But my little flip on that is based on the quality of your life is based on your ability to have hard conversations. And this can be hard conversations with yourself. This is hard conversations with other people. This is hard conversations with God, creator, whatever you believe. But being willing to do it is different than saying, oh, this person's not in alignment. Really having these hard conversations is a whole nother experience and framework. And so I'll give a little bit of my process for this because I've done it a lot as of late. And then I'd love to pass it over to Wendy. But I have this framework that I learned. I have a background in clinical psychology, so I got my master's degree in that. And we were taught this framework, and it is so simple and so profound. And I think the audience would really benefit from writing this down because it's been a game changer for me. But it is called the sandwich method. Have any of you heard of this method? Raise your hand. Okay. It's called the sandwich method, and it's really, really, really simple. And it has been a game changer for a lot of conversations that I've had. Okay. So you imagine a sandwich. And you look at the sandwich and what is there? There's bread that's soft, there's meat in the middle, and then there's bread that's soft. And while I believe in things being really direct, I also think in order to have these conversations, we want to be heart-centered. We want to support the person in softening in their experience. And when we come direct and we're like, we're just not friends anymore, there's that inner child a little bit who can be like, oh, you don't like me. Why did I do something wrong? So I think from a higher perspective, I've been really mastering this, which is at the beginning, coming to the person, whether you're doing business or the friend, and saying, hey, I really value you, because for me, when you're breaking up with a friend or when you're ending a business venture, it is for highest and best for all. It's not just selfish for me to say, I don't want to be in this connection anymore. it is not of service for them if I'm in this connection with them, or if I'm in this partnership or this joint venture and I don't want to be there because my energy is not behind it. That is going to impact the results. It's going to impact the quality of the friendship or the connection, whatever it is. Okay. So it's saying, you know, the softness is like, I value you. I value the time and the energy that we've spent together. And then similar to Sarah, the meat, which is, you know, and at this point in time, I'm feeling like we are no longer in alignment. There's no blame, right? It's a me statement. I feel this. I'm taking responsibility for this. If there's not trust, I don't say, I don't trust you. There's not trust here. There's not, you know, whatever's not here. I mean, you could say that as well, but you get to the meat and you're like, okay, this is not an alignment for me anymore. This is not, we're not in the same place anymore. And then you wrap it up at the bow at the end with a little piece of bread again. And you saw, you know, something soft, and you say, and, you know, I wish you best and well. And if I ever see you again, here's how I'll respond to you. And you kind of leave it at that. And I feel like that's been a really good approach to having conversations with letting go of employees and team members, right? Ending friendships, having conversations with a partner and saying, you know, here's where I'm at. It really helps the person soften in their experience and receive the meat. You know, you gotta kind of package it in a way to receive, because it's not always what you say, it's how you say it. And if you really want the person to change, or if you really want to end that connection well, I found that the delivery really matters. So that would be my method that I love so much. It's been really supportive for me and the clients that I work with, and having these conversations. So hopefully that was valuable for you. And then Wendy, I'd love to pass it over to you. Do you have any tips or tricks or things that you've learned in navigating these conversations for you know, people who want to have joint ventures or impact their or increase their wealth in navigating some of this?
Yeah, definitely. One thing with global real estate, it's all about relationship, and it's all about integrity and reputation. You know, what you have done in the recent and the present, and, you know, how you have handled yourself in this space. So if I can think of any space that reputation and integrity is paramount, it's in this space. And if you think of transactions, you know, going from hundreds of thousands to billions, you know, you can't make a mistake in that space and not get hurt. So I have, some of the best practices I have adopted is just really listening to my gut. If people are disrespectful to someone that's like me, it may not be me in that situation, but best believe it's going to be turned around to you or someone else that you may love and care for. And so how people talk to each other, it's always in a side comment, and I catch it. I always catch it. And I remember it because how they spoke to that server who literally didn't do anything wrong, you know, that passive aggressive anger, or those other little cues, or you said red flags, you really do have to pay attention to that. And one of my dearest friends, Margot Porter, told me, friends and relationships are there for a season, you know, whether it's to teach you something or to help you to your next step, or to, you know, just help you grow, and just be open to the fact that not everybody was meant to be with you for the duration, and respect that. So as you say, you know, bless and release. I wrote that down. Thank you for that, Sarah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that answer. That was really eloquently said and really straightforward and direct. And I know we only have a couple minutes left, so I want to give Isabel a chance to answer, because I know she probably has had to navigate these, and then we'll do closing statements.
Yeah, well, you know, a lot has already been covered on this topic of how you can say no, or how you can back out of a existing relationship or a relationship that's trying to come to fruition. But what I can share in my experience is that, yeah, when you come into a space, you come in wholehearted. You come in with everything that you have to offer, your people, your connections, your relationships, your knowledge and resources. But those are things that you are destined to protect, because at the end of the day, it's of value to you. And so therefore someone else wants to come in and take that away from you. They want to absorb that and say, this is mine now. And so you want to make sure that whatever relationships you have, whether it's, you know, just a friend you met at a coffee shop, it's someone who you met at a business networking event, someone you met online, it's someone who's been in your circle of influence for several years. I had a relationship with a friend that I had known since, I think, the 7th grade. And unfortunately, she and I parted ways because we turned into different people. And that's what happens when we evolve. And so it's okay to reevaluate existing relationships, whether it's with someone that you love dearly, that you're in an actual relationship with, whether it's a family member that's like, hey, I don't like what you're doing. You need to stop this. I'm trying to protect you from failing. You know, it's okay to say, I know what I'm doing. I have the support group that I need, and I'm going to continue to go with that in that direction. Saying no is not a fault on someone else. It's you realizing the full potential that you have and saying, I own this space. I made a name for myself. These are the people who trust me to bring other good people in. That's why when I do the Top Talent JV Masterminds, we make sure that we vet the people that come into that space, because we want to make sure that, one, it's of that person's, it's worthy of that person's time. Because if they're just in a very niche group, if they're in a very tiny town in the middle of nowhere, then that event might not be specifically for them. But if it's someone who has an international audience, who wants to find other good people to introduce them to, then that's how we can kind of vet and do those things. But again, saying no is not a fault on someone else. It's just you realizing that there is so much more out there. And so for you to corner yourself to make someone else feel better, to lift up someone else's ego, is not worth your time and energy, because there is so many good things that you could do with that. But you just have to be able to say, I don't think this is going to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Saying no to other people is saying yes to yourself, is what I'm hearing. Great,
exactly.
great ad. Beautiful. Okay. So in 1 minute or less, Sarah, if you have any final closing words, we'll hand it over to you.
So at the end of the day, it's really about what's going to drive your business, and there's no replacement for relationships at all. Having good and meaningful and impactful relationships with other business owners who are in your industry and also outside of your industry is the one thing that will be a game changer across the board. So if you're looking for the ROI monetarily, you have to be willing to put in that time, energy, and maybe monetary investment up front. And when you do that, it's sky's the limit and anything you can do.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Wendy.
I'd like to tell you about my collective group, and it's called Global Real Estate Collective. We're an international partnership of like-minded professionals servicing investors, buyers, sellers, and developers across the borders and around the globe. We utilize our deep knowledge, expertise, and tremendous private network to excel at traditional marketing while leveraging various media such as Web3, AR, VR, crypto, and the metaverse, and using forward-thinking technologies to amplify your reach exponentially in the most efficient and effective ways possible. And we only do that through relationships. And so the relationships that we have attained here through Top Team Agency are some of those relationships that are coming forward. And some members of this group have agreed to attend my event in Jamaica, which is a global real estate mastermind. And I'm really excited to share that with you guys going forward. And it's a matter of saying yes to the right people and maybe avoiding the ones we want to say no to. But we work collaboratively, and it is a matter of putting together people with integrity and having this conversation on a daily basis with who do we want to grow our business with. So thank you for the opportunity to share our group with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies, for being here and contributing to the Money Forum Live. I know that many people are taking away a lot of notes. If Mo is here, I know that he would say he had probably gone through a pencil or two. So thank you so much for being here. We appreciate
it's down to a nub now.
It's down to a nub, that's for sure. Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for being here. We are going to bring up our next guest, which is also a fan favorite. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, Isabel. Do you know who I'm talking about? He's waiting.
I don't know.
Well, we are going to bring him up, and I've heard a lot of people introduce this man, but you know what I'm really curious about is I would love for him to introduce himself. I know that he does a lot of unique things in the world, and I know people might not have had a chance to watch him yesterday. And if you didn't, I would encourage you to go back to yesterday's video, which you can watch on the Los Angeles Tribune fan page as the replay. But he shared a lot yesterday, and I know that he's going to probably share a lot today. So we're going to go ahead and welcome Mr. Bill Walsh to the Money Forum Live event again. Thank you so much for being here.
It's good to be with you guys. I hope you're doing great. And I was just listening to those last things, the sandwich concept. I like that. See, always be learning. All you got to do is tune in. You learn new stuff all the time. So, Isabel, how are you? And Carissa, how are you? Thanks for having me on today. And what are we going to talk about today?
Well, to answer your first question, I'm doing fabulous. Thank you, Bill. And I love your living room. It just looks so nice.
Yeah, you know, if my living room looked like this, actually, if you guys want, I can take you outside and show you my backyard. Let me see if I can do it. It might be kind of fun. Let's see. I'm not sure if we can turn this off. I don't know. We'll give it a try. Let's just see. Because I'm actually, you guys will see my backyard. It's why not, right? It is a little windy here today, so, and I'm not really sure how to turn the, what do you call it, the switch off, but I'll give it my best shot. So let me take you from the living room to the office. How's that?
Okay.
So now you guys get to be in the office. And of course, if we lose the internet, that'll be a bigger problem. But hey, listen, we'll give it a try. So let's see if we can make this
work. You see him walking, but nothing else is moving.
Right, not kind of right. Nothing moves as I go from room to room. It all just stays the same. How do you guys like that? So let me see if there's none. How about that? So there's no background.
Beautiful. There we go.
It's not a bad background to work on it, right?
No, that's great.
But the thing is that this is probably the first day, and I'm coming to you guys live from Lake Las Vegas, but it's the first day that the weather is actually cooperating, because 2 days ago here in Vegas, we had some snow, if you can imagine that, right?
Wow.
So there you go. So you get a good view of the backyard. So how's that? See, but then the sunlight and the lighting, everything's not quite as good. So let me go back to our fancy my staged, what do they call that? The staged room, so you guys can see all that. Oh, look at that.
Staged room. There you go.
Perfect. We're back in your living room. Lovely.
So anyway, you asked to do an interview. Just an intro. Obviously, we want a venture fund.
Yeah,
we do business courses and speaker courses and masterminds. And I have 3 great kids, Austin, Marissa, and Evan. And I'm honored to be able to travel the world and help entrepreneurs grow their companies and take their ideas to a whole different level.
Yeah.
How's that?
Thank you. That's
quick and easy intro.
Yeah. And, as you were talking, well, actually, I've been thinking a lot about the conversation briefly that you had with Mo yesterday, which is that you are a person who continues to lean into this touring model where you're traveling all over, you're meeting people face to face, which I think is a very audacious one because it requires a lot of energy and motivation. And so my question for you is related to that. Something that I've experienced in my own life and the clients that I work with is sometimes they seem to lack motivation. But what I believe is that it's not even a lack of motivation, it's a lack of belief. Because if you believed that something was possible, you would be motivated to do it. So I'm curious, how have you been able to sustain motivation to do the things that you're doing in the world, to show up here another day with us live? What really gets you excited out of bed in the morning? How do you stay motivated and sustain this touring lifestyle that you have?
Well, it was really good that I did remember sometime around 1 o'clock. I'm like, I think I'm on a broadcast today sometime. And then sure enough, the message popped up for my Google alerts from my team. But, I'm not a huge fan of motivation. I think if you motivate idiots, you got motivated idiots. So just being motivated, I don't think is enough. I think motivation is a spark. I think what really drives people is that they've got a vision that's so big that it pulls them outside their comfort zone. Yeah. I believe when you meet people that are inspired and they're on path and purpose and they love what they're doing and they're getting paid for it and they get to make a difference, they just have a different vibe about them. And for me, one of my goals this year was just a new country per month. If I can make sure I'm in one new country per month for this year, then it makes sense for me, right? So, and for me, my kids are grown up, so I've got the luxury, right? And they're 31, 29, and 24, and they all have their own lives and have their own things going on. So I can travel wherever I want. So preferably in the wintertime, you'll notice my schedule is definitely more southern, part of the States than it is the north. And even though I have a wonderful home in Chicago, I will try to find events that are in Orlando or in North Carolina or Dallas. A little bit warmer. Yeah, or Arizona. Lee Steinberg's Super Bowl party, it was in Arizona, not Minnesota. Minnesota probably wouldn't have, would have been tough to get me over there. But, I'll be there next week, though, or in a few weeks. But the thing is that I truly love the fact that sometimes one new person you meet, right? And that's why I tell everyone, always fly in first class or private, right? And I know it might cost you a little bit more, but the people you'll meet in first class or on private jets, they just ask different questions. And when you get around individuals like that, it elevates your game too. It's good to be around inspired people. If
Yeah.
you spend a lot of time with negative people, they will drag you down. They will find ways to mess with your head because, they're like, oh, you can just stay in or you can just do that. When I don't use alarm clocks, you guys, I wake up because I'm so inspired. I hate to sleep. When I go to bed, I'm done. Does that make sense? Literally, as soon as I hit that pillow, if it's 11 o'clock at night or 3 in the morning, within 5 minutes, sound asleep. But I don't believe in alarm clocks. I wake up as soon as I'm done sleeping, unless I've got one of those 5 a.m. flights or something like that. But when you wake up when you're done sleeping, believe it or not, you're way more rested.
Yep.
So I would tell people that rest is very important, but rest on your terms. And if you have to take a nap in the afternoon, hey, listen, in Italy, I like the fact it took me a while when I was over in Spain and stuff that, between 4 and 6, they would just shut everything off. They'd be like, oh, that's it. We're done for the day. And, at 6 o'clock, they're back ready to go. But once again, everybody has their, what drives them. So I'm a huge believer that motivation's a spark that kind of gives you that little ignition, but make no mistake about it. When you're inspired, people think you're nuts. It's like, oh my God, you were in 3 cities today. Yeah, we had 3 events in 3 cities. And the funny thing for me is that when I grew up as a kid, to make $10,000 an hour was something I could never imagine. So when I can go make 10 or 20 or $1,000 plus an hour, if I got to be in 3 cities, I'll find time to be in 3 cities. And most other people would too. Sometimes they don't believe that it's possible. But if you have a gift, if you're great at something, go to market with it. Don't keep it to yourself. You think you're cheating yourself, you're cheating the customers.
Yeah. It's breaking through that limiting belief that, oh, it sounds impossible, so it can't be done.
That's right.
And pushing through all those things. And last place I saw you in person, Bill, was on the marketers cruise, where it seemed like every day you were just sitting in a specific area, and anybody who wanted to come up and have a conversation with you, they pretty much could, because you just opened up that time to them.
I did.
Which, by the way, love that dedication. Love that dedication.
What I did is I set up a breakfast club. I set up a breakfast club. Everyone did pizzas and profits. We did champagne and profits.
Ooh, see, I should have
Why
gone
not try something different, So, but every morning I would let people know. And then what I did is for those who aren't on a cruise, everyone that gets to go on the market gets to talk about their business for about 30 seconds. And so what I did is I put down their topic and I wrote down their page number. Then I sent that to my staff. Oh, there you go. Love it. See? Then I sent that to my staff on shore. I sent it to my staff on shoreside, and they set the appointment meetings for me. So I wasn't having to try or text or call people. They would email them and text them, let them know that, Bill would like to meet with you guys at 8 o'clock. And every morning, 8 o'clock, the table was full. So yeah. And to me, that was the fun part, is that set your schedule on your time. And if you'll do that, then you're going to be surprised when you really have value for your time. So other people, but if you don't value your time, nobody will. So those are a couple little things that certainly have helped make that difference. And I think a lot of times when people are afraid to do something, they just try to copy something instead of saying, you know what would it cost to learn? What would it cost to actually get trained to do this stuff properly? I see people try to copy stuff we do all the time, and they do such a piss poor job of it. It's like, if you would just ask me, I'd probably tell you how we do it, because I don't really care. The market's so big. But I watch them try to copy our stuff, or I'm going to do this luncheon there, and then all of a sudden nobody shows up for their luncheon, and now they got to pay the bill for the hotel or the restaurant. And they're all upset, and it's like, if you would have just asked me, I would have told you exactly how to do some of this stuff. And the market, once again. So the thing is that when you start to realize that you have some great value, don't keep it to yourself. And always schedule way in advance, right? We book our events a year in advance. So in October, our 2024 conference schedule comes out, and people thought, oh my God, that's crazy. It's so far ahead. Yeah. But people like to plan things now, they're looking at planning family stuff and that stuff. So don't be afraid to get way outside the comfort zone and get around people that have already done it. One thing I can tell you, and I talked about this yesterday, is that you got to invest in other people's networks, because it's the greatest investment you're ever going to make, right? I mean, look at what David and you have created in terms of helping people with Top Talent Academy and all the JV programs you do and the events you guys do. They never stop happening. And you don't care if 5 or 500 show up, you're going to give them the same value. So it's kind of the same thing here, is that have a lot of fun with what you're doing. And if you don't like what you're doing, then I don't know, go find something you love to do.
Find something else to do.
Yeah.
The question I wanted to ask you, would you kind of touched on the answer a little bit? What we really want to hone in on this question is, you're traveling to all these places, you were having all those meetings in the morning, so you're talking to a lot of people at any given time. what are some conversational topics or keywords that you kind of listen in for and be like, oh, I want to keep having this kind of conversation with this individual person versus
Yeah.
someone else who's not really at that caliber just yet?
That's really a great question. And so the questions I always like to ask is, what are you working on? Tell me exactly what you're working on, right? And then believe it or not, as a listener, you'll make a lot more money if you're a good listener. And so I would always ask, what do you work on? And I always ask, what challenge are you facing? What's the challenge that you're facing on that project? And then, of course, the last question is, what help do you perceive that you need? I mean, I just had some guys out at the house here in Vegas, and I don't really go anywhere. They just come here. I'll set up meetings here like every hour, and people will wait. Same thing. I'll set like 4 hours of meetings, and they'll just have to wait until the next time opens if they're late. But it's like they've got a really cool online social media site, and it has lots of potential, and they're doing lots of things. And I said, stop doing lots of things and be great at one thing.
Yep.
Take all these things you're trying to do and be great at one thing, and then you'll raise the money. And I said, go research how much did Pinterest raise, Facebook raise, how much did these companies raise to go to market with their plans, and you're going to need to have some money around what they raised to have the best chance to win. I don't care how nice your Ferrari is, no gas, it doesn't go anywhere. So when I like to ask those questions, then I figure out either I can help them or I know something. And if I can't help them, I just say, listen, I'm not the guy for that. I don't really know that space, but here's 5 people that are great at this stuff.
Yeah.
And people really respect when you say no. When you say, I can't help you with this, but here's someone else, your stock in the value pile goes way up, because now they know that you're not just there to make a sale or try to do something like that. It's just like, here's some good insight from doing this for quite a while. And one thing you can never buy, you guys, you can never buy wisdom, right? You think you can, but you can't until you've lived it and you've seen it, you've been through it, right? But once you've been through it and you've seen enough of it, it's kind of like, I've seen this picture before. So I have no time for the fakes, right? And there's people that, as you start to have more success, guys, you're always going to have haters. And you know what? Let the haters hate. I love what Cardi B said. Cardi B said, man, just keep hating. I'll still be number one. You know what I'm saying? And I would tell you guys the same thing too, as anybody's listening today, that if you're going through life and business and somebody put you down or somebody said this, man, use it as fuel. You use all their hate as fuel to drive your success even more. And before you know it, those same people that are hating, they don't really hate you. They hate that you're doing what they know they could be doing, and they're not.
So some people would rather see you suffer because they're suffering.
That's why they watch the news, because it makes them feel better about their life. So look
Chris,
at that person. Look at that person. My life can't be that bad. It's like, don't live in those terms. Turn the TV off and turn programs like this on. I congratulate Mo and their entire team and all you guys for helping make this possible, because without a team, none of this is possible. But the magic of this is you take the time to market this and create the value for it. And if people aren't willing to sponsor things like this, then they're missing out. Yeah. And I don't need to sponsor this stuff. I sponsor because I believe in the team and I believe in the family. Does that make sense? They said you can do this and you can have this for free. I said, no, I want to pay for something because I want to be a part of it. Does that make sense? I believe that when you pay it forward, life will pay it forward back to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm so happy to hear that you said that one of the most underrated, skills is listening. I so often think that people who are experts in their field or leaders can often be really quick to speak. And I think that's a very important thing as well, to share your gift, to talk about yourself. But it's very important too that if you listen, there's a lot of value and wisdom and things that you can pay attention to. And so I think over the last couple of days, people have probably heard things that they've heard before, right? Success leaves clues. Leaders are readers, which I think you might have said, and people know this stuff. But what are some of the things that people don't talk about that you like? One of the things that you said with the listening is a very important skill. What other things are not commonly talked about, or that you've learned in your entrepreneurial or leadership endeavors that are sort of underrated or not as often talked about?
I think the reality of this is that in life, there's very few people you can really count on. So when you have people you can really count on, keep them close to you. Does that make sense? And even if they screw up or they mess up, this goes back a long time ago. Henry Ford had a guy that was on the production line for the new Ford vehicles. And I think he ruined like 3 cars in a row, because he was just not doing it right, and sure enough, he got called in by a supervisor, and Mr. Ford came up and he's like, oh, I'm probably going to get fired. He said, get fired. He said, you've already cost me so much money that I'm already heavily invested in you. I'm not going to fire you. I want to make sure that you're trained properly. And so a lot of times when you can find the right people, keep them with you. I mean, one of the worst things in business is to, have someone that everyone thinks that you train someone, they leave. I want you guys to write this down. The worst thing is you didn't train that person to be great at what they do, and they stay.
Oh my goodness! The amount of people the amount of people that Dave and I have worked with and trained that did so well and then left. It's like they're going to be a benefit to the world.
But the worst thing is
need
that
to
they
start
would have
over.
stayed and not been trained, right? And the other things too is that have a routine. Build something called a DMO. Have a daily method of operation. I know when I wake up, I thank God for the gifts of my life. I always thank for all the things that have happened in my life, and whether it's family or friends or the gifts in life. I'm not praying and asking for anything. I'm praying to say thanks for what I have. And then for me, I have peanut butter every morning. That's just, it's what I do. I have white bread and some peanut butter, or rye bread and some peanut butter, or an English muffin. When I travel, my team, when I went on the cruise, they shipped it to the cruise. So I had all the stuff there when I got there. And so
you were the one that hit the peanut butter.
Me and Crunchy Peanut Butter get along really well, So have a good daily method of operation for you that works. Does that make sense? Yes. And then for sure, no unscheduled calls before 10 a.m. If people don't book time with you, they don't get time with you. And then when you do book schedules and people are late, then they can wait, because once again, your time has to have that. When I go to meetings, I'm always the first one there. I prefer to be, if I've got 8:00 meetings, I'll schedule to be at the restaurant at 7:30. I want the right table. I want the right seat. So daily method of operation for entrepreneurs is an absolute game changer for your success. And I don't believe in to-do lists. I like achievement lists. So create achievement lists in one little process.
People, hang on. You just touched on something really, really good. You don't have to-do list. You have achievement lists.
That's right.
Changing the mindset on that.
So every night before you go to bed, write this down. It's called 10 before 10. Just try this for 10 days and let me know how it works. Every night before you go to bed, write down the 10 most important things that will be accomplished before 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And believe it or not, your brain will work on the solutions while you sleep. And your team that you've outsourced to overnight. So number one, I have to have someone transcribe my coaching session and send my client the notes. Number two, they've got to scrape all my Facebook, Instagram, and take all those photos and have me a 30-second video ready in the morning. Number three, they've got to go through all the emails that I've checked the boxes for and create the follow-up sequence of all those people. And this is all before I wake up. So by the time I wake up, my achievement list usually has 4 or 5 of the things that are 10 on the top 10. They're already done.
Very nice.
This is Money Forum Live, and Bill, I just popped on to say hi to you personally, and also what you just said was so incredible that we need to look at the instant replay back here, ladies and gentlemen. That right there is when Bill scored the touchdown. I gotta say, Bill, what you're really talking about is something I'm passionate about, and that's the distinction between being busy and being productive. 100%. You and I both know people, Bill, that for years and years and years have been busy, and they're in the exact same damn place that they were 10 years ago.
That's right.
Running around like a chicken with its head cut off, just in a big circle. I'm like, what are you doing? And so this is so powerful. I want to double down on this a little bit in the few minutes that we have together remaining as we wrap up and closing, this distinction of being busy versus being productive, right? Because I think it's a game changer. And a lot of people associate trying to become successful with being busy, and they punish themselves, Bill. Yep. You and I know that sometimes the most productive days are on the golf course, right?
They are.
And so this is something that people don't understand. And yesterday you shared some gems, shared some bits of wisdom, and we're going to ask for some. Look at this, sharing so many nuggets of wisdom. Thank you. You're welcome. But don't thank me. Thank Bill. I just got here. So Bill, let's go a little deeper in this distinction.
So you're going to find that there's 3 phases for most entrepreneurs. About 80% fall in this category. The first is a place called Busyville. You ever call your friends, I'm busy. Busy doing what? I don't know, but I'm busy. So they're usually busy going nowhere. Then they go to the next stop on the train. It's called Brokeville. So they're busy and they're broke. And they'll tell you how broke they are. And the more you talk about how broke you are, the more broke you're going to become, because you're not doing anything to solve those issues, right? I tell almost every business I talk to, please write this down, that sales will solve most of your problems. Not all your problems, they'll help. And And the third stop for most entrepreneurs, it's called Burnoutville. And I recommend a book by Greg Reed called 3 Feet from Gold. It tells you the story about the individual named Darby that found the biggest gold rush in the world, but biggest gold strike, and he missed it because he wasn't educated properly. And so what happens is that Henry Ford said it best, whether you believe you can or you can't, you're right. And Busyville goes to, it always leads to Brokeville. But if you can move to Productivity Central, believe me when I tell you, it's not what you do every day, it's what you delegate. And the minute you start to delegate, you're going to learn a rule. It's called the 524 rule. The minimum wage for a millionaire in this country is $524 an hour. But if you're busy doing things for $20 an hour, there's no way to get ahead. And what most people do, and this is why a lot of times I feel bad for entrepreneurs, it's not about the follow-up, which everybody tells you, oh, it's follow-up. No, it's about the follow-through. The minute you go from follow-up to follow-through, it's a game changer. And people wonder, well, how do you close so many big deals? Because I don't just follow up, I follow through. If I'm going to sponsor something, I will bring the right stuff to that event. I'll have the right team there. My team is ready to go with a checklist that says, do we have all these things done? And if you don't have a team, write this down. Begin to attract a team. You can, believe it or not, everyone says find a team. Don't find a team. Be so good you attract a team. And, you know, people don't realize that TV show Undercover Boss, where did the idea come from? It came from a guy named Howard Hughes. It wasn't some TV producer. Howard Hughes, when he would buy a company, he'd work at the lowest point of the in the company. When he bought TW Airlines, he was a baggage handler because he wanted to see exactly every process of the business. Steve Wynn, when he built his first hotel, he built all the rooms in a warehouse, in an airplane hangar. And he went and stayed in the rooms in the airplane hangar. And he changed things based on how he liked the room. So, you know, it's so important that you get into your daily method of operation, but there are so many people you can learn from too. There are so many experts. Pick up the book, 7 Habits of Highly Successful People by Stephen Covey. There's a lot of great stuff that's out there that, you know, when you start to get get your groove on, people think you're nuts. How can you be in 1 city, 3 cities, couple countries in a day? You know, because you get used to it. You know, I don't mind. I travel super light. If I bring extra clothes or I buy extra stuff, I just leave it at the hotel. I just have them ship it to me. So, you know, we didn't have a chance to go get this or get that. Then let's go shopping. We'll figure that out. Almost every city I've ever traveled to in the world, they got some fine stores and I can find my way around them.
Yeah. So there's 2 things I'm picking up on that, Bill. One, at the end here, you have a very stoic philosophy. You don't get caught up in the common day-to-day stuff that people think about. A lot of people are
100%.
so attached to meaningless possessions that they can't fathom leaving a pair of socks at the hotel.
Right.
That's my trademark, Bill. I put $20 on the bed and a couple pairs of socks on the floor. And so that is something I definitely can appreciate you sharing. And the other thing is the follow-up versus follow-through has got me thinking a lot. My interpretation of that is the distinction between just an idea and execution, right? What you're really saying is execution.
Yeah, but
to execute properly.
And it goes through the execution that when you meet somebody, I always believe it's for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. There's no accidents. God is great, and an opportunity show up every day. It's what you do with them. But most people send an email or make a phone call. But do you follow through for at least 3 years? See, because with the right people, it's worth it for up to 3 years of follow through. Find out their charity events. Find out what helps them. Find out, you know, how you can create better connections and deeper relationships and better rapport. And before you know it, you know, when you meet people and you do the follow up and follow through, I'm telling you for a fact that the biggest deals you've ever done in your life will come your way.
Yes.
I think that's beautiful. Long-term thinking as opposed to short-term thinking. Bill, thank
100%.
you again for being part of this. Thank you for being one of our main featured speakers of this event for 2 days straight. We're going to give you just the final floor. You know, earlier I saw you do this incredible trick where you were moving, but the background was still. I couldn't believe you pulled that off. But we're going to
Bill's
give
a
you the
magician.
full
Didn't you know
floor.
that, Mo?
I was amazed
He's a
by that.
part-time
I'm like,
magician.
how is Bill walking but nothing behind him?
But the piano stayed where it was at. Did you
Exactly.
like that?
Exactly.
So we're going to give you the full
I feel
floor.
like I've had a nightmare about that where I'm running, but nothing's moving.
Right. We'll give you the full floor, Bill. Just any final inspirational words of wisdom with our audience before we wrap up. Floor is yours.
I would say one of the most important things in life and in business is that, number one, make it a point to raise great kids. I can tell you there's nothing more important than watching your kids become fine humans. And when they do, it gives you such peace of mind. And if you don't have kids, then maybe you have nieces and nephews, or maybe you have pets, whatever it is. But I will tell you that when you can make the difference in the life of a child, it'll stay with you forever. But also in your business, give it a chance to win. If you're part-time, give it full-time effort. If it's not perfect day one, who cares about the overnight success stories? Stay away from the shiny bling. Many years ago, I skipped having the really fancy cars. I bought a used limo and a part-time driver, because in the city of Chicago, I could pick my friends up. I get dropped off right at the door of my office building. And sure enough, I never had to pay for parking. And I saved a fortune by being way more efficient. So begin to be really present to the value of your own time every day. We have a finite amount of time on this planet. And so when you start to really think that through, who are you spending your time with? Look over the last 3 months of your life. Who have you spent time with that truly inspired you at a core level? Who did you spend time with that was just, well, it was time spent? Who did you spend time with that wanted to steal some of your vibe? And the minute you start to realize that, all of a sudden, you'll become way more selective on where you go. It was funny. Somebody said, I want to go to the nightclub. I want to go here. How come I don't ever see you at the nightclub? I turned around and said, how come I don't see you at the bank? So get outside what people tell you is the norm and create your own norm, and go see the world and invest in great social impact or social charity events where you'll meet outstanding people, some doing some of the most epic work in the world. And from that, you're gonna scale your business like you've never seen before. So a few last minute tips.
Holy crap. It was a nugget after nugget after nugget. I was like,
Bill, I
Thank you.
appreciate you, sir, and we will definitely be in touch very soon with a lot of different things on our plate, because ultimately we have the same purpose, to
100%.
make this world a better place than it was from when we got here. So thank you, Bill Walsh. We're going to take a
Appreciate
quick...
you guys.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill.
Chris and Isabel Mo, you guys rock. Love you guys. Thank you.
Love you too, buddy. We'll be back in 1 minute.
See you soon.
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.
And we're back. I'm going to bring back up David Fagan, because we're going to be closing out here. I know Adora Evans may be joining us as well, but let's go ahead and bring back up David Fagan, because we're going to be closing in a few minutes here. But I'm excited. This was a great day too. I really enjoyed it. I want to thank Isabel, Carissa, Adora for taking lead on a lot of segments today. And today was a day where we focused a lot on women's empowerment. And this was something that, of course, we wanted to emphasize here as we do Money Forum Live. And yesterday we had Jane King, a pioneer in journalism and women in business and women in business journalism, which is very a big priority for us. In the upcoming paper, we have a lot of highlights of women in business, which I'm excited about. I have a copy of the magazine that's published by Top Talent right next to me. Let me go ahead and grab that as well, because that's also something where we've showcased. There we go. And we've showcased a lot of different women in business in the magazine as well, because that's one of our values, one of our pillars. And of course, we want to thank all of the different communities from all around the world, and a lot of unconventional and things that people have not seen before as far as the different markets and communities. Well, that's what happens with a public service event. When you have a public service event, word gets out. Word gets out in communities that they have access to the Bill Walshes and all of the top level David Meltzers and all of these big speakers. So we have communities that usually are not even able to access these kind of conversations. If you have been somebody that has purchased a ticket for online or in-person events, you know that these events go to hundreds of dollars, possibly thousands of dollars. And there are folks that for the first time have the ability to get that for free because these are done as public service projects. And so, David, if you have any thoughts, Carissa, Isabel, as we wrap up here in the next 5 minutes and close out day 2.
Yes. Today has just been filled with a lot of golden nuggets when it comes to understanding the values of us as individuals, but we also feel them collectively. Something I said earlier is that we have an innate love for humanity, and that's why we do what we do. Regardless of the business or industry that we tap into, regardless of the topic that we are focused on at that moment. Because what we care about are the people that are listening, the people who are writing down and taking notes, checking out the books we recommend, going to the websites that we're mentioning, because they are hungry for knowledge, for expertise, to help them get to where they deserve to be. And that is making money, having a sustainable business, helping others move forward in their lives. I love every single person that came on here today. I enjoy chatting with you guys. Mo, Carissa, love you, David. Everyone that's been here today shares a piece of themselves.
Don't worry. She loves you guys too.
Well, David, the audience loves Isabel. I mean, the audience loves Isabel. Nobody got as many compliments and comments as Isabel. I'm like, hello, there's, I'm here too. David's here too.
Mo,
And Carissa
Mo,
too. You two just
Mo.
stole the thunder today, and Adora as well, who is behind the scenes right now. But Isabel, please, didn't mean to cut you off.
It's okay, but Mo, you're very pretty.
Thank you.
But what I just wanted to wrap up with is that everyone's here to give, serve, and share. Whether it's their expertise, whether it's a connection, whether it's a resource, whether it's just your time. To be able to do that shows how much you care about the community that you're developing, that you're becoming a part of. Because everyone here today, they also hear tomorrow and on the last day, and the people you heard from yesterday, they're all here to be servant leaders and to pay it forward and to help the next wave of business owners and entrepreneurs make an impact in the world. So that's all I wanted to share.
Make an impact in the world. I love that, Isabel. And again, we are embodying making an impact in the world. And so some understand that, some may not understand that, but for us, it's about global change. That's why today we had so many conscious leaders like Doria Cordova come on and speak, because these are folks that preach the same values that we as an organization abide by, because ultimately we're here to redefine how people see a media company. Carissa Johnson, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, I would just piggyback what Isabel was saying. I feel really optimistic about our future when you are just involved in conversations like these, and when you have conversations with leaders who are not only humble, but are generous with their time and energy, and then who also don't just talk about money for the sake of money, but money for the desire to give back to humanity and elevate human consciousness. And I really was thinking about Dame Doria Cordova's conversation around, really eradicating human hunger and these children not, going another day without food. And so what we do with this information matters, but I think what we do with the money that we acquire and accumulate from this information also really matters. So the jets and everything are incredible and we get to have that, but I think our contribution to this world is incredibly important. And I think that that's, kind of what I'm leaving with, and what I'd like everybody else to think about is what they do with the money is equally as important as their ability to have the freedom that they desire for themselves.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Just doing a lot of listening over here, Mo. We heard about the importance of this, so I'm just doing a lot of listening over here. No, we should just like we have the countdown when we start, we should do a countdown to the end. We can just watch the seconds go down. We don't have a lot of time left. 40 seconds, 39 seconds, 38 seconds. But yeah, I don't think I can add too much more than what's already been added. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. So moving forward, thinking about that, we still have 2 more days. I can't believe you guys create so much time for this at the Tribune, but this is great. We still have 2 more days to go. And every day has given us something that the day before, didn't. Not just the people that are the typical experts and speakers that are on a stage or in front of a camera, but the people that are behind the stage or in the audience or running the camera or choosing who gets to go on the camera. That's who we got today. And I think we're going to get more of that the next couple of days.
Yes.
And sometimes these people, they aren't the traditional speaker, right? Some of the people you hear, they're just so good and they're just so perfect. But there is something very authentic about the people who aren't really polished, right? It's just real clear. They're just kind of speaking from their heart, and maybe they mumble and fumble around a little bit, but there's a reason why they're being spotlighted. There's a geniusness to them. There's a track record there. So I commend the Tribune for, allowing these people to be brought on and be seen in ways that maybe normally they're not. These are the people who are typically being interviewed for that quote or that clip or that expert advice. And so I think it's brought something of value here today.
Well, thank you for noticing that, David. And there's not a shortage of quote unquote polished speakers in our network. In fact, just about every single mainstream large name that is a well-known speaker is a friend of this network. But we really want to highlight, in fact, one of our statements in our mission is to give a voice to the voiceless or highlight those that are usually not highlighted. We pride ourselves on that. And sometimes the best gems and the best pieces of information come from the sources that are a little quieter usually. So we want to welcome folks that are not always used to the glitz and glamour of media, because we know that true information comes from the day-to-day people, the people that are actually in the trenches, actually making things happen in society. And tomorrow we have somebody that's made a lot of things happen in society, Naveen Jain. He is a philanthropist, and he is somebody that has done a tremendous amount in the world of business in Silicon Valley. He's a very well-known entrepreneur. I encourage folks to look him up and look at the different businesses that he's been involved with, along with a lot of other folks as well. And with that, David, I think we're good to go to wrap up and close.
Yeah.
And we'll see everyone tomorrow morning.
Yeah. See you then. 10 a.m. Just
Jane King here, and together with the Los Angeles Tribune, I'm excited to be part of a special broadcast called Money Forum Live, where we'll be discussing the future of income and investing. We'll have interviews with experts breaking down all the ways people will be getting ahead this year and in the years to come. Everything from money making new tech and innovation to specific markets like real estate, crypto, stocks, venture capital, and more. This is not just a broadcast, but a public service being shared over Facebook Live, so you can join the conversation right now at moneyforumlive.com for free.